Hello everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech SAP Ariba Training, your gateway to mastering the world of procurement excellence. In this course, we're here to empower you with the expertise needed to streamline your procurement processes using SAP Ariba. We'll delve into configuring SAP Ariba to align seamlessly with your procurement workflows from requisition to payment. Discover best practices for efficient vendor management, strategic sourcing, and contract lifecycle management. Gain insights into optimizing your procurement strategies and unlocking potential savings. ZaranTech's specialized guidance will equip you with the skills to navigate SAP Ariba, ensuring smooth procurement operations and enhanced collaboration with suppliers. By the end of this training, you'll be ready to drive procurement efficiency, make informed decisions, and elevate your organization's procurement game. Let's embark on this journey together and unlock the power of SAP Ariba. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Introduction to Ariba. 2. Architecture. 3. SAP Ariba. Key benefits. 4. What is Ariba Network? 5. Eliminate siloed. 6. Navigating your dashboard. Let's dive in.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Jay. So I'll have a brief intro about me. Like I have around 14 years of experience and doing this corporate training from last 7 to 8 years. And I'm a core supply chain professional working on the digital transformation projects in multiple areas. And I'm providing this Ariba training on upstream, downstream related, implementation related training for all the corporate clients and other some institute-based individual contexts also. Ariba tool is more on a supply chain perspective. So the major content that we'll be covering is from the perspective of is from the core supply chain side, as it assists the supply chain process of any company from the digital transformation perspective, or you can say like on a digital platform perspective. So SAP Ariba introduction. So these are the modules that we will be covering up. Okay, the sequencing little that one. So module 1, we will be starting with the SAP Ariba introduction, and module 2 is SLP, supplier lifecycle and performance. Then module 3 is for Ariba sourcing, 4 is contract, 5 is downstream, and we have Ariba guided buying overview. It will be an overview. Then we have reporting, integration overview, admin and core admin. So, and the 10th is like it came on the top little bit. So here is the Ariba supply network. So these are the 10 topics that we will be covering up in our entire training session in here. Okay. So let me start with the first one. Okay, SAP Ariba introduction. I'm just opening this one. Okay. So yeah. So okay. So as I mentioned, right. So if we talk about SAP, the basic of SAP Ariba, if I say right. So Ariba was initially a separate organization. SAP acquired it somewhere in the 2012. Okay, and then onwards, SAP is selling like SAP Ariba to all the customers. Okay. So here, when we say this SAP Ariba, so these are some disclaimers that we need to follow. Everyone needs to follow on this one. Okay, this presentation and all. So I hope like everyone will be having access for the LMS also. You can go through with these disclaimers. If I go for this, so as a introduction, like so these things are there in this one. Like I just give you a brief about this Ariba, right? It's a cloud-based tool. So when we say the cloud-based, so like everything you are listening nowadays, right? It's an everything on online, cloud-based, all these things, right? So the basically the objective of cloud-based, or the what is the benefits of the cloud-based is that you can access the platform, either it's an Ariba or any other cloud platform, that you do not generally require any physical requirement for that. Like if you use an ERP system, you need to have some servers installed in your premises. The same thing is not required when you are working on any cloud tool. Like you just need a simple URL, like you open your Gmail like that way, and you can access it on any laptop anywhere in the world, and the same data get it there. The basic ideology is this one, that the data centers, the data where the data is getting fetched, right? Everything is being stored and maintained and monitored by the host like the SAP Ariba itself. So SAP Ariba has multiple data centers across the world. Like if I give you an example for India region, I think there is a data center in Mumbai, and for Asia region they have a data center in Singapore also. Same way some data centers are located in Europe. So these are some data centers which are providing us this data. So whatever we are putting up the data on the Ariba platform and all, so this data goes into these servers. So these guys maintain that servers health and everything. So this is how this cloud platform works. So everything will be on those servers. So you access it anywhere in the world. It will help you out to fetch the data easily. Okay. So this is more on this perspective. If you say like it improves all vendor management system and all. So Ariba, so basic of supply chain, whenever you are want to buy something, you need one side is a one, like you need a supplier and a buyer. Very basic, very simple. When you want to buy something, someone needs to provide, right? So buyer and supplier relationship. So that is the main objective, that the vendors, all the vendors which will be associated on this Ariba will be easy to access, and it will be low cost for them also. Even the basic access of Ariba platform from supplier perspective is free for the suppliers. So this is a little bit, you can say a little advantage for the supplier perspective, that they do not need to pay something upfront for having a basic access of SAP Ariba from a supplier perspective. Okay. Then you can see this SAP Ariba is a digital transformation tool. So digital transformation, like generally nowadays, as you know, right, people are looking for something to be automated, digital transformation. You can easily access the data. Sorry. Okay. So from that perspective, this tool helps you a lot. A lot of things happens in the real time. Like if you are, for example, if I give you a little example of if you are performing an RFP, request for proposal, okay, you are asking supplier some quotation, supplier provides you that quotation. So this data flow will be on a real-time basis. If you take an example in an orthodox method, generally what we do is, as a supply chain process, we generally draft an email or we send it through some different communication channels, and we send it this information to the supplier that we need a quotation, and supplier revert on it. Okay. And it might take some time. When he send it, it will be hard copy, or it will be coming in email or something like that, right? But in Ariba, this data is getting immediately updated in the format that you require. So we'll be covering those things in here. I will be showing you in very detail that thing. Okay. So this is like benefit of it, that the data is flows real time, and it's easy to like collect the data from the supplier, and which is a very specific what you require. Okay. So this is the another features, like it's a B2B solution, business to business, like you are a business partner in SAP Ariba, so business to business B2B solution, and it's the world's largest. So as you already know, like SAP is already, and it's a market leader. Like most of the companies are using the SAP systems, either it's a ECC systems or HANA and all different systems, right? So from that perspective, it's a little bit, you can say a good, you can say the trust is there that SAP is performing something and something up to the mark. So that is why the B2B solution is more, SAP Ariba is more preferred in the market. Connect with the right suppliers, visibility, vendors can get the information easily on this one. Okay. Then we have an Ariba network. So Ariba network is basically, you can say like everything on kind of on Ariba network. It's like, if I give you an example, like if you are having a mobile, you are calling someone. So you are calling with either it's Airtel network or Idea network, Vodafone, right? That way. So same way, Ariba network is kind of that thing, that they are managing this network on its own, and every documentation flow and everything happens via Ariba network. Okay, so I will be showing you that also, like how these things works in there. Okay, now SAP Ariba network removes all complexity. So if you see, right, once I will be showing you the tool here, you will see that it's like little easy to understand, because a lot of things has been configured on the user interface perspective. Okay, like easy to user to understand the dashboards, the process, the thing how to do and all. So just a click and all, and a lot of things are self-explanatory on the dashboard itself. So they have designed in a manner it's little easy to understand of that. Okay. So like you can see this, like you can, if required, you can integrate it with the other systems also. So SAP Ariba can supports that integration with HANA. So obviously like ECC, all these systems are quite easy to integrate. So when it comes from the integration perspective, but you can also integrate the system with other systems also, like other ERP system apart from the SAP via the middleware system. So we integrate here the master and the transitional data. So I will be showing you what is the master data, what is the transitional data. All those things will be shown into the system in here. Now coming in here, so these are some basic, you can say, under architecture of Ariba network, contract management, buy, sell, and all requests and everything. So it follows from the buyer to supplier, and it is like, it's a bi-directional also. So supplier, sometimes if they respond, so the data flows bi-directional, like both the sides. So buyer to supplier and supplier to buyer also. Okay, so these are the things from the Ariba network. So these are some basic key, you can say, like key figures, like these many companies are using this one. Every minute transactions happening in here, annual commerce business, they are doing it here. So these are some like you can see the figures which has been used across worldwide by SAP Ariba. Okay, so Ariba network, so again, like digital marketplace where the buyer supplier collaboration happens on this one. Okay, so these are some basic from their same actually. So like these are the basic information that you can go through if you want. Any doubts in there, so you can always let me know. Okay, so basically we are trying to avoid any already the places are there, like if there's a differentiation in process. So for example, if you see nowadays in companies when you are doing in a supply chain, so some people who are doing the contract management is not aware of the sourcing cycle, or you can say that some people who are doing the procurement cycle, they are not aware of doing the sourcing side. So it's a little, you can say, like the silhouette is there in between, right? So Ariba is a suite integrated application also. So it provides a feature that is a suite integrated, where you can have the complete cycle and you can see all these informations at a one place. If you give an access, if you give an authorization to a person, he will be able to access the complete architecture. Okay, so these are the things from that perspective. So navigation your dashboard. So I will be showing you that how you can navigate your dashboard and all. Okay, so this is how you have it. So let's take let me take you on a, what can say, like I will take you to the Ariba platform. So here you have this one. This is your Ariba platform. Okay, so if I say first of all, anywhere in the world if you go, more or less you will see sorry, more or less you will see this information as it is. Yes, there is a customization you can do a little bit for each, like every user can do a little bit customization on this one, like home, procurement, and you have other modules in here. So these modules you will see. Okay, but overall, if I say it, majorly the architecture looks like this way. Okay, so have your user, whatever the user you are, it will be shown in here. Create, manage recent tabs in here, same in here. So let me, okay, before this explain, let me give you more overview from the Ariba perspective from this side. Let me tell you one thing. You'll get a basic idea on this one. Okay, here. Okay, SAP Ariba. Okay, let's take it. So when we talk about SAP Ariba, so as I showed you the course content, right? You have seen almost the 10 modules are in there, right? So Ariba has bifurcated these modules, okay? These modules in the two streams. One is known as Upstream. Let me do it. Okay, one is Upstream and another is Downstream. So this is first part. The Ariba is bifurcated into the two modules, Upstream and Downstream. So what is the logic of it? So if I say the major difference between the Upstream and the Downstream is the transactional document. We do not process any transactional document under the Upstream modules. Okay, so this is you can say like a basic major differentiation between the Upstream and the Downstream. Let me put something in here first. So first you have, you can say like under Upstream you have multiple modules. Let me start with, like, mention this sourcing. Sorry, let me here put it. Okay, so sourcing, I'll just put it here. I'll just put here this one. Okay, sourcing. Under sourcing. So under sourcing, okay, after sourcing, if I say here, if I put it here second, after sourcing, you can have the contract management. Okay. After this, you can have the SLP, that is supplier life cycle performance. Okay, we also call it in the small is SLP. So these are modules basically: sourcing module, contract management module, SLP module. Okay, now once we talk about, okay, these are the upstream modules. Let me put some downstream modules also. When we talk about downstream, so you will be having like here procure to order. Sorry, procure to order. You must be heard of like P2O. Like generally people refer with this small short form. Then you have it. Sorry, to okay. So in this one, let me just put it in the aligned manner so that, sorry. Okay. So for the second, you can say like invoice management. Invoice, sorry. Invoice management. Okay. Then after that, we also have one more, that is procure to order. To order. Also, I'm covering up the catalog management in a brief, but I'm putting here in the downstream. Generally, it comes into the upstream side, but I'm putting from the perspective that we will be using the catalogs for creating the PRPUs, the catalog PR, non-catalog PR from that perspective. So that's why I'm putting it in here. Okay, catalog management, procure to pay. So procure to pay. So we call it P2P. Yes, we also call it this B&I. So like multiple names are there, buying and invoicing, B&I. Okay. So this is how we use this. These are the multiple modules. And when we say, right, Ariba, so from Ariba perspective, you see in this one, right? First of all, Ariba do not, like they have given kind of a flexibility that you can use these modules individually also. It's not mandatory. Like generally people have the confusion, like, do we need to buy all these modules and all? And if you find in the market, like most of the people who are working on SAP Ariba, generally very few people get an option opportunity to work on all the modules. So they are generally either working on sourcing or on contract or on invoice or on P2P. But very few people get an opportunity to work on all the modules. Okay, so yes, if you get an opportunity to work on the modules, that is a good part, because that gives you a more confidence and you can understand the complete cycle, or a lot of more information you can have in your hand. Okay, and as I said, right, Ariba provides a flexibility to choose the module based on your requirement. So take an example. You are facing some issues related to your invoice management. Right, manually invoices are coming from the supplier, having a lot of issues in that one. You need to manually check all the invoices and something like that way, right? If you having a pain area from the invoice side, you can go for invoice management only. No need for other modules. Okay, similar way, if a company says we are getting some issues related to the negotiation, right, the negotiation is not happening up to the mark, we are not getting so much like negotiated rates, even the people are some other companies are getting better rates, so your team is might be having some drawbacks or like having some hesitation on the negotiation part. Okay, so from that perspective, if you're looking for, you can go for the sourcing. Okay, so this way, wherever you have some requirement, based on that, the company choose the modules they want to. If you are looking for just for a process improvement perspective or a digital transformation prospect, then you can go for a complete, like, for example, you are looking for your procure to pay to be a little more digitalized, right? No manual intervention is required in that one, and the process should flow in a correct manner. Okay, so then you can go for procure to pay complete module. Now, here you can see this procure to order is also there, right? So this will also, I will show you, because what happens is procure to order, people sometimes use it where they just want to create the PRPU in Ariba, and the next of the activities like GR and invoicing and all, invoice reconciliation and all, needs to be performed at the ERP side. Any ERP, not necessarily that should be an SAP ERP, any ERP. So there's a functionality that you can push that order from the Ariba to the ERP side, and you can get a copy there in the ERP, and then you can process other activities in there. Okay, so these are the things are there in this one. And if I say like, I'll just putting here, like, let's discuss one module by one. So what we are going to cover from an overall perspective, like obviously content is there. I'm just still giving a brief about that one. So for example, if you see this sourcing. So in sourcing, you will see this, what we are going to cover is the RFI, which is request for information. Okay. So here I'm going to, okay. Then we have request for proposal. Sorry, it's going there only. RFP, that is request for proposal. Or sometimes people call it RFQ also, like RFP or a request for proposal or request for quotation. Okay, sorry, I'll just put Q here. So proposal, or you can say quotation. Okay, then we will be covering here the auctions. So auctions generally, like if you refer it here, there are two types of like reverse, majorly reverse and forward. Okay, so these two type of auctions you will be seeing here, reverse and forward. We will be covering up this both, and reverse have like multiple other parameters are in there. I will be covering up all these things. Then we will be also covering here the templates. Okay, so templates, when we say the templates, right? So if you say this like from the upstream perspective, template is, you can say it's a backbone. Okay, the template is more of a backbone, right? If you know the template part, so you can say like from an implementation perspective, so it will be a very important part. Okay, so okay, I also want to add one more thing. The training that we are going to cover, right, it will be in the two perspective. One is as an end user, like how you navigate the system, how you create, like if someone asks you simply create a project, sourcing project, requisition in Ariba and all, so how you going to do that? That is an end user perspective, right? Also, if you are going to work on the implementation side of SAP Ariba, for example, your company has bought a completely new Ariba system, okay, and they want you to configure it for themselves. So in that perspective, that is like implementation part. So in implementation side, you need to configure these part, like the templates. You need to design the template. You need to set up the approval flow for them. You need to set up the configuration of the data, right? All those things you need to perform as a implementation partner. So the training will be covered from the two aspects. One is from the end user perspective, where you will know how to run this tool, how to perform the activities in the tool, and how you, and the other one is the implementation side. That if a configuration needs to be done in the Ariba system, how are you going to do that? Okay, so that's from that perspective, these templates are implementation perspective, templates are the very important part. Okay, now after templates, we will also be covering up here the approval flow. How to set up an approval flow. Okay, like the serial approval flow, parallel approval flow, custom approval flow, how to set up the lookup tables and all, everything will be covered in this one. Okay, so these are the things which is very important from the like these majorly, if you see these two things are very important from the implementation perspective, and these are the major, as I said, right? So this is like, you can say from the implementation perspective, this cover almost 70 to 80% of your you can say like the knowledge. If you are good on creating templates, managing the approval flow, so you are quite good in that. Okay, so we'll be covering up these things in very detail. Same way. Okay, so we have the contract management here. So similar way, if you see this, we can have in the contract management perspective. So contract management is little, you can say, have a little mix of upstream and downstream. If I present, if I say, right, first under the contract management, or let me, what I do is I'll just copy this slide and just paste it here. Okay, so in this one, let me just remove this one. That is there. So here I'll just put contract management. Okay, so when we say contract management perspective, right? So in the contract management, sorry, sorry, it's coming in here. let me put it here, contract management. So first is like contract workspace. Okay, one side you will find the contract workspace. Another side you will find one more thing is that is contract terms, or sometimes people call it contract compliance. Like both things, like multiple things is been called in this one. Okay, so these things you will be find out. So this part is majorly from the downstream perspective, whereas this part is from the upstream perspective. Okay, so I will be explaining when we start the contract, and then I'll explain it. It will be easy for you to understand also. So I just want to show like these are the two aspects of it. So contract management is kind of little mix of upstream and downstream. Okay, so that way I will be covering up in here. So I'll just take a brief about this one. So what generally we cover in the contract workspace and all. So we cover the master agreement in here. Master agreement, if I say here, master agreement, master, then sub agreement, how to create a sub agreement, then how to create a standalone. Okay, so these are some basic of it that we will be covering up. We will be covering up other parts of clauses and this negotiation strategies, how you negotiate with the supplier. So those things will be covered in this one also. Okay, so this is how we will be covering up in here. Then we come to the SLP side. So if we come on the SLP side, let me put it here, like just continuing this one, I'll remove this. I'll just take this one. Then we come out the SLP. Okay, in the SLP, what we generally cover is the supplier request. So why SLP? So first of all, what is the logic of using the SLP? Why we need SLP? Supplier life cycle and performance, right? So supplier life cycle is basically used majorly for the clients who are looking from the major data to be taken care from the supplier. Like basically they want to have all the information about the supplier. Generally, SLP being used by the people who are, you can say, dealing in the industries like aviation, defense, research, so that they have all the information like the certifications, like the supplier is following all the procedure, you have all the documents, whatever the documents you require, you need to gather all those information from the supplier. So from that perspective, generally you go for SLP. Okay, if you are not a very complicated structured or doing into very sensitive production of something, right, you generally do not go for SLP. So this is based on the client to client requirement. But yes, if it is required something more on that perspective, you can go for an SLP. Okay, so SLP is nothing but it's basically to onboard a supplier. Basically like the process of onboarding the supplier on your Ariba platform in a like detailed manner. So the first part of that one is supplier request. Then you have supplier request. Okay. Once you have the supplier request, that's an internal process. I'll be explaining this one in detail also. Then you have the supplier registration. Okay. After that, if you want, so these are the two main processes, request and registration. These are the main process of onboarding any supplier. After that, you have the qualification and all. So that is also a process we'll be covering up. But these are the two basic main process of supplier onboarding. Okay, supplier request and registration. So I think I will be showing everything on the system. I'm just giving you an overview here of all these things, what we generally cover. Okay, so these things we generally cover in the SLP side. Okay, so let me just put it here in this one. I'll just write here so that it will look at one place. Supplier request and supplier registration. Okay, so here I'll just remove the numbering in here. Okay, so these are the things which cover under the SLP side. Similar way, so these are the upstream modules. So you can see this here, we are not dealing with any PR to PO. So this is very, like, as I said, right? So when we say transactional documents, right? When we say transactional documents, we do not cater anything on under the upstream. So transactional documents are nothing but your purchase order, your invoice, your receipt. These are nothing but your transactional documents, right? So these things we generally do not process anything of that in here in the upstream side. For that, we have downstream to creating that one. Or you can say the basic difference is here, why we do sourcing and all those things in here to identify a right supplier who can provide us the right material at right time. In a more on a supply chain perspective, I give you a definition on it. So we do this process to get this one. Okay, to get a right supplier, like we need to choose which supplier can give us the right, which supplier is good, who can provide us the better rates, and who can provide us a better quality or better material on time. This is what we try to achieve from this one. Once we have the supplier there in place, like after this selection, then we go for a process, the documentation part, you can say, releasing the actual purchase requisition or purchase order or giving the invoicing, receipt and all. So this is a more of a process, and this is more of a like you can say like a process of finding out the supplier. Here, this is more of a documentation process. This is more of a finding out the right supplier in the market. Okay, so here we will be like PR to PO. So if I explain like here, so basically what happens is in the PR to PO, what you will be doing is you will be creating a like PR and PO. This is what we are going to do in here. So let me do it here. Okay, so this is what we generally cover into this one, procure to order. We create a PR and we create a, like once it is get approved, we'll create a purchase order. Whereas when we come to the next one, that is invoice management. So here we generally cater the requirement from the invoicing side, that is invoice and invoice reconciliation. Okay, invoice reconciliation consists of your exceptions. So I will be discussing this one when we discuss the invoice management, like the exceptions. How do you cater the exceptions in the invoice reconciliation process? So that will be also covered, how the exceptions generated, how you can clear them and all. So this part also goes into there. Okay. Now here, when we say this, so this procure to pay is a complete cycle. It's a mix of like, it's a mix of this one. Like, so here we can say like this way, sorry, PR, you will be creating a PR, then it will get converted into a PO. Then you will be performing a GR, goods receipt. Then you will be performing the invoices will be coming from the supplier. Okay. Then you will be doing an invoice reconciliation. IR, I'll just write invoice reconciliation. IR for invoice reconciliation, and then OK to pay. Let me put it in the format, sorry. So this is your complete procure to pay. The process of procure to pay. You will be creating, so I will be showing you how to create a PR in Ariba system, how the PO getting generated in the Ariba system, how you can perform a GR, goods receipt. Generally, like receipt we refer in the Ariba. GR is a word that generally we use from the ERP perspective, goods receipt, but the meaning is same. Like, then we have the invoice, which generally comes from the supplier, but I will be showing you from that how we can also create on behalf of supplier. We can also create the invoice in our system. And then we have the invoice reconciliation process. So you can simply say it's a two-way, three-way match. The general language, if we say it's supply chain process, the two-way, three-way match will happens at the IR level. And once everything looks good in the invoice, it is okay to pay. Like on a due date, it will get paid to the supplier. Okay. So this is the process of, you can say, the complete process. So here you can see this PR to PO. This is this part, and you can see the invoicing part is coming from here. So it's a mix. So this is the complete cycle of procure to pay, BN, and buying and invoicing. Okay. Then we have some catalog management perspective. So catalogs, like what is a non-catalog item, what is a punch out catalog item, what is a CIF file, how you load it, how you want to see the validation rules in there. So all those things will be covered in there. What is the lead time of a catalog and all. So those perspective I will be also covering from the catalog perspective. So these are the things from the like upstream perspective and the downstream perspective. So this is one part. Okay, so I think this is majorly from this side. And if I go here in this PPT here, so this is some navigation on dashboards and all. So I think So these things I'll show you from the system perspective, but yeah, let's just take a quick brief in here. So this is like how you have some things in here, where you can have the dashboard in here and you can create these things from here. 1, 2, 3, everything is mentioned in here. Okay. So these are the points you can see, like this is the search bar, this is your recent tab, manage tab, so to-do list and all. So this is a dashboard. Every user can customize on its own, right? By default, you can even set up some customers on a, like when we are setting up the dashboard templates, right? You can use this dashboard template to set up for a bigger level of bigger crowd, like bigger people. Like you will be setting up that one template, publishing that template of dashboard, and every every end user in your company will be able to see the similar. But later on, they always have an option to change it a little bit as per their requirement. So I will be showing you that one also. It's just a brief in here, mentioned in here, right? So you can have the options to edit tiles. Tile setting options are available and all those things. Remove tile options are there. Manage, you can all tiles. So from a system perspective, you can say like Ariba allows maximum 5 tiles on a dashboard. Okay, so this, like people ask you question like how many tiles you can set up on a dashboard. So there's a limitation that maximum 5 tiles. Okay, so here you can see this, some of the like to-do content is there that contains almost like up to 50 approval requests, like you can see in the to-do list. So to-do is basically that what you need to work on, right? So there are two things. One is my task and another is to-do. So my task is more referred from the upstream perspective related activities, and to-do is more from the downstream related activities. Then you have recently viewed. So you can see this content displays the 5 most recently accessible. You have recently opened your contract, your sourcing project, your RFI, RFPs, anything. It will show from the recent views items from there. So it's easy to navigate. So these are some, like basically Ariba has provided these options from the access perspective, like easy access to the end users. Then you have the common actions in here. So what are the common actions you usually do, like creating the PR, creating the PO, sourcing project, sourcing request and all. So from that perspective, these things will be covered in that. Okay. Then, so you have the self-service requisitions, procure to pay. You can create the requisitions in here. You can have some automation also in there. If your approval flow is not there, the PO will get generated automatically. But if you're setting up some approval flow in there, then it will be wait for the approval to be processed. So these things will be covered when I will be showing you there. So you will be understanding like how these things in there. You have some automation related things like auto GR you can do. So for example, from the PR to PO perspective, as soon as you create your PR, you submit it and you have an approval. So after approval, automatically the PO will generate. The PO will send to the supplier. And if you set up a GR on an auto GR basis, the GR will automatically happen on a particular date. Basically, that's a lead date, lead time. Generally, we set up on that basis. So automatically a GR will happen. Supplier will submit the invoice. And if there's no issue in this invoice and it get a complete match with the PO and the receiving quantity, then it will automatically goes into the paying status. So you understand like only the part as an end user, you need to submit the PR. Rest, all the process will happen automatically in a manner. So these are some like based on the requirement of the client, how they want. So major part, if you see from the Ariba perspective, right, you will be in a constant touch with your client. You need to get the information. So whenever we discuss, even though if you see this, when we discuss with the client, so there's an activate methodology, prepare, explore, and all those phases are there in that, right? So the basic idea from your perspective is to first gather the information, how the customer want, what the customer want. From that perspective, you need to configure the system as per their requirement. And as it's a SaaS-based application, it's a cloud platform, right? So there are some limitations. It's not that like generally in ERPs and also you have the access to change all these coding and all, you can do something, right? Same way, but in Ariba, it's a limitation. You cannot change anything abruptly. You need to some of the places you have the restriction where you need to reach out to SAP Ariba, and SAP Ariba will suggest you how to perform this one, or it can be performed or not, because it's a cloud tool. That is a limitation of it here. So I will be showing you where the limitation comes into the picture and where you can have a little bit free hand to perform or to do something to the system. So I will be covering up those things also in the system. Okay, so that's one. Okay, Now let's go to the system. So first is Ariba introduction data. So let's discuss on the Ariba dashboard. Okay, what is the Ariba, this one and all. So how the dashboard works and how you can access it. So very first thing, you can see this is a URL. Whenever there's a URL will be given, you will be like entering and logging into this one. And from there you will be coming on. This is the welcome page, you can see the home page of SAP Ariba. Okay, generally you can set up these tabs on your own also, but you can see this like majorly the modules that you buy, you will get the access of those. So basic setup is always there in the Ariba. So here you can see this like a lot of things are there because it's a demo system. Okay, but here you can see contract, procurement, invoicing, catalog, product, and procurement, supplier management, everything in here. So this is how you will be seeing, like if you click on the procurement tab, it will show you more information from the procurement perspective, to do's and all these things, right? Now, as I said, right, you can configure these things, right? So here, if you see this action, I'll just click on this edit option. So you can see this current tab, you can configure these tabs in here. Okay, you can configure all these tabs in here and you can add something in here. But the basic what you are seeing in here, it comes from the dashboard management. Dashboard templates. Okay, so there are dashboard templates under the core admin and admin. So when we'll discuss the core admin, then I will be showing you that one. So here I'll just quickly show you that. So here is the dashboard manager. So this is like core admin. So we will be moving core admin part like continuously because a lot of things are being managed from here. Okay, so sorry, I opened this one. Dashboard manager here. Here, dashboard templates. I will be showing you once we'll discuss the core admin part. So these things are controlled from here, the basic of it, right? Then you can see these things you can remove and add in here, and you can have the tiles in here. So I think edit properties, revert tab. Let me see this. I'm just resetting my page in here now. So currently, let me see this, like maybe I'll just configure this one. So here you can see the ranking also works in this one. So rank 1 means like that is having more value in here. Okay, name, you can name this one. You can create a new template as per your own also. Creator, who is the group, like you can assign a particular group to this also. Like this particular group will be able to use it, and for this group it will be reflected like this way. Okay, and here you get the option to configure and delete. So first understand the very basic in here. Ariba functionalities like access, everything works on the whatever the roles has been assigned to you. So if you go in any company and all, if you are working on any Ariba module, right? If you're not seeing something here, right? That means you are missing some access. That is the 90% cases. Unless and until there is some issue with the system, you will be definitely having the less access. Same here, if you see here like this options I'm getting, right? These options are coming for me because I have the access. If you do not have access, you will not be able to see this, most of the things. So this is how you control like who can do what. I am getting this option to change these dashboard templates. So you can understand it. This is something little critical because end users are not that, you can say like very experienced on the Ariba platform. If you change something for their layout, they will say, so like everything is not working for us. What has happened and all, right? So generally from that perspective, you do not provide access to the people who are not actually related to that one, or they should be authorized to do that. So try to avoid, that is very important, and you will find it like when we work on these projects. So a limited access will be given to each and every person. Otherwise, if you give a full access to everyone, they might do something blunder. Like if you change something, you delete all templates and everything will be gone. You need to set up it again. Same happens for the templates, approval flows and all. If someone makes some big mistake in here, then it will impact. Because in Ariba, when you are testing something or you are working on something, right? When you buy Ariba, Ariba provides generally 2 realms. We call them realms. If I'll just write it here. So let me just put it here in this. Okay, I'll just put it here in this one. So Ariba basically provides 2 realms. We call them realms. One is production, and another is test. This is generally, okay? So like ERP system, where you have this development queue and all those departments, right? Then you can work on it, and you can move your changes from your quality to the development, and development or something development to quality, and then you can move them to the production, right? You move the transports in there. It is not like that way in Ariba. If you are doing some testing in Ariba, in in Testral in Ariba, you need to do and configure the same thing again in the production. Okay, so it's like more on a, you will be doing a work on a live system. So anything happens in that scenario, it impacts a lot, right? So for example, you are loading some data, account assignments, company codes, or GL accounts and all. And if you had done something wrong in there, you have loaded wrong file, or you deleted some data from there, then your whole system will be down. Like everyone will be facing error. Okay, so this is something very critical when you are working on the Ariba side. Okay, you cannot move something you tested in something, like you checked something in PR and all, that you want to move it into the production. You need to do it again in the production system. So therefore, the access will be given to a limited people. Not everyone will be allowed to do a lot of things. So this is where you get an opportunity, like you need to think over it, like how you want to give the access and all. So this is also like you suggested. See, when you go as an implementation partner, you are the better person to guide the customer. Even customer never know what is Ariba, they just bought it, right? So as an implementation partner, you need to guide them how to do these things and how you want to perform. Like I've seen it, right? Whenever you go for this workshop sessions, so client brings up all their end users and everyone, right? So that is not a good approach. It should be like train the trainer should be there. You need to have some key people from the business side. You need to guide them. You need to make them understand like how the system works, and let them communicate the same thing to the end user level. Okay. Otherwise, what will happen is everyone is coming in there. Everyone is trying to do something in here, and then it will be a mess. Okay. So now here you can see this. This is the template is there. If I just click on the configure in here. So you can see this. Now this is the dashboard, and you can see this return to administrator page, new template, editing option is coming in here. You can see this marks are coming in here, right? And these are the tiles. These are known as tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So these are the 4 tiles that you can see in here, right? We can manage these tiles. Okay. In a dashboard. So can simply click on this one, and you can see this edit tile settings, remove tile, manage all tile, and remove all tile. Okay, anyone, like you can click on any one of these tile, you can do this one, remove tile, manage tile and all. So you can click in here, you can see this, and you can click on it anywhere. So this is standard. So as I said, right, so generally this feature also comes to the users if they want to. Like you can see this like a little wrench type of icon is coming, is for the settings, configure tabs, so you can do this. Okay, now let me show you. So for example, I just remove this tile. Okay, remove tile. So I remove this one. Let it process this. Okay, so now again I'll just remove this one, remove tile. Now 3 tiles in here, right? Okay, now I'll try to remove one more. Let me make it remove tile. Okay, now 2 tiles here. Okay, now let me go back. Let me here, let me manage all tiles. Okay, this is how you can do this. Simply click on manage all tiles, and this is how it will be coming on this one. So you can see this. These are some available tiles by Ariba. Okay, you can see this. These are the name of the tiles, pinned items, my contact request and all. So you will see here like all these things are here. And here you can read maximum 5 tiles per dashboard. So this is a limitation. You can see this. If your customer says, I want more tiles in here, you cannot create it on your own. Okay, you cannot create, like if says your supplier, your customer says, I want 10 tiles per dashboard. Okay, so that is not possible. So from our side, it's not possible. The next step is anything. So first you need to provide your input. If the customer still says, no, we do not trust, like we want some confirmation. So the next step is to reach out to SAP Ariba customer support. I'll write it here. So generally you will find that in the like in any project, SAP Ariba customer support. Sorry, I'll just spell in customer support. Okay, we reach like generally when you are before go live, and also they assign a generally a project manager from the SAP ERP side. But in case if your project is already went live, then you will be raising a SR, service request. We call it a service request. Nowadays it's like being referred to as a case. Nowadays we refer this as a case. This happens via Connect. Ariba Connect. We call it a Ariba Connect. I think I can. So this access will only be given generally when you are getting an Ariba realm. Okay, so here if I can possibly show you that also. Let me see this. Ariba Connect. Yeah, so this is connect.ariba.com. So this is the portal from where you will be raising the SR. So basically what happens is, these are all process. These are all process from a management perspective, as a project management perspective, or like you will be guiding to the customer also, right? So in this one, this is SAP Ariba Connect. Whenever you are going into the for any implementation, all right, customer will be given DSC rights. DSC rights is mentioned here. Let me put it here. DSC. DSC, that is designated support contact. Sorry, support contact. Okay, DSC, that is the full form for DSC. So what is a DSC? Basically what happens is, whenever you are buying this Ariba module, Ariba provides you a DSC access. We call it a DSC. So you can allocate 3% in your company as a DSC. Those people will be having the access to raise the SR case to the Ariba directly. Okay, not everyone can raise an SR. It's a DSC persons who are there who can raise the SR to the SAP Ariba. So Ariba generally provides 3 contacts. I'm not sure like if they have increased that one, but generally the minimum they provide, like maximum they provide 3 people from the any company that you have bought it. So you can give 3 names, that these 3 people will be given a DSC access. Any of the 3 people, anyone can raise an SR, or you can say open a case in case of any query. So for example, take an example of this scenario, right? Where you are having this one, but you can say like 5 tiles. Your customer say, no, we want 10 tiles. Now, you know, like as per your understanding, that is what maximum Ariba provides, but still like customer is not little bit satisfied. They want the answer from Ariba itself, right? So in that scenario, you will be raising an SR to the customer on this one, and you will be mentioning that, can this be possible to increase the maximum tiles per dashboard to 10? And if they say no, then it can't be done. That is very straightforward. Like this is how the project manager works, right? If Ariba is saying that they cannot do this, then it can't be done. You need to either find out some workaround, like any other way and all. But from this perspective, if you want like only exactly this way, then it cannot be done. Okay, so this is how these things works in this way. So you can see this currently, like here you can see my requisitions, my receipt, these 2 tiles are there. You can even remove that also, see simply. So once you remove it, does not like it goes away. It comes here in this one, right? Let me remove this, my requisition, okay, and my receipts. Okay, and if you see this, my requisitions come in here and my receipts will be somewhere here in this one. Okay, so this way it will come in here and you click done. So here it is. So it gone. Now edit content or something like here, you can see this, revert to tab, and here compare to default setting, add content and everything. You can see this here. So add content. In this one, you click in here, current tab. So this is the current tab. So on each tab, you can configure whatever you want to see. For each tab, you can configure. So here, current tab, add content in here. So here you can see this. These are the options coming in here. Click and drag the content items. So this dashboard is completely like changeable. You can do that. So here, for example, you have Ariba discovery announcement, all those things you can do that. So done in here. I think I came out of it, right? Okay, let me go back to the template there. dashboard templates. I can show you there from there. So which one we were discussing here? This one, I think, right? Configure. I'll just show you this. So this one. So here we'll go here, manage all tiles in here. Now here nothing is here. I want to add some tiles. Look, for example, event status. Let's select it. It will come in here. I can select maximum 5 tiles, any my 5 tiles. So for example, I go for my invoices, maybe sourcing projects, or my task, or maybe I'll just select my task. So how many? 4. As soon as I will be selecting 5th, all these options will be grayed out. Grayed out means you cannot select them. So let me show you. Like just I'm selecting, I think, expiring contracts. See this, all are got grayed out. Now though no option is coming for me to select because I have completed my 5. If you remove any, it will again select. Options are coming. Okay, so this is how you will be able to perform this one, and click done. So once you click done in here, so it's always moving in here. So I just need to go back in there, in the template configuration. Yeah, so you can see this, all the tiles are coming now here. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, similar way. Yes, please.
Yeah, Jay. So this is dashboard is setting up for your user, right? So I want to means set up same dashboard for all the users. How can we do that?
Yes. So here, see this template that you are putting up in here, right? So this will be coming by default for all the users. So that is why we are setting up the template. Individual user can also do. So this is return to admin page. Sorry. Now you can see here, this is what we are doing it for the template level. So what will happen is this rank plays an important role, and here you can assign some group also. The people from belongs to this group and all, they will be seeing the template like this. So you can have multiple dashboards here, templates, and based on the group also, you can see here edit. Okay, so here this is a customer admin one. I'm going to edit this one. So here you can see this groups. You can choose not multiple, only single. So for example, peoples are from the like asset manager group. So most probably the asset team will be having requirement to see some tiles related to from the more on the asset perspective, right? So you can set up a template for that, and you can select this one. So what will happen is asset manager team, the people who will be having the asset manager role will be able to see this template. Like by default, this template will be coming on their dashboard. So this way you can choose and assign to a separate, like one people is from the invoicing team, they want to have a different set of template, and one team is from there. That way you can define it. So they have the individual access for that one, so they can do that. That is what, so here, okay, let me go back here. If I go here now on my home page. So this is template. If you publish it, that will work. So now you can see this. This is my dashboard. Okay. And here you can see this. I can minimize and I can delete this item. But they can restore it. So restore, revert tab to the default setting. So whatever the default setting will be there, right? Basically what you have set up for the template level, they can again come back on this. Okay. Or if they want to add some more content to this one, so they can do this one. So you allow them, like, so basically if you allow them, so they can do it, but it will not impact the template. Remember, this will be only on an individual level, like only for me. It will not be impacting the other users template or the main template that you designed. It will not impact that. Okay, so this is part from the...
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary focus of SAP Ariba? Option A, Human Resource Management. Option B, Customer Relationship Management. Option C, Supply Chain Management. Option D, Financial Accounting. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hello, future SAP Ariba Maestro. Ready to elevate your procurement game? Dive into our SAP Ariba self-paced course on Teachable, where expertise meets flexibility. Unlock the secrets of SAP Ariba at your own pace. From requisition to payment, we've got you covered. Explore our comprehensive course description, follow a structured curriculum, meet your seasoned instructor, and hear what fellow learners say in glowing testimonials. Why us? Because our experts crafted this course with your success in mind. They're here to guide you every step of the way, ensuring you grasp the ins and outs of SAP Ariba effortlessly. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the impact. Plus, our course won't break the bank. It's an affordable opportunity to master SAP Ariba. Ready to boost your procurement prowess? Enroll now on our course page. Visit ZaranTech's website for the full training details. Let's kickstart your SAP Ariba journey together.
Yeah, so ranking is from the perspective like you have a multiple templates, right? So the ranking will be placed like whichever the ranking is there on the top, it will be reflected and you will be using that for the multi. So for example, if I show here this one, you have the ranking here, core admin, dashboard templates. So you are having multiple templates in here, right? And you are not using, see here, none and none. So in this case, if you have published this one and you have published another one, then which will be so? So it will be decided based on the rank. Okay, so this happens that multiple times we are using. So this is generally to avoid this one. So as we recommend, the recommendation is always just keep it a one single template or having the specific template to the groups and all. But sometimes you can say like everyone has their own requirement and also they sometimes do this one. So keep a ranking in there, that perspective. To get this to be assigned to a particular in the same scenarios there. No, we need to first publish it. Without publishing the whatever the changes we have done it, right? It will not reflect to the like the latest version. So basically the version. So if you see like the current version is published as 2, and we are still editing the 3. So whatever I have done till now, right? It will not be getting like reflected at the end user level because we have not published it. So publishing is always important in this part. Yes, I'm using the first one because I'm from the customer support admin group. So this is how I will be getting it into this one. Okay. Here you have the themes also. So generally like nothing much on the theme side because Ariba generally provide only two themes here. I think one is a blue theme and the light theme. So just the color, how it looks it. So that's the only theme coloring and a little bit themes is being designed by the Ariba. So I think if you click on the light theme, it will change to a light here. The color will be changing here. So it's nothing much. Yeah. So you can see this. I think it is coming like little light. Let me go in here. Yes, you can. This is now it's coming little light color. If you go to the dark theme, it will come little dark. So this is just from the like a little bit on the decoration part. If I just go in here, I'll change it to the dark theme, blue theme in here, save it. So now you can see this, it is little dark coming in here. See, grays and all these things are coming. So this is from that perspective. Okay. So this is how you generally like configure your dashboard. You can design your dashboards and all. Okay, so this is how you will see your dashboard. So you can see this these options for creating your requisition, sourcing project, sourcing request, contract workspace, anything you want to create in here. Generally, you will be referring to the create option. Okay, then you have manage. You need to manage any core admin. You can see like I'm moving multiple times because if you want to manage something, you are basically for managing admin part, core admin part, to do task, everything you need to do under the manage part. And here your recent whatever the recent thing, you can see this, whatever the recent documents we have opened will be referring in here. The same thing, create, manage, recent is given in here. So you can see this common actions, create, manage, and here is the recent. So this is nothing but the same thing which you are seeing here is here, but this is more from the perspective that it's easy. It's easy from the user perspective that they can move here also navigation. Basically, you can say like user help, like it's a more user-friendly navigation being designed and created by the Ariba. Okay, and this is your standard search bar. This is your standard search. So here, whatever the things you want to search in the system, annual report, catalog, contract, workspace, all those things. So you can choose anything from here, and then you can put the ID or keywords. And also, for example, if you want to search a sourcing project, so you need to put the title, ID, or any other item. Or if you want to search a purchase order or requisition, so you need to put the title, either the title or either the ID. You can search with anything. Okay, then you click on this blue icon, it will give you the option for that, and you can search it. Something like, if you just click it, so it will show you the, like from this perspective filter will come, and you want to search for particular this date created, you search it. So it will come in here. So this is like basic search. You can say like the basic standard search. If you want to search anything from your home page, you will be able to search like this way. So you can search anything which is in here. Okay, this standard, like, so this is basic. You can say like the basic standard dashboard, how you navigate, how you work on this one. So creating everything from here, you can create the same thing from here. Recently, you have some document, my to-do task. So you can see like my documents in here, requisitions 3, project 2 and all. And you can see here in this one, my to-do task, receiving this much and all. So approve, you need to approve something here. So all those things you can see from here. It will give you a basic access of the information on your dashboard. Okay.
Yeah, Jay, one more question. Like,
yes, please.
I just wanted to, log in on behalf of, the other user.
Yes.
So is it possible?
Yes, that
so
is
just to check the, the templates are correctly published or not in that group.
Okay, so yes, first there are two. So the question that you asked, having two, like basically two, you can say like two functionalities. Basically, if I can say, first is if you want to access as a someone else, that is being done in Ariba via delegation. Let me write it this way. Here you can do the delegation. So the person, for example, if person is going on leave, okay, so for 1 week he need to delegate. So we call this a user delegation. So in this one, you will be having two people like delegatee and delegator. So delegator is the person who's going on leave, and delegatee is the person who will be taking care in absence of him or her. Okay, so that is how the delegate. So this is known as user delegation. So I will be covering up that one also for this one. And the second part that you said, right? Can you check the template? If that person will be having the authorization and access, then only you can use that. If that person also doesn't have the authorization or access to check the templates and all, then you will not be able to see that part. Okay, so authorization plays a very important role in Ariba. Like only the roles and authorization, if you have, then only you will see the particular things in the Ariba. Okay, so delegation basically like you will be able to do the things which other person is already doing, like what he's doing in a day-to-day life, like what are the accesses he will be having. So once he's going on leave, he can make you the delegatee, and you will be, when you are logging in there, so system generally asks you that you want to access as your name or the other person who is delegated to you. So you click on that person's name and you will be acting as. So behalf delegator, you will be act as everything what he is be able to do it, you will be able to do that. Okay, so delegation usually have it for a particular period of time and all. So everything is there. I will be showing you that one also. Okay. Now, so so I hope like dashboard perspective, everything is fine. So how to see all these things. So here you can see some reports are also will be there. Okay, so that thing I will be showing you, like you can put some reports on the dashboard also. I will be, once we will be discussing the reporting part, I will be showing you that one also. Okay, so I think this is all from the introduction perspective of Ariba, and I hope everything is like from the basic side and the introduction is clear, like how we perform all these activities and all. And one more thing I just want to add, like when you will be going it for any implementation projects and all, right? So generally, if you see like mostly the people which follow is the activate methodology. Okay, so Ariba activate methodology. Okay, so basically in this one, what happens is you have the 4 phases: prepare, explore, and all. So in that one, you first do have a like first you assign the project manager to this one, and then later on you will be having like some requirement gathering sessions in there. Then you have some deploy phase, like after having your go live and all. So the process is like basically the main objective is whatever the current client have as is process. Okay, as is, you need to first do a as is what is their as is process, and what is going to be like their, if I say like to be. So you will be understanding their requirement. From the requirement perspective, you will be getting the knowledge from them, like you will be getting their process understanding, and then you will be suggesting them like, yeah, this can be done. So for example, if I say, right, sourcing project, okay, they want that the sourcing projects to be having this much particular RFPs and RFIs in your template, because they are following that one. So like they generally follow the RFP and then the follow-on RFP. So these kind of requirements when it comes, right? So you need to say that the fit gap analysis, you will be doing it. Yes, we can cater this requirement and we can provide this. Like we can configure these things in Ariba. Okay, they will definitely say like, this is what we are following it currently with our legacy system or existing system or orthodox, whatever the method they are using till now. Okay, or any other system. They will come in with that information. As an implementation partner, that your job is also from the perspective that you suggest something which is a best practice in the market. Okay, so as an implementation partner, you will be suggesting them something like, yes, obviously the end result, or you can say the end, what you can say, the decision is always with the client. But as a good implementation partner, that we will always suggest something which is better and which is being used by the market leader or industry leaders, and you can get a benefit out of it. Okay, so we generally conduct a workshop. We show them the Ariba, this tool, what are these features in there and all those things in there. And there are some technical team, or like you can say some key users from the client side will be there. They will be putting up some questions to you, like, can this be done in this one or not, and all. So these things is, you need to explain them. You need to give the confidence to the customer that yes, this can be done in Ariba and this cannot be done in Ariba. So this is very important. Why I'm explaining these things, because these are very important, because later on the stage, these are the major hiccups happens. Like customer says you have committed something, you're not delivering that. Okay, so always it's better to have that clarity what you are going to configure. As I said, right, Ariba is a SaaS based application, cloud platform, so you have some limitation. So generally customer is always in a, you can say like in the mindset that whatever we are going, like we are paying for this and whatever we request, it should be done. Okay, but there always are some limitations. You can try the workaround to satisfy the requirement, but still some of the things sometimes get stuck because of that. Okay, because of the system limitations and all. So those things you need to be having a better understanding at the initial phase, so that you and the customer will be on the same page and they understand, yes, there are some limitations for the cloud-based systems. Okay, so this is how we generally like suggest everyone whenever you go for an implementation projects and all. Okay, quickly let me show you this one. Yeah, I think sorry, I missed this one. It was there in this one here. So just let me put it in the slide. So this is an overview. So it's not a very like it's something you should like pinpoint on this one, but just like overview. So here, if you see this is a basic architecture from a SAP product perspective. It's given by that. Okay, but you can take this one in this manner. So this is, you can see these are our modules: Ariba, sourcing, contract management, and all. So just refer briefly, and this is something more on a, you can say like downstream side, buying and invoicing. Okay, so you can see this is Ariba. This is what we are going to cover. Okay, this Ariba is going to be integrated via this middleware with any ERP. So currently here in the diagram, it's just for the reference, it's showing your SAP products, all your SAP products, right? But this Ariba system is integrated with this ERP system via this middleware. And remember, this middleware could be any. It's not mandatory to go for CIG. It's people generally go for CIG because like like you have both sides your ERP systems as Ariba, like so SAP products. So generally it's better to go for the CIG because SAP CIG provides some basic configurations already from the HANA, like whatever the ERP tools of SAP already are there. So it's easy to integrate also. Okay, but in case if you are going for something, so you can have middleware system, something different also. In market, you can see like iPass is there, Dell Boomi is there, or there are multiple middleware systems are available. It's just that you need to have a little bit more effort on that to integrate the systems. Okay, so these things can be changed. It's not like very hard and fast that it should be always CIG. And same way, this ERP system can be changed. Like you can have your PeopleSoft, Oracle, any other system. Okay, but yes, if it's an SAP tool, then definitely it's easy to integrate because SAP design. So this is very basic that every company who's designing something their own, they will definitely design in a manner that they can integrate with their systems easily. Right, so these are all SAP systems here, the ERP systems here, and these are also Ariba systems, SAP system, and SAP itself designed a CIG. So these things are basic that they will be designing something which is more easy to integrate when their own systems are in place. Okay, so this is how you will be able to see these information. This is how the data basically connects or like your system get connected. Now here you can see this is your Ariba network. So you can see this suppliers. All the communications happens to the suppliers will be via Ariba network. Okay, so this is what it is like. Ariba network is there in the place, and you are communicating anything from the supplier, so it will be always with via the Ariba network. Okay, so this is what, as I said, right? See, Ariba network plays a very important, right? It's like as I gave you the example, right? You want to communicate to any other person via mobile, so you need to dial some number, and the call get connected via the network of any particular cellular mobile network, right? Airtel, Idea, like that way. So same way, Ariba network also maintains that, and this is like completely maintained by Ariba itself. They give us a peak, like there's another access of Ariba buyer network, we call that one. So from that you can get a little peak on it. So there are some things are there that you can change it. But this is how the suppliers, whenever you are sending any document, so there are some information which goes to the supplier via ANIDs and all, they get a unique number. So I will be explaining that when we create this SLP, right? Under the SLP and all, you will be finding out how these things works in it. Okay, so I will be showing you that process. But this is the overall. So why I want to show you is like this is the overall architecture. Now brief, if you understand how the Ariba, where the Ariba stands, where the middleware stands, how the ERPs are there, how the suppliers are there. So this is a basic, just to understand that how and where the systems are placed when you are trying to connect with something else. Okay, just want to show you like brief idea on this one. Okay, so let's discuss this one, overview of the SLP in here. So Ariba SLP provides your ability to self-managing your banking information, company address, details, other relevant information. So all these information you can gather from the supplier via the SLP process. Okay. So all who need to use SLP, supplier needs to use SLP to maintain their own data. Existing supplier will be required to complete initial setup. So basically like need SLP. So rather than more on a supplier perspective, we can say like it is more benefitable from our perspective as a customer, as a buyer, you can say, because buyer need to have all the details of the supplier to, you can say like to authenticate anyone. So right, in the market, you will see that a lot of suppliers are there, right? How you authenticate a supplier? Just by name or just by from the website, you will not see, right? Because every day new suppliers are coming and a lot of suppliers are not very good, right? They have some blacklisted from some other companies and all. They have some issues with the other companies also. So what you use is you try to do your due diligence before adding that supplier in your Ariba network, or you can say Ariba database. Okay. So from that perspective, you need to have like a lot of, for example, if I give you an example, if you go in a normal way, if you want to buy, for example, if you want to buy a laptop or a mobile, just take an example. What you will do, you will go into the market, you will check for some shops. So if you want to buy some general product, you will go for some authorized seller, right? Who's the authorized retailer or something. You cannot buy something just from the like corner of the road, right? Any shop is there who's providing you laptop and all. You're not sure whether they are correct or not. They are providing the genuine products or not, right? So you do your due diligence whenever you are buying anything. The same thing applies here in this one. When you are using this SLP, you need to have something like a proper documentation. So this SLP supports you this way that you can buy, like you can ask the particular set of questionnaire. You can ask the particular set of documents which you are looking for. Okay. So this is basically specific to the customer, basically you can say what you want to check So generally what happens is, if I give you an example, like people create a go no go criteria. People create a go no go criteria. So they keep some standard set of questionnaires which has been like prepared by the vendor team or where supplier management team. They like after analysis and all, they put like these are the particular questionnaires. When the supplier answers to these and they provide these information, then only we are going to accept that supplier in our database. Okay, so these are some process that you need to define. The same process you need to map as a questionnaires into the SLP. Okay, so that is where we comes the supplier request and registration. Okay, these are the two major part of it. So there, this is where you will be coming into the picture. You are putting all these things into the system. Okay, so this is how we use for the SLP. So if you see, I will be showing you both the aspects, right? Like if you not using SLP also. So just be there. Like if you are not using SLP, still you can use the suppliers. It's not like if you're not using SLP, how the suppliers will be coming into the system, right? For example, some company just using the sourcing module. They do not need SLP. They are not dealing into very common, they are into simple FMCG products, right? Like daily use of shampoo and Maggies and all those things, right? They do not need any supplier who's like having they are dealing with the retailers. So they do not need anything on a specific side for that side. Okay, any complicated documentation or something, they don't need it. So in that scenario, what will happen is they will not use SLP. Okay, most probably, like that is an assumption, right? So in that scenario, what will happen is you still have to onboard the supplier. You need to still have the suppliers in your system. So how you do that? So there's another way of doing that. I will be showing you that also. So, but understand the perspective from all, like if you are using SLP, then how you will be loading the suppliers and what exactly you are trying to achieve with the SLP. Okay, so SAP will provide the benefits for the Western Power, both Western Power and its suppliers, improve efficiency in data maintenance, visibility of expiring information, electronic email notification, supplier data quality, reduce Western Power supplier carbon footprint, less paper being used, ability to utilize the Ariba system electronic. So all these informations. So majorly all the electronic, first of all these things are like electronic. You just need to have nothing to print, simply like nothing to print. If anything required from the supplier side, supplier can simply attach it as a file and send it to you. You need to just download it, or even though if you do not want to download, just be there in that system. Okay, the data will always be there in the system. Okay, so this is how the SLP deliver, and all these things will be helpful. Key capabilities: integration with SAP Ariba procurement, consistency through the source to pay process, maintaining like portals of the Ariba network. Supplier also is there. So there's another portal of the supplier which suppliers can access and supplier can log in. Okay, qualification, segmentation, workflows, we can set it up on this one. So these things also be there. If any response is coming from the supplier, we can set up the approval flow on that. Okay, so these are some basic of overview. You can say this from the overview of SLP. Okay, so SLP is being used by company only, right? But it's kind of linked whenever you are sending any request, right? So it, for example, when you are onboarding a supplier, okay, it will be sending a link to register them on the Ariba network. That is also like, you can say, like a supplier network. SLP is part of our side only. Okay, but it's kind of linked with the suppliers, you can say the supplier portal also. So the supplier portal, if I say here, right, for any supplier in the market in the world, okay, they are using this standard URL. For supplier to log in on Ariba portal, Ariba network, Ariba supplier portal, this is basic URL. Ariba, supplier.ariba.com. Supplier.ariba.com. If you search on the Google, like HTTPS comes in front of it. Otherwise, this is the standard URL. Okay, so if you click in here, see this supplier login. This is the page. Okay, so kind of what happens is when I'm going to, like, I will be performing. So how we will be performing is like, I will be adding all of you guys as a supplier. because I will be and then please save your, like, you will be setting up of your this test account. This is a test account, okay? And I will be requesting everyone to use your email ID, like which do not have already an earlier account. Otherwise, it will be like little mix and all those things, right? It will create like that kind of a little issue in that one. So please do not like use that one, okay? So that perspective. So what will happen is then you will be like as I said, like this will be a more of a workshop. So you will be filling up the information. I will be receiving that information. So I will be showing you how the complete cycle works, like how I'm going to start the supplier request from my side and how you guys going to register on the Ariba network as a supplier. And then you are going to respond to a particular questionnaires that I'm sending. So that will be required at that level, as well as that will be required in future also, that once you will be doing this RFIs, RFPs, auctions, contract negotiation. So in that perspective, this also be required and will be used. Okay. So this is more of a workshop training. So that I will be requesting you to have this one. So this is what I'm referring it. So this is you can see this register now. So as a supplier, anywhere in the world, if you are using this one, you will be using this standard URL for all the suppliers. Then they will be logging in here and they will be registering in here. Okay. So there are two things. One is, you can see this is buyer portal. Okay. So please do not get confused here between the buyer and supplier. Now we are talking about two portals. Okay. This is buyer. This is our. Okay. As a company, we are bought this one. And this is supplier portal. But remember, like, for example, if I take an example like Dell. Okay, Dell laptop, Lenovo and all these people are providing the laptops, okay, in the market. These are company, and they have the supplier. Who's the supplier for them? Intel. Intel itself is a big organization, right? But they can be supplier to the Dell, even though Intel is quite big from that perspective. So Dell is a company and Intel can be the supplier for chips for the laptops. Same way, it's using this here. Any company who's using this one, it's like they can be having buyer also, they can be having supplier, but for the supplier portal, they need to have a separate portal. Okay, so any communications will be happening, will be there with this supplier portal. So if you guys will be getting this one, so you will be always using this supplier.ariba.com. So like from the Google, you can just search it supplier.ariba.com. It will open you this first page and it will come in here like this. So this is standard. Like, so Ariba has made it a little simpler to the supplier perspective, that simple URL is there to use it. So this is supplier and this is our buyer side. Okay, fair enough. So, okay, let me see this in here. What is there? Okay, so, okay. Now let me give you like when we do this. So in the SLP side, if I go for SLP side, right? So let me put it here. Okay, so okay, maybe a little bit bigger. So when we talk about the SLP, right? So SLP, the supplier request, the first thing we'll be doing is the supplier request. Now, so why? Okay, so first of all, why we're using SLP? Because whenever you are working on anything, right, you need two people, right? When you want to buy something, you want to sell something. What we are doing it here is buying and selling. So if what you need a buyer and a supplier. That's why we picked up the first. So buyer we have, now we are looking for the supplier. So that's why we are using first. We are initiating, like we are starting with the SLP first. Let our system have some buyers, even though like it's already there, but like take an example, like let's have some suppliers first. We'll be using those suppliers to do the business. So when we talk about the SLP, the first thing comes is the supplier request. Sorry. Okay, the supplier request. Supplier request is an internal process. Okay, it's an internal process, generally, right? Internal process in the sense, right? For example, take an example. Okay, like if anyone is there who can give me an example, like if anyone has been dealt with any kind of procurement activity, anyone. So generally, how the way you communicate with the supplier. You like onboard you find out some supplier in the market. So for example, you went some some exhibition and all. There you find out some supplier. And so how you generally work with them, like if you want to initiate something with him. So any example, like it's nothing I'm asking to very pinpoint, a brief overview on that one. So in this process, what you can say, like the internal process. So you find out first, you have met this supplier. He has given you your visiting card. You had quite a few minutes of discussion with him. Like he mentioned you that he deals into these things and all. So he gave you like some basic pamphlet and all those things of him, right? Now, you think like after a particular period of time, after 1 month or all, you find out like this, we getting some similar requirement that I met a supplier in that exhibition. Now, in this scenario, what will happen is you have the basic information of that supplier, right?
Yes.
So basic information, like you can say the name of that person and email address of that person, or some basic information like you can say like address or something like he's from Maharashtra or Gujarat or anywhere of the India, right? That kind of thing, right? So you have the basic information. So what you will do is, so in the supplier request, this is the basic part we cover. You will be initiating the supplier request. We'll say supplier request. First, what we do is we basically raise an supplier request, and in this one we will be mentioning only the basic details of it, and this request we will be sending. You can configure it. Again, I'm saying it, you can configure this and you will be sending this information to your internal, either your vendor master team or whoever team who's taking the decisions. Yes. Vendor team or supplier management team who's taking the decision whether these kind of suppliers will be supplier management team, whether this can be added in our database, or this kind of supplier, whether we can add it on an initial level. Remember, this is very initial level. So that is what we do in the supplier request, the very basic part. Okay. After this one, once this internal process happens, then we come to the registration process, and in registration process, we will be asking every information from the supplier. Okay. Then even when we perform this supplier request, you can configure in a manner that supplier even not aware that we have initiated something to add him in our Ariba database. Okay, so this is what happens in the supplier request. So let me, if I show you here quickly here. So on this platform, when you see in here on this platform here, so you can see this right hand side. So as I said, whenever you need to create anything, you will be going here in this one, create, and here you can see this supplier sourcing request, sourcing project. You are not able to see anything. Click on more. So sometimes everything doesn't come in here in the one place. You need to click on more, and you will see that all the options will come in front of you. Now here we need to find out where supplier request. Here as you can see supplier request. Click on it. Okay, let it come. Okay, this is your supplier request form. Okay, now here just quickly go through it. You can guys see in this one. This is your supplier request form. Okay. So currently what we are doing is, this is I'm showing you from an end user perspective. Okay, remember this. This is what I'm doing is, this is from the end user perspective. If someone asks you in the company, like I got this detail, please take this visiting card or some basic information about this person, and please add this supplier in our, like start this supplier onboarding process in SLP. Very straightforward requirement. I hope like everyone is clear with the requirement. You met some supplier in the market, you got some basic information about it, and you came in the office and you gave this information to your maybe some junior resource who's generally take care of the creating of this end user activity. So you will give him like, please start the onboarding process of this supplier. Now, what is that process? This is that process that the first is he will be creating a supplier request here. So this form, he will be filling it with the supplier name, supplier legal name, and all these information. Now, see here, the part from the implementation also comes into picture here. Now, this form which you are seeing here, okay, this form, who creates it? Who manages this form? Where it is coming? All this information. So this is basically, see, this thing is internal, our internal company matter. Okay, so like we still not like connected with the suppliers. Okay, so this is our own system here, and this all this information that we are seeing in here, right? It's coming from the templates. Okay, and as I mentioned initially, right, in the starting, that who maintains the template? Admin, or you can say the implementation team, or generally the team who hand over like the key members, right? Generally, so to whom you have given the access for configuration and all, those team maintain the templates. So this, all this information that you are seeing in here, right? This is coming from the template. And as an implementation partner, you will be managing this one. And as an implementation partner, you can change each and every question. So basically, these are nothing but question. I'm referring this as a question because when we'll discuss the template part, you will see these are like considered as a question in the template label. That's why I'm referring them as a question. Okay. So these questions, whatever you are seeing on this page, can be configured. Configured in the sense you do not want these questions, you can delete all of them. You can delete complete all of them. You want some different question, you can get a different question also. You want to change this question, so you want say like supplier name is no, I want here vendor name. You can do that also. But like not you actually, the implementation guy or whoever handling the, you can say that like in a more simpler manner, whoever handling the template part in your company, who have given the access, who has the access of editing the templates. So you can completely change this one, everything. So if you do not want itself, as I said, right, you do not want this complete, all these 3-4 options at all, you can remove all this.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So these things are there in this one that you can configure these things in here. So this is what the difference is, right? So understanding the difference, right? I understand your concern, like they're having a little different, but here, like the customization. So basically that's form questionnaires, customization, approval flow customization, all will be a part of the implementation. Implementation team or the team who's managing the configuration in the company, right? They can do these changes. They can manage it. So you can control this completely. You can even set the answer type. For example, if I show you here something, see this agreed payment terms. So you can make this as a question also, or you can make an answer as yes and no. So this is the benefit, right? See, generally, if you take an example of whenever you are discussing with a supplier, right? You say supplier, you say to the supplier, right? What is your payment term? What happens is generally, I'm telling you in a very layman language, what happens? The supplier says, sir, I generally give 90% to everyone, 90 advance. I generally take advance to everyone, every customer. But as you are a premium customer, you can give me on, like I can give you 30 days of time. You need to pay me in 30 days after delivery. Okay, like this is the way they talk, right? But you can say, no, we have a firm policy. We will be paying you in 60 days or 90 days. You need to choose. Okay, so you will not be negotiating. So again, he will be coming, no, sir, I want to pay. I cannot pay this one. You can please negotiate on 45 and all. So you do not want that. That again, to and fro discussion and all those negotiation. So these kind of things you can see agreed. Here you can write agreed 30 days payment terms. Yes or no, simple. Supplier will be choosing any one thing in here. You are not giving him an option because you have many what you can say, like you have like a lot of database, and supplier generally agrees to the customer requirement unless and until the supplier itself is a very big one something. Otherwise, you can ask these kind of questions. So you are trying to remove what is an ambiguity in the process. You need to discuss. You need to put it there, right? So that kind of information you can remove if you want. Otherwise, you can still keep it open. If you want, what is your payment term? You keep it a text box like this one. These are all text box. So the supplier can write anything in here. But this is I'm talking about from the internal perspective. So let's first discuss the internal perspective of the registration part. I will be explaining this more, where you will be communicating with the supplier and you can set up this one. First, we are discussing the supplier request process, where I will be putting up all these information in here and you will be setting up these things as per your own requirement. So this is end user perspective, but the part of the implementation I will be covering up also. That will be when we discuss the implementation part. Then I will be showing you the templates and all, how you set up, how the approval flow works. So after this submission, approval flow will be coming in here. So how that thing comes and all. So those things I will be showing you also. Basically, at the template table, I'll be explaining you this one because Ariba has kind of like Ariba supplier request and registration process is kind of a standard. Process is a standard. You cannot keep changing the process for one supplier to different process, another supplier to, but you can ask some questions. You can put some conditions on the question and you can have these questions specifically to the particular, what you can say, like particular supplier. So for example, you have one question for Indian customer and one is for foreign. Okay, so that kind of conditions and setup can be done in this form, request form. But the process perspective will always be remain same. So I will be showing. So this thing will be getting more clear once we discuss the template part. So please wait for some time. Once we discuss the template part, that thing will be more clear from the process perspective. Okay, so basically what we need to do is we need to manage. So generally what we do is like in the core admin, you can do in there. And or if you want like here, if you see this here, you can add here also. So you add new tab. Like, so generally, like, as I said, right, this option is that for settings. And here, if you click on it and you coming here, tab set options here, add new tab. So once you this tab, so your new tab, so you can give the name of your tab, anything like testing tab or something like that. So that you can give in here. Okay. And then you can like, you can pull all the information, whatever information you want to see on that particular tab. So from here, you can see this. Now, if you drag any, for example, I drag calendar. So it will come here like, so you can keep it here, this side or this side. So this is like user interface, like where you want to keep. Yeah. So this is how you can, so it's a like easy process. So these are the like, we can say like the functionality is being provided to every user. Like they can do these things. They can perform this activity. So for example, I add action tiles. So these are your tiles coming in here. And if you want to add some my documents, so my documents are coming. So this way, whatever information you are looking for on a particular page, you can like on a particular tab. So you can add that tab. Okay. So how to connect the suppliers? Okay. So supplier managed lists are there. So supplier enablement services are there. Supplier self nominations are there whenever you are getting the supplier. So you can connect with the supplier. So there are multiple ways to connect, either SLP or you can load the data into the system. There are other aspects also come into the picture, like you need to set up some communication with the supplier. So like there are multiple ways which you will be connecting. So here we will be discussing the SLP. In the SLP, the process that we are going to discuss is the supplier request. So here you can see this match analysis, basically analyze your vendor master lists, determine what all the suppliers available on the Ariba network. So from this perspective that as I mentioned right yesterday, that there's an Ariba discovery also is there. So basically like Ariba has put a lot of effort to give you a supplier database or to get an easy connection with the suppliers. Okay. So from that perspective, if you see like these are the things that has been introduced by Ariba. Enablement services are there. Like you can outreach the suppliers, you can communicate with suppliers. So when I will be showing you here, right, you can, in most of the cases, like for RFIs, RFPs and all, you do not need even your communication channel, like your email, your mobile or phone, like to communicate it. The dashboards, the messaging services are already enabled on the Ariba platform, from via that you can specifically talk to the suppliers also. And all these things will get recorded in there. So understand from that perspective, like for example, someone has negotiated something, someone has done some RFI, RFPs or something, and he communicated something via his own personal email or like say official email. Now that person left the organization. Now in that scenario, it will be hard to find out something on a backdated, right? Like how to find out his emails, where he has done it, or he has left the organization. So how to find it out. So from that, all these perspective, the Ariba here provides you kind of an additional, like you can say some features in there where you can communicate specific to that particular project in that one. So, and that information, that communication will always remain there. So anywhere, like anyone who wants to access that, want to check that in the future course of action, right? So they can always check it because that information will remain there in the system and you can access it anywhere in the world. So same document, same RFI number, RFP number, or something like these things, the supplier request and all, whatever information you are seeing here in region, this region, you can check the same in the US. For example, you are deployed tomorrow in the New Zealand or some other country, right? Like that way. So in that scenario, what will happen is the same system you are accessing here, the same system you can access there. The same information that you are able to see in here, you can access in there also. So that is the benefit of it. So data latency is not there, like you can access the same data anywhere in the world. So these kind of some enablement and all outreach communication has been provided by this one. There are some this one nomination for the buyer supplier self nominations are there. So all these things will be there in this one. So here to how to request a new supplier. So on dashboard, so these are the same thing that I'm going to present, like I will be showing you on the tool. So it's just given in here. So you can see these things in here, like create supplier request, choose the suppliers, potential suppliers list in coming in here, perform these things to submit the request, choose submit and all. So these things I will be showing you there in the system. Okay, so from there it will be easy to understand, because when you see the system directly on like on the portal, it will be easy to relate and all. Okay, so here you can see this is the one that I was mentioning, right? Ariba Discovery. So it's for business matchmaking kind of. Okay, so where you can find the required all whatever the required suppliers you are looking for. So you can search based on the commodity, the categories we refer to. So which based on that you can search it. The supplier really into the IT related categories or like chemicals or agriculture or some whatever the categories he deals in. Based on that you can do that. Ariba Discovery, this Ariba Discovery that I'm referring here, right? This one. So Ariba Discovery is a global platform. It's a Ariba maintained by Ariba, and it's a global platform where all the suppliers anywhere in the world will be like, you can find it there. Whoever registered on that platform. So when you search it, so it will not be like limited on based on region. Like there are filters. If you want to select that on a particular region, you can do that. But yes, on a basic level, if you search like a plain search, there will be no filters in there. Then if you run this one search, you will find the suppliers across the globe. Okay, and you can connect with them. So generally, like for example, if I say like sometimes the suppliers are like that way, mainly they have registered their main office, like for example, Singapore. Okay, but they serve globally. They have small.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which module in SAP Ariba is specifically designed for managing supplier relationships and performance? Option A, SAP Ariba. Buying option B, SAP Ariba Strategic Sourcing option. C, SAP Ariba Supplier Management option. D, SAP Ariba Contracts. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hello, future SAP Ariba Maestro. Ready to elevate your procurement game? Dive into our SAP Ariba self-paced course on Teachable, where expertise meets flexibility. Unlock the secrets of SAP Ariba at your own pace. From requisition to payment, we've got you covered. Explore our comprehensive course description, follow a structured curriculum, meet your seasoned instructor, and hear what fellow learners say in glowing testimonials. Why us? Because our experts crafted this course with your success in mind. They're here to guide you every step of the way, ensuring you grasp the ins and outs of SAP Ariba effortlessly. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the impact. Plus, our course won't break the bank. It's an affordable opportunity to master SAP Ariba. Ready to boost your procurement prowess? Enroll now on our course page. Visit ZaranTech's website for the full training details. Let's kickstart your SAP Ariba journey together.
Small branches all over the world. So in that one, what can happen is during search on the Ariba Discovery, you will find that the supplier is from Singapore, but he will be serving in the global location. So you can connect with him, ask him and all, you can discuss these things and you can inform him what is your requirement and can you supply in India region. So if he has the office, he will provide. So now, like, as you know, like most of the times, suppliers are global also. Like if it is a big supplier, small suppliers are different, but if it is a big supplier, so they are globally present everywhere. So they can provide. So they will connect with, they will guide you or they connect you with the local office and all. So they perform and they fulfill their requirement also. So that I'll show you. So this Ariba Discovery, I will be showing you. So all these things we'll discuss. I will be showing you that how the suppliers are coming, filtering and all. So those things I will be showing you in our session. Okay, now let's create a supplier request. Now, coming here, this is our Ariba portal. Now, so as I said, right, create, manage, resend. So always when we want to create anything, so we will go for the create option. So here, create in here, and you will find here supplier request. Please remember, after click on this create, what are options you are visible here, right? These options will be visible based on the access has been provided to you, based on the access, or you can say the groups or the roles. Okay, in Ariba, like access, we generally like, so these are groups in our we can say like in Ariba language there's a known as group. So for example, I am doing here the sourcing project, so there's a group name like sourcing agent or junior sourcing agent. These are the group name. If I'm part of that group, then only I will be able to perform this. I can see this option in here. Same here, you can see the template. If I'm the part of the template editor group or template creator group, user group and all, then only I will be able to perform this thing. If I'm not part of that group, I will not be able to perform this activity. So this is how you restrict. This is how you restrict someone to do a particular job, only the particular job on Ariba platform. This is how the access works. So for example, if you see something like in the industry, if you are working and if you find out something you are not visible on this, the most probably reason for that is that you have not the authorization, like someone not added you, assigned you in that particular group, which gives you the access to perform that activity. Okay, I'll just quickly show you the group part, not like I'll generally will discuss a little later in the detail, but I'm just quickly showing you that one. So under user manager, you have these groups. So these are the groups, like for example, if I say sourcing. Okay, so you can see junior sourcing agent or not. Okay, so these kind of groups are there, by which these are all Ariba managed system groups. Okay, so these groups you need to be assigned to a particular, then only you will be able to perform that activity. So I'll cover like this thing will be covered a little later. Okay, I'm just giving you a brief like so that you understand like how it is. If something is not visible, so do not panic like something I'm not able to see these things and all. So it's very simple. Either your company haven't bought that module or you haven't have the particular authorization. So that is what generally happens, right? The end users and the implementation team. End users will be given a limited access. They will not be given a full access, right? So only the implementation team, generally implementation team, or you can say the technical team or some other team, those who will be managing your configuration part of Ariba will be given a better access, like more access. Okay, so from that perspective. Now, currently what I'm going to perform is a supplier request. So here you can see this create. Here we are coming as a supplier request. So currently what I'm performing here is from an end user perspective. First, I'm showing you like how the end user works on it. Okay, so here I'm going for supplier request. Okay, now you can see this supplier request form. Here you are getting all this information. So as I mentioned, right, like I think briefly we touched this one yesterday also. Let me refresh that part again. This is the form for a supplier request. Okay, all these things that you are seeing in here in Ariba, we generally refer them as questions. Okay, when we'll discuss the template, I will show you like why these are known as questions, so you will understand from there. Okay. Now, here you can see this. All these questions are editable. You can change these questions. So for example, you do not want this supplier name, you want to delete it, you can delete it, or you want someone else, like something instead of supplier name, you want a vendor name. All these things you can change as per your own requirement. And from where this form is coming, this form is coming from the sorry, this form is coming from the template. Okay, you need to first set up the template, and then once the template is set up, then you will be able to see the form. Okay, so the logic behind setting up the templates and also that like whatever you are setting up the template, generally we keep for one template for each process, but yes, for some processes you can keep it multiple templates. But if you keep a simple one, like if you keep a single template for a particular process, right, in that case you will be having a uniformity in your organization. Like all the end users, whoever working on the supplier request, you will always see this form. You can change some of the things in here, but yes, the process perspective, from that perspective, if you see it, right? So it will be like the same across this one. Okay. Now, so here I'm just putting some. So as I said, mentioned, right? So these all fields are configurable. Please understand the process here, right? Because these questions will always be changing from each customer. Frankly speaking, I haven't seen two customers are using the same set of questionnaires. These things generally you need to, when you are going as an implementation partner, right? You will be discussing this thing with the client, that what questions you want, what is your criteria for supplier request and all. Okay, internally, so supplier management team, they will be looped into that one. They will be discussing with you like this is the format and these are the questions that we are looking for when you are raising a supplier request. We need these informations. So these things generally will be always be specific to the customer to whom you are like implementing or working on it specifically. Okay, based on that they will be setting up all these things. So here like we have created some samples here. Okay, so I'm just putting straight, like I'll put like lane 5, street number 8. I'm just randomly giving something here. Block F, city I'll say Bangalore. I'll just put here 53001. Country I'll just put India, and here I'll put the region is Karnataka. Okay, so this is all random. I'm just putting something in here, so no need for contact number and categories and regions. So these things are there. If you want to put any information on this, like up to you. Okay, and remember, so here we can mention these. So here you can see this some asterisk marks. So asterisk mark here, which refers that these questions you can mention, you can set up these questions as mandatory. Up to you. If you want some question to be mandatory, that needs to be filled. So for example, if I show you, if I do not put this, okay, so here you can see this, the field is required. The system will not allow me to submit my form. It will say here, this is an entry missing, but that will not happen for other, because those are not mandatory. If I miss something in here, it's like that way. So these things, understand here, the process of the supplier request is that you have a very basic information. Right? Like yesterday we discussed, right? You met someone, you get the basic information of it, contact number, emails and all that is there. And you can put, like you can have your one more section here, which you will be brief about the supplier. So you can mention in that one, like the supplier belongs to this category and looks a good supplier. Can we initiate the onboarding of it? So that once you are sending this requirement to the supplier, your internal supplier team, okay, so they will say, okay, this is how these like this is why these like the person who's raising this request try to onboard this one, because they met the supplier in here, exhibition and all looks good. Okay, so that is the process here. You can do it. So you can add any question based on that. You want to analyze the supplier on a very first level, internally first. Okay, so any question that you want to put up, you can put it up here. There are two things in here happens. One is, if you see this, these questions that you are creating, right? These questions are just a question. Okay, there are another parameter comes that where you can map your question to the static fields in the Ariba. Basically, whatever the information that you are going to fetch in here, that will get stored in your some database. These questions that we have created right now here, these are simple questions. They are not getting stored or linked with any of the metrics which are there in the Ariba as of now. Okay, that is more on comes when the you have some integration. You can have some field matrices, and where you can like map the fields. So whatever the data which is coming from there, it will go in and reside in that. For example, like ERP system is there, right? Your system is integrated with ERP system. This supplier, right? Okay, you are putting this supplier name in here. Now, when you sending this request to the supplier after the registration, the next step that is registration, supplier changed this name. He said, sir, my name got changed. It is now Jaykumar 38 LLP, not private limited. I changed my company to LLP, limited liability partnership. Okay, so that update will only happen in your system if that field is mapped with your matrix of the supplier name. Okay, so that is how these things works in the integration perspective. Supplier can fill these things in here. These things what we are asking, these are the things that we are setting up in here, but these information can be filled up by the supplier. No, I'm not referring for this one. This is an internal process. I'm referring the similar type of form will come when we go the next step, that is registration. Okay, so just give me some time. So once we do it, like in the process, you will understand. Even though when we discuss the template, I can show you there like how these things work. Yeah, there it will be there, because these generally been controlled from the template level. Majorly these things are controlled from the template level. Okay, now yeah, so basically actually DUNS number is a US number. If you see this, right, this is DUNS and BRAD number is there. There's a what you can say, some standard that US maintains. I think DUNS number more is from the registration number here, like when we got incorporated, right? See here, you can see this is a standard for Ariba. Sorry, like US, you can see this. DUNS universal number is abbreviated this one. So DUNS and BRAT, these are the name like generally identifier refers to DUNS number. More of a practice there in the US region, not here like our Indian region. So let me submit this request. Okay, we have submitted the basic information. Let me submit this. This is an internal process we are performing, right? Here you can see this supplier request form coming in here. Okay, now you can see this, your supplier request submission is in progress. Once it is complete, you can view the submitted request. Okay, so till now I think everything is clear till now. Okay, done. Let me click on done. Going back to the supplier management. Now here you can see this. This is my supplier name coming in here and it is in approval. Okay, and you can click on this one. So click. Now here you can see this approve. So why I'm getting approved? Because I'm the part of this group. Again, this approval flow that you are seeing in here. Okay, this approval flow which you are seeing in here is completely configurable. You can configure it as per your requirement, basically as per customer's requirement. Okay, and you can configure it and you can like design as per the like if you have multiple conditions in here, all those things you can put up in here, and these things being controlled again from the template. Okay, so now you can see this approve request is coming in here, supplier name, requested by, and requested on. You have the approve option, you can deny this. So the team, internal team of yours can deny this also. Like supplier management team says, no, we do not want one more supplier. We already have a lot of supplier which deals into these kind of things. We do not want this supplier. They can deny this request. Okay, any additional requirement is required. So they can also request additional info. Okay, so this how you will be seeing in here, and you can see this, all the questions that you have submitted, like it is visible here. So understand, like I am adding myself here because so that I can show you the complete cycle. But generally the process is like end user will be submitting it and it will be viewed and reviewed by someone from the other team, the supplier management team or the vendor master team, someone there. So they will be reviewing this one. For the purpose of showing you, I have added my name in here in the approval flow. Okay, so this is how you can do it. Now let me approve this. Okay, this one. So this will take you to the project. So the main project that we create, so the template perspective, the project is as we have created, right? It will take you to there. Okay, let me click on this one. I'll show you. Here, you can see this. This is the project type. So here's overview. Okay, here is your document that you filled it up, supplier request form. This is your task for approval. So these things actually, this is, I'll show you that when we discuss the template, because this is the part, like you can say like, this is the main part of template, as well as similar architecture is there for the projects and all those things. So I will be explaining these things like what is overview, what is how the documents, how you create these documents from here and all, how the task works and what is the meaning of task, what task you can create and all. So these things will be covered. Just give me some time. I'll like come on this one. I'll explain these things. Okay. Okay. So here I'm going to approve this. I can mention the reason. Okay, looks good. Something like that. So any, like you can give a free, it's a free text and confirm. So let me just refresh this. So approved. So you can see this, it got green. So request created, approval for supply and new supplier created. Here, all the comments which has been provided by the approver, you will be seeing in here. Okay, looks good. Now, done. Let me just refresh it one more time. Let me open it. Just refreshing it. So this is a demo system. So like it sometimes like work a little slow. So that's a system perspective. Let me now, so you can see this, it's approved. So click in here. Now here, this is the view supplier profile. So once I click on this view supplier profile, the next page which will be opened will be the 360-degree profile view of a supplier. So let me write it quickly if I just mention this one. So generally this is the terminology people use in the, you can say like in the Ariba language, that 360-degree supplier profile view. This is what we refer. Okay, the next I'm going to open. So, and even if you say this, like sometimes people say like, what is the major difference? So you can say like in the SLP side, you can have a supplier's 360-degree view, rather than if you are not using SLP, the supplier data will not be from that perspective. Okay, so here, if I go back in this one, so view supplier profile, let me click on it. Yes, this is your supplier created. So this is your 360-degree supplier profile view. I will explain one by one everything. First of all, if you see in here, this is your name, and here you can see this. Okay, so SM vendor ID is basically like SM here reference that supplier management. Okay, SM here reference that SM vendor ID means supplier management vendor ID, and this number is alphanumeric number. Alphanumeric, like the first is the alphabetic number, and this is all your numeric number. This number, we do not have any control over it. This is like generated by system itself. Okay, as soon as you create the supplier in the system, this gets generated automatically in the system. It is system driven, you can say. Okay, this is the unique, like you can say like we have created this from the SM supplier management. That's why this number is coming here. Now, on the right hand side, you can see the, okay, about before this, you can see this, whatever the information I put it, email ID and also, and my address and all those things are coming in here. The basic informations you can see in here, and okay, and here you can see the in the about. So please pay attention here. This is the most important. I'll request everyone to please remember this registration status. This is very important, and because this is going to be used and this will be going to referred in the future also in our coming sessions. What happens is when you create the supplier status remains as not invited. This is the very first status. The registration status not invited. Okay. Once we initiate the registration process for the supplier, it will change from not invited to inviting in progress and then invited. Once you get this response from the supplier for registration, it will be in approval. And later on, it will be for registered and qualified. That way, it will be registered and then qualified. So this status will keep on changing, and lot of configuration setting depends on the status what is set up in here for a supplier. So this will be keep on changing. Please like take it little in the back of your mind, so that if it is coming in the future, so you can understand like from where it is coming, what is the significance. Okay, this is how it is going to be impacting the course of any process which we will be discussing. Okay, so registration status is like there are multiple statuses, like first is not invited, then invite in progress, then invited, then pending approval, then register. Okay, so these things will be coming in here. Then you can have the preferred status if you want to set up a particular supplier to be preferred for a particular category, region and all. So you will be setting up it later. Same the qualification. If you want to set up some qualification, like you want to qualify the supplier for a particular category, region or commodities and all, so you can do that also. So these things will be coming, but these things will come only after. You can see this, the qualification tab is not reflecting here. It will only reflect here once your registration process will get complete. Registration process completion means that the supplier will be a registered supplier. You will only see the qualification tab here. It will come here later on, only after once the supplier is qualified. once the supplier is registered, because you can start the qualification process only for the registered supplier. Okay, so these are some small things, like, so why I'm mentioning these things in a more detail, right? Because these are small things which when you are discussing with the clients and all, right, so they can ask these kind of questions in the workshops and that we have with the clients and all, right? So these people ask these kind of questions, so because we will be showing them this system, so they ask these kind of questions, how we can do it, the cross, like they ask like what is the how you can perform this one, whether this can be possible or not, can we skip the registration process, can we directly go for qualification, can we skip the request process? So these things are not like it will happen in this manner only. If you try to skip something and all, it will not work in that manner. Okay. Same, you can see this ERP integration is in process. So if your system is integrated, it will get processed. If it is not integrated, it will generally stuck in this kind of in process status. Okay. Also, I will be showing you from the integration perspective here that if you want to automate your integration cycle, so how you, so based on this one, like when the supplier registration status, at what level of the registration status you will be starting your integration phase. I will be showing you that one also. Okay. Then here you can see this supplier IDs, this section. In here, in this section, you can see the same SM vendor ID, which you are seeing in here. Okay. Now, here comes the ERP ID. Understand this one, guys, please. Here, when you are creating the supplier and the supplier is not integrated, system generates by default this VDR ID under this ERP ID tab. It's a functionality. Okay. But if your system is integrated, as soon as your system sync with your ERP system, this ID will get replaced with your ERP ID. So the ID, ERP ID in the sense, the ID which is got generated by your ERP system. So I hope everyone knows, like when we talk about the ERP system, right? ERP system is your, what you can say this, HANA and all those things, right? So in that way, in that system, when you generate a supplier, the ID of the supplier, vendor ID is generally all a numeric number. So that numeric number will completely replace this VDR ID. This is the functionality. If your system is integrated, if not, the system generates some VDR ID by default in here. If I go for supplier manager, suppliers in here. Okay, if I put here, so if I put any supply, let me just search. Okay, a lot of suppliers are there, but okay, I think I can say here maybe if I can find out some. Or maybe if I have some file in here in the downloads, let me just quickly see this. So supplier. Okay, let me open this supplier export quickly. Okay, here it is. If you see here, this is some export. This is the extracts of like you can say some Ariba. Okay, I have done it. Here you can see this ERP vendor ID. Right. Here you can see this VDR ID. Wherever you will see this, wherever the source system is SM. So this file reference, this is your header fields. And if you see this source system is SM. SM is supplier management. Like what is the source of truth? Like where the supplier got created. Is it created via SAP source system or SM source system? SM means from our side, like in our Ariba system, supplier management. And here the source system is SAP. Okay, so SAP, like it's created in the ERP. So when you are creating in the ERP, obviously this ERP ID will get it generated first there, and then it will be moving in here. Okay, so this is how you can see this. Like this ID will get replaced by this number, ERP ID. Okay, so wherever you can see this, which is the system which is integrated with SAP. Okay, so you will be finding out that there's no ERP ID, instead of there's this ID. So this ID is nothing but your actual ERP ID. Like whatever the system is there at the backend side, any ERP system, could be anyone. Okay. And from there it is coming there. Now, so here you can see this SM vendor ID. Okay. So for example, what happens is, let me explain in here. So for first, so initially when you created a supplier in SM, right, in supplier management, SLP basically. Okay. So ERP ID was generated as your VDR some number like this. Okay. Once your system got integrated, once your system got connected with your ERP system and it started the synchronization of the data, this ID get replaced, like this ID got deleted and actual ERP ID, for example, 8888 will get updated under this ERP ID section here.
Okay.
Okay. So this is what happens is, basically what happens is, when you having your system here, like when you created this ERP, when you created a vendor here in SM, it having some VDR ID. Okay. When you have the synchronization, this data
on what basis it will replace that one?
So because see, this field is for prepared for ERP ID only. This is the design, like, so you can say like this is the design and this is the logic built by the Ariba at the backend level, that it will pick the ERP ID if your system is integrated from the ERP system. So when you are pushing this data, okay, so what is your source of system, source of truth? This Ariba system, right? Now, what I'm saying is I'm pushing this data. I'm pushing this data from Ariba. This data will create a supplier. This data, when it get pushed from the Ariba system to the ERP system, a supplier, this same supplier will get created in the ERP system. So all the other information will remain same and most of the things, and system will generate its own ERP ID. Okay, that ERP ID which will be generated when we are pushing this data, that ID will get come back as a response and replace this here, and it will get updated. This is how it was. So it's like, you can say like someone is giving you some parcel, you are acknowledging that, signing that, and giving some, yes, I have received it. So you are giving your name in it, who received it, like that way. So this is how the system communicates, like you are sending something, coming back and getting updated. Now, here you can see this common ID. Remember one more logic. This is very important. Whenever you create a supplier in Ariba, basically it becomes first as a common supplier. I'll write it down in here. This is a logic, like people will definitely ask you, like, so you guys are all experienced, right? But generally the people who are very fresher to the Ariba, we generally mention them like common supplier and partition data. Sorry, partition supplier, like you can mention like this. So these are the two, like you can say, 2 points or 2 features or 2 functionalities are there that needs to be there in the system. Common supplier and partition. So whenever you are creating the supplier first time, it will be by default comes as a common supplier. We refer them as this is a common supplier. Later on, you need to have the partitioned supplier for the same. I will be covering up this one also. I will be showing you. Okay. So this is how what is the significance of partition supplier and all, how this works. I will be showing you that. Just give me some time. Like slowly we are moving on that one. I'll explain these things in there. Okay. These are important because on this one, a lot of things depend. The usage of the supplier, upstream, downstream side, and how the supplier, you will be able to search it. People get errors. They are not able to find the supplier. They are not able to use the supplier in downstream. The supplier is not visible and all. So those perspective, these things comes into the picture. I will be showing you this one also. Now very important coming, another one is AN ID. Sorry, I'm just writing this AN ID here. This is the AN ID is the ID, which is Ariba Network ID. It's like a mobile number of yours. If I give you an example, it's like a unique number to every supplier, and it's like a mobile number. Ariba system, how the Ariba system will know that I need to communicate with this supplier. This is the identification number, you can say. We call it in Ariba Network ID of the supplier. Okay. This number will come in here by default once we initiate the registration. Once we initiate the registration and once the supplier register on Ariba network, this ID will generate and automatically update here. I will show you. I'm going to show you that one also. So let's go for registration. Let me show you the registration part. Okay, here. So that is the next step. So first is the supplier request we have completed. These things are there also. I will be showing you briefly in like I'll be showing that one also. I will explain it. Let's first do the next step is the supplier registration. Okay, it will give you a little better picture of this. Click in here. Now, till now, the supplier is not aware that you have initiated his like registration process into this one. So he will like initiated in his onboarding process in your company. After the registration, when you invite this supplier for registration, then only he will be known this thing. Now, here you can see these two things. One is invite, one is start internal registration. So internal registration, you can see it's a simple on their behalf. Like you can answer these questions on behalf of the supplier, but it's not a recommended approach, not a best practice, not a recommended approach that we always suggest, we always like promote, or we always suggest that supplier should fill this form on its own. We should not fill it up on his behalf. Okay, so that is why you can see this like this is blue, like this is highlighted here because this is a standard practice and we do not prefer this one. In this one, when you try to invite the supplier here, you click on it. Now, do not get confused. Earlier, we have the request form. Now we are going, I'm going to share this registration form here. If you click on this registration, this is the registration form. Earlier you seen the request form. Now we are talking about the registration. And this form will go to supplier. This form will go to supplier and supplier need to answer all these questions. So in these questions, you can ask anything. So all those things you can ask in here in a specific manner. Like for example, if we are asking number of employees here, so he will be writing here only decimal. He cannot write some story in here. That we can control. I will be showing you how you can control all those things. Okay. Here you can see this. Please share your GST certificate. So any certificate that you are asking, you can answer that, attach it. Please share your insurance certificate that you can attach in here. ISO certificate, he can attach in here. So what I'm trying to show here is Ariba has given and designed these questions in a manner that you can get the answer in a specific format, in a specific manner, the way you want. If you are asking supplier to attach something, till the time he will not attach something, he cannot submit his response. Okay, so that is what happens in here. So you can ask anything. This is why these forms are important. This is why these people, like these SLP people, use it, that you can get any information from the supplier on this one. So whatever the information, you can prepare a question, either it's an attachment, it's a document, anything in there, or yes, no, or something in there. Just create a question accordingly, and supplier will be responding to that. Okay, now, so this is a questionnaire that we are going to send here. This is again, these things are coming from the template. Separate template is there for registration process. Please do not get like confused in this one. Request, separate template, separate process. Registration, separate template, separate process. Okay, currently we are performing registration. Now here is the recipient. You can see this recipient. You can add multiple people here. See this, add supplier contact, more supplier contact. So generally, if one supplier can have multiple contact, he will say, sir, please add my name also, like we are 2 partner or 3 partner. If I'm not there, you can send some of the information to this person also. So this way, you can add more people from the supply side. You can send this form to that person and he will respond. Okay. Who's changing? Who's the requester? I'm the requester. So you can change it. So generally what happens is some of the times centralized team, or there will be some separate teams are there who will be performing the job, but someone else is requesting it. For example, there's a senior management people are there, like a manager and all above than that. They are asking something to the like the junior resources that please do the initiate this one. So actually they are just doing it on behalf of them. They are not the requester, right? So you can change the requester here. So for example, I'm like just joined, I'm a trainee, and someone from the senior management came and like, please create this onboarding and all this one. Okay, so I'll raise it and I'll change the requester to the actual person name. Here you can find out. So if the person is there in the Ariba, you will be able to choose that name in here. Okay, and based on that, you will be able to like, so this way it will be helpful you to track it. That information will always remain the same. So who requested it? So from this one, you can understand like who requested this registration process. So this is the person who initiated, like he wants that supplier to be get registered. So in case if you have any future queries and all, so you can reach out to that person. Okay, so this way, these are like functionalities and the features which help you to track your activities and process from this perspective. Okay, now let me send this. So if you see this, let me go in here. Okay, so for now, I'm not sure. Okay, there's something different. Now, let me put it. So I will receive the email. So that's why I was asking. So send here. Registration invitation in progress. Let me quickly show you the status here. Not invited. Okay, let me go back to the registration. Invited on invited. So if I go summary, see this, it changed. Actually, I just missed one. Like it happens quite quickly, right? Like invite in progress, then invited. So invited, basically, this is also a logic. Invite in progress to invited. The status, some of the times you will find here the invite status here is stuck in invite in progress. So invite in progress means like the system wait for the response, like either the bounce back happened or like email didn't went to the email ID is deactivated something. So in that scenario, it will always be stuck in invite in progress. Like the email didn't reach to the supplier. His email ID is blocked or something, anything could be there, right? If the email ID reached to the supplier correctly, either in the spam mailbox, sometimes it goes in the spam or some junk and all, that is different thing, but it reached, then the status changed to the invited. Okay, now if I show you, you can see this in my email. So this is the form and you can see re-invite. Okay, so you can re-invite this one if any issues are in there in this one. So you can re-invite. You can again start this process. Same form will be coming and you need to choose here the recipient. You need to choose the recipient. So for example, you have added, like for example, Jay Kumar is like he's on leave or something, and you have already added. You need to add one more contact here. So contacts here. This like I'm about to explain. Like I haven't explained this part. So here you have the contact of the supplier. You can add multiple contacts. So here this is the plus sign, add supplier contact. Simple, like it's nothing much in here. Like you click on it here, first name, last name, email address. These are the main tabs. Just put the name of that person. Other things, if you want to put it, that is up to you, and submit, save it. So another person like will be created here in this one. So like two people from the supplier side is there, and you can send any one of it. Okay. So this part of the assigning of the supplier manager. Okay. So let me explain this one also. Let's say assigning to the supplier manager. So this, what logic of this one is that in case, like as you know, right, like companies have like a lot of supplier database and all, like more than like 50,000 or lakhs of suppliers, some of the companies, right? So in that scenario, what happens is you need to assign a particular supplier manager. In case if supplier needs to be not responding, if something needs to be checked or system having some issues in the from perspective, to whom you will reach out. Okay, so companies sometimes have another this aspect, another logic that they want to assign the supplier manager. This supplier manager is internal, not from the supplier side. This is our internal, like vendor, from the vendor master team, someone will be assigned that in case any changes, anything this needs to be checked. For example, if I give you an example, some audit needs to be done on the supplier. Okay, so who's the responsible person? Who will coordinate? Who will take care of it? So the supplier manager. You will connect with the supplier manager that this supplier, we are not sure this supplier is not updating something and all. We need to do an audit. We need to, might be need to go physically there. Okay. So who will coordinate? This person. This is another feature. It's not mandatory to use. As I said, right, this is all based on the customer to customer. But these are some functionalities, these are some features which are there in place. Okay. Now, so from this perspective, you will have it. Now let's go back in here. Now, if I click here, so actually, if I click the in the same window, these things, right? So generally, like system gives error some of the times, like supplier and buyer. If you open in the same window, sometimes it gives error. So I'm just going to copy this link address. Maybe I'll try to open it maybe in an incognito window. Let me try this. Here, I'm just putting this one. Okay, I'm putting that link here. Yes. See this? This is how it is coming in here. Okay, this is the welcome page. So if you click on that link, it will redirect to you on this page. Okay, so this page, you can see this. This is the page here. Now, let me explain on this one. Sign up as a supplier. Okay, so it is on SAP Ariba. This is the one coming in here. Create SAP Ariba supplier account. So this first one, you can see this. There are two options for sign up and login. If you already have an account, as I said, right? If you already have an account, then you will do it. So if you already have an account, so please do not add any official account. Okay, like these are all because we are doing the training, right? This is a testing and all. So we can't do this one, right? So generally try to do the sign up in here. Okay, so here you will be doing this one and you need to like create your account in here. Okay, so here click on the sign up. Even you have a guide here. If you want to go for the guide, you can have that guide here also. So you can see these are the basic informations which are already coming. Here you are creating an account. Bangalore in here, you can see this, everything in coming in here, name, email. Use my email as my username. Please remember, username and password is important. And username, generally what happens is, it's a case sensitive. From a supplier perspective, if you are logging it is case sensitive. If you put capital letter 3 times, it will block your account. So please be careful while you are entering your account in here. Okay. So keep it like small letters or capital letter, that is up to you. But whatever you are keeping it, please maintain the same. Otherwise, unless like it will be creating some more, like you need to reset your password again and again. Okay. So, and it is always better to keep your email as your username rather than choosing some different username. Okay. You need to again have some format in here, but it's always better to have your email as your username. So then you need to just check this box. Then here, when you are setting up the password, you need to follow these conditions like minimum 8 characters, including upper, lowercase, number, digit, special character and all. So it takes, so okay, let me put this one. If I try to do that. Okay, so I've entered something like, let me see if it will take or not. Sometimes it gives an error. Okay, now, so this is basic, right? Here you can see this email orders to. Okay, so everything will be coming on this email ID also. Okay, so this is customers may send their orders through Ariba network. To send orders to multiple contacts in your organization, create a distribution list and all. So this is something from the supplier perspective, supplier do that. So that's how you can perform all these things, right? So, okay, let me first see this. Okay, this has been done in here. Now, if I show you here summary, so this is invited, this is your ANID. So I hope ANID part is clear, everyone, with this one. Any doubts on this part, how this ANID is working, how this is, we are created in this one, how the supplier profile get created in here, this one. So this is your dashboard. Like, so you can see this is, I will be covering up this later. Let me first go to the, okay, so here it is already the questionnaire. So this is the questionnaire that you can see the supplier received. Okay, I'm opening this one. You can see the timing here coming here. So this timing is coming from where? This timing is coming from the template. We have set up the template having a fixed time of 30 days. Okay, so this is how it is coming from there. And you can see this, these are all the questions that supplier needs to answer. Wherever there asterisk mark is there, That means we have asked the supplier that these fields are mandatory that they need to answer. Here, attach a file. The supplier needs to attach a file also. Right? All these information, all these questions, whatever you want to ask, you will be sending up like this. So you can see this like if you have given some options, so you cannot do anything else. Supplier like yes, no. Please share the insurance certificate of the financial year. Now, if supplier says, sir, I can send later, I do not have right now, I have some old one, I have not removed it, I have already applied for the application, I have initiated and all. We do not want to that history. We are looking for either you have it or not have it. So these kind of questionnaires you can set on your side. You can ask the straightforward question like, you see, this is generally the issue happens, right? You need to most of the time you need to communicate similar things to the supplier multiple times, and supplier gives you wrong information or sharing the wrong document. He's saying you are asking something, he generally reply you something different, right? So that kind of like miscommunication or delay in the process or unnecessary sharing something which is not relevant to us, that generally happens, right? That is very practical. So from that perspective, creating the questions from your side to the very specific requirement that you are looking for help you out to close these things in a one go, rather than like asking the same thing multiple times to the supplier. These things help you to close these things in a one go. Give an option to the supplier in a manner that he will be able to provide the response like the best possible nearest point to the what you are looking for. Okay, so that's how you can do it. Even you can create a question where you can attach something, supplier can read that and respond on that. So that thing I will be covering up in the, like you can say in the parameters, when we'll be covering up the parameters in here. Sorry, when we're covering up the template. So I will be showing you that at template level when we create these type of questions in there. Okay. So this is, so here when you see, okay, so from the supplier side, if you see here, right, event messages, event detail, so you can like communicate with the supplier also, sorry, with the buyer also. So this is supplier side. You can see this timing is coming in here. If you want, if you go down in here, you can see the save draft. You can submit entire response, compose message, import anything if you want to import. All these options are there with the supplier. Some other options, additional options also come when you are working on the sourcing project side. I will be showing you that one also later when we discuss the sourcing module, because that is much better to have better examples to show you, because they have more combinations, you can say more informations that I can show you better in there. But yes, this is the current one. So this is how you will be sending up the registration process to the supplier, and supplier need to respond on this one. Okay, let me show you this part also from our side, how the registration. So when it is invited, so what will happen is I'll be completing this process. I'm just explaining you everything in here first. You can see this invited, invited on, invited status, registration invited, supply recipients, email, and this is the process flow. Again, remember, we are into the registration process. This approval flow design, we can configure. It's all configurable at the template level. Okay, so you can see this now invited in registration. Once the supplier will submit this response, it will be coming in approval. These are some to-do tasks, and this is some internal form, project owner, and this is some supplier registration questionnaire. Okay, so this all three needs to be approved. This is an approval, you can say like it's a parallel approval. So this needs to be completed. After completion of this approval, once the supplier submits, it will change into the in approval. And once all these things get approved, then it will become registered. And whatever the response coming from the supplier, you will be able to see here in this form. Like it will come here if you open it, view. So here you can see the questionnaire. Let it be come in here. All it's already there. Yeah. See this questions and response. Whatever I'm going to put the response in here. It will be coming in here. Okay. We can create supplier request in bulk. There's a mass invite, mass registration process is there. We can do that also. I will be covering up that. Okay. So From registration side, we have invited this one, right? Now we need to submit. As a supplier, you need to get it this submitted. Okay, so the timing is coming. So you can see the clock is coming in the reverse, like it's going in the reverse direction. So that maximum time is given for 30 days. Like the supplier needs to respond this one. So you can set it up if you want for some less days. You can set this thing up as per your own requirement. Okay, these things can be set it up in here. Now here you can see this supplier information. So I'm just filling it up. All this, like these are test data. So I'll be filling up like company name is okay. Let me submit this response first, then I'll explain that part. So it will go away from here. Now you can see this. I have filled up all the information. Now I'm going to submit this response. So you can also check that these things is always real time. So whatever the information I'm going to submit from here from the supplier side, it will come here in the real time basis. It is always like that. So the data flows in a very real time. Okay. So if we, even though you can see here, I will show you first the approval here, this registration status first, this will change. Okay. Let me go back in here and click OK. So you can see this, the response has been submitted. Thank you for participating in the event. So you need to submit entire response, then only you will get this option. So this is what you will be seeing always in here. Now you can see the status here, it's yours also saying pending approval. So as a buyer, as a supplier, you can also see these information. So the status got changed into this one, and you can see like this is what it is currently. Okay, in the pending approval. Okay, okay, one more thing I want to show you here. If I go on the dashboard, supplier dashboard, you can see this test mode, standard account. This is a test account basically. That's why you are seeing here this as -T after this Ariba network ID, right? -T. This -T means that it's a test account. It's a test ANID. In the real world, when you are working on a production system, actual systems and all, this -T will never come in it. Okay, it will only be the numeric number, and here alphanumeric number. This -T will not come. This -T means that this account is a test account. Okay, this is the notifications, like this is a kind of a notation by which you can understand like whether it's a actual account or it's a test account. So if someone is using this kind of account, you can say that, okay, so this is a test account, and you can see the same thing is also reflecting in our side. So here -T. Now let me go to the registration process. Okay, let me click on home page. I'm not sure why it's like taking some time to load the data. Coming back in here. Okay, let me open this supplier in here. View supplier profile. Now you can see this status changed now. You can see this registration status is in pending approval. Okay, and you can see this, the -T is also reflecting the same ANID is reflecting here also -T. So from this you can understand like this is a test supplier. Now going back to the registration process, click on it. Now you can see this in approval. So in registration has been moved, and here you can see this approval, right? Automatically these things are, so these things are coming from the template, and these are all designed, right? What we have set up in here. Now, whatever the supplier. So here you can see these are the forms which are associated with this one in the task, in the process, and these are the tasks. So you can see this is an approval task. So when we'll discuss the task and all those things, I'll tell you what is a to-do task, what is an approval task, what is a notification task. So those things will be coming from the template. These all things are set up. The task and all those things are the process which are set up at the template level. Okay, so from there I will be showing you that one. So here what you need to do is you need to take action by project owner. So the person generally who creates the project becomes by default the project owner. Okay, you can add multiple people. All those things will be reflected when we discuss the template part. Here you can see to do internal form, approval for supplier registration. So this is approved in here. So if you see this first, let's go to the questionnaires in here. Okay, so this is the one. See this, the response. Company name, this, all this information. You can download these documents. So for example, if I just click on it, okay, simple, like it's easy, just click on it and it will get downloaded. So here it is, the document. So whatever the supplier has given us, we can open, we can download it, and we can read it. Okay, something has been, should be there in this one. Okay, it looks fine, and then you can approve it. If something is not, you can leave it. So this way you can download all this information, if anything, attachment, especially the documents which are attached. Rest, all this information will always remain in the system. If someone wants to check after maybe a 6 months, a year or 2 years or 3 years later, that how this supplier has been registered, what all the documents has been verified from this supplier, where are these documents which has been verified, all those things you can always refer this one, and these things will always remain here in this system. You can access this anywhere in the world. That is, like, you can say, the major benefit of it, these things. You do not need to go anywhere else and all. You can see all this information, who done what and all, everything, what are the documents being provided, when has been provided, who approved it, who performed this. All those things will always be here in this system. Okay, this is one of the major benefit you can say from this side. Now, if I go done, let me go to the task section. So this part is clear. Like, anyone have any doubt, like how the supplier respond, how it reflects? So I think that part is clear, right? Any questions on that? Any doubts, like how we access the document, how we set up the questionnaires, how the response supplier is responding? Anything on that one? These two processes are important. You understand the process perspective, that is very important, because this data will definitely keep on changing. As I said, right, data will always be keep on changing. This approval process, these tasks will keep on changing from customer to customer. If you are as an implementation partner, all these things you need to discuss with your customer, how they want. You need to suggest something, they will come with something new, they will ask you to, can you set up this way and all. So these things will keep on changing, but major thing is the process. The process will always be like this: requests, then you need to do the registration, you will be sending some questionnaires, 10, 5, 20, you will be getting a response from the supplier, the status will keep on changing, you need to approve those, you need to review those, then you accept that, and then your supplier will get registered. Okay, but the data part will always keep on changing. The process will always be the same wherever you go, any customer, any client, but the data will change, the process will remain the same. So now here you can see this, these are some 3 tasks has been created. So let me show first in approve. Okay, so click on it. So you can see this: approve, deny, request additional info, anything you want to do this, and here is your approval flow. This is all we can configure, we can set it up in here. You can see this dotted line in this one because this is a to-do task. It's not an approval. It's an approval task which has been done, and this is the one here. You can see this waiting for approval, but this is a to-do task, the upper one. So what is a to-do task and all? So I'll explain a little later once we discuss this one. Okay, then I'll explain this one. But it's like, you can say, like some activity you need to perform. It's not an approval, it's an activity that you need to perform before closing this one. Okay, so this is how it will be coming here. So you can review these things in here, will be reviewed by any team. Like, you can set up any person, maybe the same vendor master team, or maybe some higher team is there, or some other team is there. Those people needs to review these all information, and then they need to approve it. Okay, you can ask approval for multiple people also as well. So you can see that this is actually, I'll explain the approval process later, but this is, you can see this is a parallel approval. Parallel, like this person and this person. For example, these persons are, these 2 persons are separate persons. So anyone can approve any moment of time. There's no dependency on each other. Okay, so I'll show you these things in detail when we discuss the approval flow. So now here I'm going to approve this one. So I can say looks okay, like okay, everything's fine, and approve this. Okay, and done in here. Okay, so now you can see this got approved. I need to complete this to-do task. If I go in here, not started, this is a to-do task. You can see this. If I click in here, so with minority indicator, minority is something like someone has created some questions. So as I said, like the data could be anything. So there's nothing to worry like this.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What does SAP Ariba's Contract Lifecycle Management (CLM) module help organizations with? Option A, tracking employee attendance. Option B, managing procurement workflows. Option C, optimizing inventory levels. Option D, streamlining project management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hello, future SAP Ariba Maestro. Ready to elevate your procurement game? Dive into our SAP Ariba self-paced course on Teachable, where expertise meets flexibility. Unlock the secrets of SAP Ariba at your own pace. From requisition to payment, we've got you covered. Explore our comprehensive course description, follow a structured curriculum, meet your seasoned instructor, and hear what fellow learners say in glowing testimonials. Why us? Because our experts crafted this course with your success in mind. They're here to guide you every step of the way, ensuring you grasp the ins and outs of SAP Ariba effortlessly. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the impact. Plus, our course won't break the bank. It's an affordable opportunity to master SAP Ariba. Ready to boost your procurement prowess? Enroll now on our course page. Visit ZaranTech's website for the full training details. Let's kickstart your SAP Ariba journey together.
You can have any question in here. So basically the question and response. So you have set up some task in here where you asking some question and you need to check, like, so you can have a question here also. For example, you can also have a question. Have you checked the supplier registration certificate? Is supplier looks authentic or not? Yes and no, some kind of that kind of an answer. So anything that you feel which would be more relevant question in here, you can create a task and you can have that thing in setup. And once it is done, then you can mark it complete.
So Jay, so whenever we are approving it, so the approver who is there, so they will get a mail for the approving it, or how they came to know?
Yes,
need to approve the task.
Yes. So basically what happens is like as soon as the approval flow goes, for example, like this approval flow needs to be approved by this person. As soon as this node, so we refer this as a node. So as soon as this node get active, okay, like it needs to be approved by this person, that person receives a notification email. You can control those notifications on everyone on your profile, but for approval and all, you will receive always a notification. So, and sometimes you will see that in the notification itself, you will get an option in the email, basically that you receive itself in there. Sometimes you will get an option for approve and reject. So that option is also there. Like you can log in Ariba, you can approve and like something you can do from there also. And sometimes the email notification setup is like that way that once you receive the email, you will get an option to approve and reject in your email also. So you can directly like approve there and send that email. It will get automatically approved. That option is also there. Okay. So let me mark it complete. Okay. This to-do task is you can set it up like who will be taking care of this one and who needs to perform the action on it. Okay. So basically like the tasks, whatever the tasks are there, you can set up like the owner of the task and the observer of the task. So basically like the owner, like who will be taking care of this task. Owner, basically we can set up the owner. So task is little different from the approval side actually. So approval task is different and to-do task is little different. To-do task is basically like referring to some activity you need to perform. Approval is you need some approval. Straightforward. So these things I can explain a little better when we'll discuss the template. In that one, I will be showing you these things in there. For requisition and all, you can create the something on behalf of. Otherwise, for approval perspective, you need to have the delegation. Okay, you need to have the on behalf of is there, but like you can create something on behalf of someone and all those things are there. Okay, but for this one, you need to have it like for approval process. You cannot do it on behalf of someone else unless and until you have a delegation authority. Like that person is have delegated you. Okay, so I'll quick. So this is how it works in here. Okay, so let me click on done in here. Yeah, now you can see this. All these three has been completed. We have approved all three. We have completed the task. We have approved this one. So the supplier got registered. And now if I go back here in this one, summary, see this status. And now you can see this. It became highlighted and here you can see the qualification. Earlier it was not there. I hope everyone like noticed that, right? I highlighted this one, like no qualification was not there initially. Now only it is reflecting. Clear request and registration from an end user perspective. I'm not taking it from the implementation side. From an end user perspective, request and registration. So if I say like in a layman language, if someone asks you to create a request, supplier request or supplier registration as an end user, someone asks you to do that. I hope you can confirm, you can do that, right? So this is the part we covered from the end user perspective. Okay. So this is what is happening. We have a limitation on this one, so it's not connected. If it had been connected, then it would be like I would have shown you that part in here. Okay. Now let's see some other information of this one. Okay. So this is one part, summary. Okay. So this part we have seen. Contacts, we have seen it here, how we have creating the contacts in here. Then here you can see this ERP data. So I'm just giving you the overview on this part, because these things are generally work when you have a system integrated and basically it get updated. So here you can see this SM vendor ID, same ID which is there under vendor information, ERP vendor ID, your VDR ID, which is same, which you have seen it there. Integration status, it's in process. Okay, so once your integration has been completed, it will collect processed and all, and you can get the timeline also on this one, which has been synced and all those things, right? Name and all basic information, any other information you have tax related, you want to have any tax related information. So when you are syncing to the supplier at so when you are multiple times, you are version 2, you are multiple times syncing it. Okay, so what happens is the job runs multiple times. So if you are having something on a sync side, or they are on a syncing perspective, if you are setting up some versions to get the data updated in each version, so that thing you can set it up in there. Most probably there will be something in the system perspective at the back end. So that is why it is, because as I said, right, integration stage is not connected. So maybe something will be there in this one. So not, as I said, see, everything is not connected. That is why a lot of information is not coming correctly in here. This is more on an integration perspective, which is not connected our system. Maybe something is there, setup is there, trying that twice or trying thrice to put that data sync in there. That is why the version is coming in there. Yeah. So you can see other informations are coming in here. So any information which is related for unique code in there, category code is there, profile code if you are maintaining something. So these are all data perspective that you are maintaining in your data in the system. So these things will be coming from their side. So tax information is blank, so there's nothing in here. So you can see I've already opened. So as of now, there's nothing in here from the tax perspective. So so extended address is, some things are there in this one. So period start date from today till 1991 and all. So these things are there in this one. So as I said, see, this data is basically get published and data get updated. Some are the things are default. Some things are needs to be configured. Once you have the configuration and all those placed in the system, well, then you will be able to see the complete data. Okay, some data get when you are putting something on the ERP perspective. You are pushing some data, ERP data is pushing something, then that data gets synchronized. It get updated there. Otherwise, some default values will be put by the system. The best example is the VDR ID. ERP ID is not there. That's why system created what? VDR ID and kept it there. Okay, so apart from this one, that I want to explain a few about the things from the if in case before this one, we can go here, and if we go and want to check this data in the other core admin system, the where we have checked it just now. Okay, so for example, you are not buying the SLP system. Take a consideration that you are not buying the SLP. So in that scenario, what are the benefits? What are the disadvantage? How are you going to perform all those activities? Okay, so from that perspective, if you see this, these things you will be performing you can see from the core admin side. So I think there is a production, collaboration, paper electronics, catching errors, improvement, Ariba discovery. Okay, business marketing, these things we have already aware of this one. Okay, so existing user login. Okay, so you can also refer this registration. So these things are already been set up in here. So invitation to possibly existing login, new user login, accept terms and conditions. And some of these things are coming from the downstream perspective, if you are setting up the trading relation. So these things will be covered when we will discussing the Ariba supplier network. Okay, so these are the landing page, registration process, same information that we have done it. So we have filled it up here. You can refer these things, browse the categories. the same service category selections are in here. Here you will be finding out that same products, services, global and all. Okay, those things. For the first time users, you can set up this global, and these are the basic, all these things. My selection that we have selected there. Then you have this form in here where you will be setting up these things. So I think like these things will help you out to, if you need to refer something, either the recording or you want to just refer these PPTs. So it will help you out to set up these things in here. Okay. So this is how it will be reflecting in here. Okay. So, okay, let me show you here this one. Like, for example, if you are not using this one, now whatever the supplier that you have created, you want to see that in the Ariba system. And as I mentioned, right, this ACM ID, right? Whenever you are creating a supplier, it gets created as a common supplier. So here comes in here. Okay, sourcing, and you can like invite him an RFI, RFPs and all those things, you can do it. No issues in that part. Okay, but if you want to use that supplier for the downstream, like PR, PO process and all, you need to have the partition data of that supplier. If the partition data is missing for that supplier, you will not be able to select that supplier for downstream process. Okay. Also, one more aspect in here. Let me show you this. If I create a partition data here and you deactivate this supplier for time being, this partition data will go away automatically. Okay. So this is a small thing, but it plays a very impact, like having a very high impact on the process perspective. And if you are going for a client side also, like, so these things will be like better to have a more clarification on these things. Otherwise, sometimes like it doesn't look good on that perspective. We are not like, these are things which you will definitely face, because company are creating hundreds and thousands of suppliers. And these things generally happen that they miss the creating the partition data, or something are being missed, or they have deactivated the supplier and all. So in those scenarios, these things will play an important part. Now, let me see this. Action, edit. So here you can see this option also coming for deactivate. So small, like nothing much in here, like by mistake also people can do this. Okay. So edit in here, first of all. I'm going to create a partition supplier. So you can create new partition data, or if this is already linked with some other common supplier, you can link it also. Okay, so for example, like same supplier having the two IDs and all, so then you can link that common supplier with that one and having a partition data. But this is our new case, so I'm just creating a new one here. So when we talk about the partition supplier, okay, so these are the things you will be finding out in here. So as I mentioned, right, partition data is more focused and more from the perspective of downstream. So here, that's why you are seeing the first thing is purchasing org. When you are creating the PRPOs and all, the purchasing org needs to be defined, and like the person that you can create, this supplier can be used for a particular purchasing org, right? So these things you need to set it up in here. Okay, and you can see this is the P realm, partition realm. So this is standard. This is standard. This is like we are talking about right now. We are talking about the core data, the data. The need of it is, right? See, when you have the partition data, so these information that you are referring in here, right? Purchasing org and all those things. And apart from this one, the features of sending the purchase order, how the purchase order needs to be sent to the supplier and all, those configuration, those setup is required only for what perspective? Downstream. You are not in purchase order and all, right? So for configuring those perspective and all, that is being set up in here. That's why you need of this one. So here, if you see this supplier location, if I create a new location in here, you will see this preferred ordering method, fax, email printing, how the PO will go to the supplier. If you have any electronic ordering method, all these things.
So you mean to say configuration for the downstream is being done here, huh?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So the segregation is there for the upstream, as I mentioned, right? So the common supplier is for upstream. And if you want to use it for the downstream, then you need to have it in here for this partition data setup completely. Here, even here, you can see the Ariba network ID comes into the picture. Right? From the upstream side, you will be able to use that ID, and that is in the background. Like it's there in that one, but it's not in the upfront. Here you can see this Ariba network ID comes here at the profile here and the supplier profile. And from here, you will be setting up the TRR, the trading relationship request. So basically what happens is without setting up a TRR, you can use the supplier for upstream. You can do RFI, RFPs with the supplier. But if you want to use the supplier for downstream and all, then you need to perform all these activities in here. Yeah. Okay. So for now, what I'm going to do is like, I'm just keeping OK for now. Now here you can see this supplier location coming in here. Okay. I'll be editing later on. Okay. And I can click OK in here. Now, so you can see this partition realm, P realm is created for this one. So partition data is here now, and I'm going to save it. Understand the main, like the purpose of it, the logic behind this, like the common supplier, what is the significance of the common supplier and the partition data, partition supplier, right? So it will help you to have from the downstream perspective to use it whenever. So generally people like to test sometimes, like the customer also like that way, they try to test your knowledge. They will ask you these kind of questions like, what are you doing with this one? If I want to have this supplier only or for the upstream, I do not want for the downstream and all. So that kind of thing happens. Like, so these are some practical examples that we face when we go for the client sites, right? So from this perspective, you can explain these things and you can explain like, this is the requirement from the common supplier for the upstream side, and you can have the partition data to use for the supplier from the downstream side. When you are setting up the downstream side, you will be setting up the other parameters also, like how the ordering method will be there, the ANID, the purchasing orgs and all, the data which is more relevant from the perspective of the downstream. So here, as I said, right, so this is here, data import export. So from here, you will be using the supplier consolidated file where you can see location. So I just downloaded this one, right? Location file. I think I downloaded this folder where I just showed you, right? In this one, if I open this one somewhere, I think, I'm not sure I opened this one. See here, it is supplier location. So if I open this one, CSV file, so see this. So in this one, you will see this, like all the other information comes in here also, purchasing org and all, street address and all. So you will be using this one. So this is the complete file. You need to load it when you are loading into the ERP system. And once you load this one, it will come in here and it will set up there the common supplier and the master, like the partition data of the supplier. Okay, so these things are there in this one. So like data load is like, you can see like everything is there in the data load. That everyone, right? You guys are already know that part. But yes, if you want to load something in here, then you can load it directly from here also. So I think that's all for the day. We'll continue tomorrow from here only. Like we'll be continue filling up this information of the supplier in here, and I'll explain some of the more aspects and some of the more functionalities of this one. And then we'll move ahead for the qualification and all. And then I'll show you some admin part of also for the this one for the supplier side. So I'll try to show you maximum as it is possible from our side. Okay. And then we'll continue on that part. Okay. Now, here you can see this Ariba supplier management. This is what we have done till yesterday, right? So before this one, let me continue and let me show you the part which we have left out regarding the partition data. Okay, I'll come back in here, then we'll start the qualification. Let me first do that one. So if I go into the supplier here, so organization values, or I can just put anywhere in this one. Now, if I click on this one, now partition data is there. Okay, let me edit this one so I can show you better in this one. Okay, I'm going to action and edit. Okay, this is why I'm going to edit this one. Now, when I'm going to the partition data, and here I'm going to edit this partition data. So this is the information that I want to show you. So first of all, as I mentioned, right, the partition data of the supplier will be used from the downstream perspective. Here, if you see this purchasing org. Okay, so purchasing org is here in this one, you can select. So if you select like whatever the master, so purchasing org is generally considered as the master data. So if you have loaded something, you can choose that this supplier will be like linked with this purchasing org, right? So for example, you have purchasing org 1, 2, 3. So you can say like this supplier belongs to the purchasing org 1. So you can associate that here. You can associate multiple purchasing org also. Okay. And here you can see this informations are coming, name, unique name. Always remember, you can change the name of the supplier, but the unique name always, this unique IDs and unique name, they are not editable. Okay, even unique name is like unique name is across, like you can say all the modules. Whenever you are loading the data, there will be a unique name. That unique name for exceptions, either it's an exception or either as a field is there, anything is there. So unique name will always be like unique, and you will not be able to change that one. You need to like keep it as it is. Okay, so that's why the unique name. You can change the name. You will find these two fields in most of the cases, unique name and the name. You will get an option to change the name, but this unique name. So basically, unique name is kind of like the backend, the data which is linked with the backend, right? That is the name. So even though if I change this name in here, this ID will remain common, and you will be finding out this ID is the actual one, which is what communicating at backend. Okay, so that is like the design. You can say like it's a design of Ariba system. This is how it has been created. So then you can have some URLs if you want to, if the supplier has provided you any catalog URL he has provided, buyer, the person who has buyer, any preferred currency you want to set in here. So these things are like sometimes by default comes from the user profile also, but yes, if you want to from the supplier, you can have it in here. Okay, so payment terms and all those things you can set up in here. Okay, so these things works from here. So here you can see this is the name in here. Okay, I'm going to add in here. So you can see this is already one is created, supplier location. And here you can see the important things, some of the things which is I want to show you here, that this is the one preferred ordering method. Okay, so we say here preferred ordering method. So you can see this fax, email, printing, and electronic ordering. This plays a very important role for the downstream perspective. Like how the supplier, how you are going to send a PO. Whenever you are at the downstream side, when you're going to create the PO, how the PO goes to the supplier. Okay, so I think some of people have already worked on these things. So any idea on this one? Any guess what this mean? Okay, let's take an answer, take a quiz. So these kind of questions you will find there in the, you can say, when you are going for an exam. Okay. Preferred ordering method. Which preferred ordering method will not allow to send the PO to the supplier? Yes, correct. Printing is the correct one. Okay, and same way, another question: what is the default preferred ordering method set by Ariba for any supplier? See, like I've seen it somewhere like it's a default is printing, because what happens is, okay, so here let's say this, maybe it's in electronic. So basically what happens is when you see in here, right? So fax is like earlier it was used the fax, you have to maintain the fax number and the goes like the PO goes on the fax number and all. Okay, but nowadays like fax is completely, you can know, like outdated service. Email, all the purchase order will be sent to the supplier through the email. Okay, he will be receiving this in the inbox. Printing is like kind of a by default if you create it there here. So sometimes the printing comes, or maybe electronic ordering become nowadays as this one. So printing is the one. In that case, the system do not attempt to send the purchase order. Okay, and electronic ordering, like this is EDIs and all other methods are there. So this is like the supplier, like the system will send the PO like that through via this electronic ordering, and supplier will be receiving on the portal. So these things you need to check some of the times. Like these are the issues you will generally find. Okay, when you are working on a supplier on a customer, right? You have set up all these things. Customers trying to create a purchase order, and the purchase order system didn't even try to send the PO. Okay, system didn't even try to send the PO. So in this scenario, what you need to check is the very first thing you will be checking is first is coming back here and checking what is set here, the preferred ordering method. Okay, so if it is printing, you need to change it, either to the email or either to the electronic. This you need to change it. Okay, so this is how some of these informations you need to check in here. Okay, so this is the one that I want to show you because this is very important, especially these kind of lot of issues comes in here because whenever you are updating something, any data being pushed from the from like outside system and all. So sometimes these things like this get reset, or you can say like reset to the default ordering method. Sometimes it's printing, or sometimes if it is not printing, if it is electronic, that is fine. If it is printing, then it will be like system will stop sending your PO to the particular supplier. So you need to check in here and you need to remove and you need to work on it. Okay. So these things you will be checking in here from the downstream perspective. So this is like basically you can say like the supplier having the what you can say multiple this one basically options are there for the, and one more thing in here, location. If you change, for example, you are creating a PO, you have created the PO for Jay Kumar, this city, okay, whatever the city is coming in here, for example, Bangalore, right? First is the Bangalore. Then you have another location here. You can create one more location here. If you change the location between the PO, it will generate a new purchase order number. That is also the functionality of Ariba system, that if you change the supplier location, it will generate a new purchase order number. So I hope like everyone understand the process, right? So supplier registration process, and also how the supplier is going to respond to your requests when you are sending something. So the objective of showing this one is that even though like you will not be doing that part, right? But whenever you are sending a request to the supplier for registration and all, right? So you should be aware of the process, so that at least like supplier should not make some unreasonable request to you, like I'm not able to do it, this is something and all. So from that perspective, at least you can guide them, you can make them understand like this is how you need to do and all. So from that perspective, that the complete cycle I try to show you from the buyer perspective as well as supplier perspective, so you can understand how the both system works in these scenarios. Okay, so in future if you will be working on these projects, so if any queries, any issues coming from the supplier side, so you will be able to see that, you can able to rectify that, you can guide the supplier also, like they can do this manner and all. So those are the things that we want to like majorly the objective to show you from both the perspective. Okay, so here, yes, Srina's like your coming is in the approval flow. So if I go into the this one, approval flow for this, and if I see here your questionnaire, so yes, so here I can see your questionnaire in here, whatever the information you provided, and here is your certificate, like the Excel file, any document that you provided. So based on this one, I think like everything looks fine, and I can approve your request. Okay, so that's fine. So here I just put like optional, it's an optional, so approve it, and let me complete the other task which is there in that one. And then you can see the ANID. Everyone on the supplier side, right? If you guys check, right, this ID, every supplier has this. When you click on the supplier side on your user, what you can say, like on your icon, like this, what you can say, you see in the corner, right? When you log in as a supplier, so you'll see your user ID in there. If you click on there, you will find this ANID. So this ANID is like, you can refer it that this is the ANID which is correctly matched to you or not, but generally it is the same thing. So from this perspective, it helps you out to identify, yes, the supplier got connected with us in a correct manner. These are the ANIDs that you can check with that one. And here I'm going to complete this task in here. And so I'll just mark something in here just for sample. Mark complete. So it's done. So you can see this registration status is registered, and if you see on the outside also, like it will get completed here as a registered supply. Okay, so these are some things that we have covered. Yeah, so you can see this, all the supplier profiles are coming in here, and I hope everyone we like approve for everyone, and we have done it. Now let's go to the, like I think last time, like on Friday, we were discussing about the SM admin part. So if I click on the manage in here, and if I try to go back in the SM admin part in here, basically like see there are 2-3 ways of that one. So basically, first of all, if you are not qualifying that supplier for any commodity and all, right, so you are already like you are putting that in that scenario, like he's not qualified for example, if I say you have done it, right, so it's in progress. But if you see in this profile in here, you can see this here, like view, you can cancel this also, which is already in progress, or you can again start the process and again qualify it for other commodities or categories. Okay, if you click it again here, like for example, you say like again, you can start the process. You will be creating these processes, like you will be loading this in the approval process flow, that template is there. So you will be loading these processes. So these are like company decides some processes, like you segregate on your basis on your requirement. You try to segregate the suppliers in your database based on some direct supplier, indirect supplier, supplier qualified for northern region. So you are just giving a name of process, right? Something you are like, okay, we segregate our suppliers process type of this one on like northern region, southern region, or any, like could be direct, indirect, or any commodity wise. So those process information you need to load into the, so that process you will be loading this process type which you are seeing here, this one, this you need to load it into the process flow. So that is there in this one. So that is in the core admin actually. Let me show you that. Manage core admin. So these are like based on the company, what name they want to put it and what process type they want to define it. So there they will be putting up in here. So if I go in here in the core admin, you need to load the file in here and you can see the processes in here. So if I go in here, process, I'm forgetting the name of that task actually, process flow, process, something is there. Or maybe just a second. I think I can download this data dictionary and I can check from here quickly. There's a process flow task which you can load it, and you will be mentioning all your processes that you are looking for, and from there you will be able to like load it, and then you can use it into the process flow there. The options that you are setting, right? So those things like we will be designing it, like we will be putting up in there, and then from there you will be choosing that options based on your requirement. So we generally do that part. Okay. So view supplier profile. Sorry. And if I go into the qualification here, so this is in progress. Okay, let's go into the auto qualification. So you will get a particular set of questionnaires when you set up this auto qualification, right? So, okay, so this is like process indicator group is there in this one. So it's not properly set in here. Okay. But what happens is when you set up in here, you will be setting up some questionnaires in here. Okay, those questionnaires will be coming in here because these are process flow. Let me just open it, this one. Okay, let me show it from, not from here. Let me go into the SM admin. Okay, then in case if it is not there, let me go in SM admin. Okay, and if I go in here, SM process flow, you are selecting, right? So basically what happens is when you're selecting this process, right? So you will be selecting that what type of process you want to follow for qualifying the supplier or disqualifying the supplier. So both things like are there in that one. So just a second, if I can download it in here. Vendor ID, this is SM process. So you see here, like this is one, but like this is not the exact one that I want to show you. Okay. But it is also, you can see like expiry date and all those things are given for every process when you have it. So this is the process flow you also loaded. Let me check if that process is there. So I will be able to show you that one. That is not, looks like here. Memory. Okay, let me go maybe into the core admin and I can show you the process templates in here. The templates, manage. So process flow project templates are there, this one. If I just open this one. So you can see like these are the questionnaires you are creating in here based on that one. So for example, any disqualification process project templates is there. So if you open it, so this is like disqualification, SM process type. So this process type, this you are seeing in it, right? So this process type you will be loading into the system. So currently I think there's not enabled in this one. Like, as I said, right, see, this is a demo system. So some things they have not enabled, or maybe if it was earlier there, I have seen it. So like this demo system, they keep on updating this one. So now this is not here in this one. But when you create a template, you will be setting up these ones, and then you can set up here the questionnaires for disqualification survey or qualification survey. So you will be maintaining all these things. So based on this one, you will be setting that the supplier has been disqualified or qualified for this one. So this is the process. You need to set up the process, what process you want to follow in there. You can load the process type names, which you will be selecting there. Based on that, you will be choosing the questionnaires here, whatever you are setting up here. So this template part I will be explaining. So in that one, it's a similar architecture for all the templates, whether it's a supplier request, registration, qualification, disqualification. So I will be showing you that one also. Okay, even I'll try to find out the qualification also, like the process flow. So see, as I said, I see qualification and all those things is majorly from the perspective where you want to gather the information more from the supplier. So they are following that process, maybe like as you mentioned, right? That's a defense industry, right? So they must be following that one in a like a very what you can say in a stringent manner. So they will be having the particular what you can say like the questionnaires and all. So they are trying to get all these informations in a better manner, right? So most probably that was the case. That could be the case in their scenario, and they will be using that one. But in this scenario, you can see like currently like this is I'm not able to show you here because this is not enabled in the system. But yes, the templates are in there, and yeah, as you can see like a qualification and disqualification part. In qualification and disqualification, here you have the particular set of questionnaire. You need to create the questionnaires on based on that you are going to disqualify the supplier. For example, take an example in the question in the template you set up a questionnaire. If I go back to the template in here. So if you set up any questionnaire in the disqualification template, in the SMS process flow projects, like the supplier has less than 5 years disqualification. If I open this one, and for example, you set up any question in here. If I go view detail, content. So here you can see commodity region department is also there. Okay. So these things I will be showing you like how you set up in there, how the commodities will be coming in the response of this one, and how these parameters works in this. Everything I will be showing you. Process projects are inside of you can say this qualification process. So like not just for this, as you see this, right? When we are trying this one, so process flow is basically referring towards the what you can say like within that one, like they are inside of it. The other way of doing it is the modular questionnaire. Okay, so here if you see this, like when I'm selecting any qualification for this one, within qualification here you have the process. See, these are basically process qualification. You can see this process. So qualification itself activity. Under the qualification, when you're trying to do any qualification or disqualification, you need to follow certain process. The name of that process is you are going to decide by that process flow template. Okay, that is how it works. So majorly like on the top qualification, under the qualification you have to follow the qualification process. You have certain process within that one when you are doing this process. So here is the process type. That's one thing. See, here you are seeing multiple process type, right? Auto qualification, direct supplier qualification, disqualify audit, this one. So the way it is coming here in direct supplier qualification, these questions are coming, right? The same way you can set up for other. Similar way you can set up these things. We can set up anything that you want. I will be coming up then when I share you the template, right? In that scenario, you will be able to set up these things. Okay, getting it, right? So process type we are defining. So understand here, these process types we are defining from the process flow template. We are maintaining it there, and then when we are selecting this one, these questions, these parameter that you are seeing in here, questions, right? You are getting it from there, and you can define them. You can edit them if you want to. For example, you want these different something 3 in this disqualifying in this one. Let me see for the. So for example, like indirect supplier qualification. Let's see if it is. I think this will work. See here, 4th is also coming. So for this one, you have set up something different question. So yeah, most probably these 3 are generally everyone follows, but you have another also. So this is how it works, right? It's like qualification, and you can do the qualification with different process types, and based on that, you will be able to set up these questions. So let me, what I do is, I'll just send you the request. Okay, Akshay private view in here. View supplier profile in here. What I'm going to do, I'm sending you the qualification. I hope you can do the qualification questionnaire now. I'm going to send you this one. Wait a second. This one, view in here, and view supplier profile. So it's like simple questionnaires are in there. So I'm doing to qualification for you because I can show you there. Okay, here I go for this direct supplier qualification. So I'm just selecting for something like in here for now. Okay, region all, admin, and next. So these are some questionnaires are coming in here, optional and this one. So I'm going to select next. Okay, send. So you will see like it will be coming to you in your, so just log in your use supplier as a supplier in there and just submit. Like there are only one answer, questions are there. So like it will take hardly 10 minutes for 5-10 minutes for you. Just submit this. So I will be showing you these things in here after like you complete it. So here you can see that after this one, you will be getting the option for preferred status. Similar way we can assign like any suppliers for preferred for any categories, commodities and all. So you will see the preferred option once you do the particular qualification. So just complete this qualification. So you can do in the meantime, and I'll show you that after that I'll show you the qualification, like the preferred one, or how we set up. So it's a simple process, the same way we just assigning it to the qualification in there, and we can do that. So qualification also, this one, once you submit it, I need to complete the process also in this one. So these like complete qualification, we need to assign like you are qualifying the supplier conditionally, you are like qualifying directly. All those options comes in there. So once you do it, so I'll do I can show you on this one. Yeah, so you can say like when you are working on something, you want to like go for some buying and all. So someone is not aware of like which supplier should go and all. So if you set up a preferred status for a particular category or region for a particular supplier, so people generally like that is like the standard instructions in the company that please refer for these commodities the preferred supplier. So you will be like by default you can go to buy that supplier and everything which is related to that commodity. So that is what preferred is, that in case even though you have multiple supplier, but for that category, for example, like IT category, you have 10 suppliers. Out of the 10 suppliers, you have one supplier which is preferred. So it is always benefitable, or it is always good to you go always like to reach out to that supplier for any IT related category rather than the other 9. So preferred means like that supplier having, you can say like he's you generally decide the preferred, like the supplier is good, his pricing is good, or like the supplier is performing well and all, he's a authorized supplier, something like that way. So you can assign a preferred status to him. So that's the objective of it. Dependent on the company to company, but yes, definitely we should not like this 3-code quotation, we need to always consider it. That is especially if you are going for like a first time requirement. If you are already bought that item, or it's already been like in the system is there, right? So that is something different. You are using again the same supplier, that is fine. But if you are buying something for the first time and all, so generally 3-code quotation is like that process is very like it's a best practice in the supply chain industry. I can say that way. But yes, every company has their own standards and all. So if they are not following or someone is not following, that is maybe they must be putting some logic on behind of it. But in case when you are buying for the first time, then definitely you should follow that process. It's a very basic of supply chain. So that's how it is. So 3-code, so basically what happens is like in a supply chain perspective, it is always recommended that whenever you are buying any material, so you need to get 3 quotations from the, like 3 quotations should be there in that from 3 different suppliers rather than just having 1 or 2 quotations. So you always get the quotations in the sense like the proposals. Like if you want to, for example, you want to buy a simple mobile, same mobile, you need to ask at 3 places, 3 different dealers or 3 different sellers. So all the 3 what they are prices are giving, that you need to have it. So this is something like not specific to Ariba, like it's a general procurement, you can say procurement perspective, supply chain side. So this is like the basic best practice or standard that people follow in the industry. Based on that, like you have particular benchmarking, like you can say like out of the 3, you can keep your like little bit kind of, you can say like some benchmarking in there, that out of the 3, which will be the lowest, or you can say like the which will be giving us the lowest price, or you can say the best bid in there, or you can say like if all the 3 are below than our budget price. So for example, all the 3 are giving you the mobile in less than 10K, and your budget is somewhere around 12K. So you can also say like we will negotiate with all 3 one more time, or we will only negotiate the people who has given the quotation below than the budget. So for example, 12K your budget, 2 people give you the quotation of 10K, and 1 supplier gave you the quotation of 15K. So you might not discuss with the 15K supplier because it's above your budget value. So only 2 suppliers are there who provided 10K, or they are within the budget. So you will go only negotiating with them. So these are like, I'll say not a complete strategy you are putting up in there, but yeah, it's a small strategy if you want to like when you want to go for any project and all. So these kind of small strategies, you can put it up in there upfront, that this is how we are going to negotiate when the quotes will be received. So upfront, you are deciding some process which you are going to follow. So this way it's easy, like to, first of all, like that from a supply chain perspective. So what I can say, like to avoid any kind of malpractices, or someone doubts the process that you have not following the process, or you given some preference to a particular supplier. So these kind of what you can say, like strategies and all, you can put in place before you are publishing any RFPs or RFQs or receiving any quotation. So anywhere, like, so this is some kind of standard basic process of supply chain. The sequence is like, the first you need to complete the request, then you have to complete the registration, and then you need to go for the qualification. This is a standard defined process of Ariba. Yeah, so it is always go in this sequence only. See, even supplier request, you do not need to even do the registration. You can still use the supplier. So as I said, right, once you create the supplier in Ariba, so for example, this Chemical Private Limited, or maybe I'll say, yeah, Chemical Private Limited. This is a demo supplier I created, right? So you can see this supplier in here. I don't think so it's registered. Let me see this. Yeah, you can see this. It's not invited. Like, we have not initiated his registration process even though. Okay, we just created this supplier. Still, if you want to go for sourcing module and you want to use this supplier, you can use it. There's no like stopping in that one, and you can use this supplier for any RFI, RFPs or auction. You can go with this. Okay, yes. So there's no, as I said, see, these things you are also controlling from the template side. So those things I will be showing you when we discuss the template part. So in that one, when you are setting up the rules in there, you can set up this registration status to be used, especially for the sourcing. When you are creating the sourcing templates and all, you will be able to perform these things in there. Basically, there are one rule is there that how you want to invite the supplier in your events and all. So from their perspective, you get all these options like not invited, invited, in qualification, preferred, registered and all. So registered and qualified. So there you can select this, that which type of supplier or which type of suppliers will be allowed in this template for the invitation. So like, yeah, so basically when you are fetching the supplier from the ERP, right? So you are putting them suppliers in which status, like you are directly putting into the invited, not, so that you need to set up in here, right? Whenever the suppliers will be coming in there, and if you are putting already like the qualified and all those status in there, then definitely you'll not be able to do that. But generally when you are pushing in there, so as I said, when you are pushing up there, first of all, you are keeping the supplier request out of the equation, right? Because you have already created the supplier. Generally supplier request we use, and the supplier is SLP side to create the supplier. Now the suppliers are getting created from the ERP side. So you are pushing that thing from the ERP side, it will get as created to the not invited. Yes, we can do the qualification. If the supplier status is not registered, always for the qualification before the supplier should be registered. That is the you can say like a step. So here I'm going to approve your this one. Okay, approve. Done in here. So this one in here, second, approve. Done. This is, I think I missed one. Pending approval. This is pending approval. It's got stuck somewhere, I think.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. In SAP Ariba, what is the purpose of the procure-to-pay process? Option A, managing employee benefits. Option B, automating the entire procurement process. Option C, calculating financial forecasts. Option D, creating marketing campaigns. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hello, future SAP Ariba Maestro. Ready to elevate your procurement game? Dive into our SAP Ariba self-paced course on Teachable, where expertise meets flexibility. Unlock the secrets of SAP Ariba at your own pace. From requisition to payment, we've got you covered. Explore our comprehensive course description, follow a structured curriculum, meet your seasoned instructor, and hear what fellow learners say in glowing testimonials. Why us? Because our experts crafted this course with your success in mind. They're here to guide you every step of the way, ensuring you grasp the ins and outs of SAP Ariba effortlessly. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the impact. Plus, our course won't break the bank. It's an affordable opportunity to master SAP Ariba. Ready to boost your procurement prowess? Enroll now on our course page. Visit ZaranTech's website for the full training details. Let's kickstart your SAP Ariba journey together.
Let me open it, finance. Okay, so this one is not coming for me. So like it is going back to the other person, which is not there in my, I can say like in my authority. I do not have access for act as for this person also. So this is the person who needs to approve this one. Okay. So this information, if I try one more time. Edit task. Let me see this if I can edit the task. No, approver is result here only. I can't change this also. So here, so this is the person not able to act as also, like, so generally like authorization issues are there, like this person is there. So I think this person is there by default. These are by default coming from the template, like it's been set up in the template. Let me go quickly in there. Yeah, I'll check this one. Like if it is required, I'll maybe what I said is I'll update the template. Maybe I'll just change this one, and then I can maybe set it up in this system, or maybe I'll ask the person to approve it, because it's like I think it's based out of US, so not now. Maybe it will work. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Or let me see this if I can. I think everyone have the same this one. Okay. So how else we can do this one? Let me see this just quickly in there. Core admin one more time, but I don't think so it will work in that manner. Okay, it will not work in here for now because this is a different person. I'll check this one. I'll complete this part. Okay, maybe we'll complete this part tomorrow. From here I'll show you this one. Okay. Okay, so let's go back to the SM admin here. So I just what is this? Yesterday we have, like on Friday we discussed something on the integration status. This one I'll share that one to you. Okay, so here if I go in this one, ERP integration. So I think this part was clear, right? So here you will be getting the integration and supplier synchronization part. This part is okay. Okay. So these are some of the informations you will be getting up in here. Supplier synchronization. If you are going to set up something on an external approval in the ERP side, so you can set up some, like when you are pushing the data from Ariba and it has been reaching out at the ERP side and any approval is required at that end. So you can that can be enabled also. Okay, you can see from this perspective. Then you have some ongoing supplier synchronizations in here. So you can try to load the data and doing the mass registration here. So you can see mass registration, invitation wave, start date, and also you can do the mass registration also in here. So these are the options. Like these are more from an integration perspective, and like as I said, right, so these are more from an integration setup perspective. So you might be working along with the integration team for performing all these things. Configuration value, so this is more on a CIG, you can say, the middleware team. So polling stamps and all those things, they will updating it on this one middleware perspective. And then you have the notification setting. So in case like some synchronizations are failing on a daily basis, so you will be receiving so SM ERP administrator group will be receiving the notifications that these in a daily basis that these all the synchronization got failed into the system. Okay, now, so how we check this one? If it is something is failing and all from the integration perspective, that how you are going to check all this information. This is coming from the integration perspective. Okay, so here you can see this is the integration, this is the status. You just want to check the health. Like as from Ariba perspective, our main job is to check whether the data is even going from SAP Ariba or not, or are we receiving the response from the ERP system or not, from the integration perspective. That is the first thing. If the data is not coming back to ERP, so from ERP to Ariba system, we can't do much, right? We need to reach out to the ERP team and they need to check, or middleware team need to check, is there any issues in somewhere? Okay. So when we say like from that perspective, so here you can see first, these are some inbound, outbound data. So it is whatever going from Ariba is like outbound, what is coming inside the Ariba is considered as an inbound basic. And here you can see the time range. You want to check for a particular time. So like 1 week, 1 month, date range, 1 day, 1 hour. So this way you can check like how many data or something has been pushed. So for example, if I go for 1 week, okay, and I search, simply I just search in here. So you can see these are the requests, which is outbound. So here you can see first is the direction, creation date, update date, status, type, SM vendor, message UID, messages and payload, XMLs. Okay. So you can see this like for this system as it's not configured, we are just sending. Outbound is like Ariba is sending the response, like pushing the data from Ariba to the ERP system, but we are not receiving any inbound. You can see this all are outbound. We haven't received any inbound. So generally, as I said, right? So you can see this type is request in. So for a successful, so basically what happens is for a successful completion of a supplier data in both system, in Ariba and in ERP, you need to have the 4 statuses against one supplier. What all the 4 statuses are there? These are the 4 these are the 4, this one. Request in is the first, that you are pushing the data from Ariba to ERP. ERP accepts that data and sent out to your request out that it has received it successfully. That is first cycle. After that, confirmation in. The actual data, then other data goes into the system and the system sends. Ariba sends this data with the related to the supplier into the Ariba system, ERP system. And once that data get updated correctly, then a response comes back from the ERP, that is confirmation out. So as I said, right, like to get a one supplier successfully updated all the data in both the system, Ariba as well as in ERP, you need to have these 4 request and confirmation against a one supplier. So as you can see, currently only we have one, that we are sending something, but there's no response coming from the ERP. And hence Ariba is not sending the confirmation in. So these are some messages type. These are some more on a, you can say like a backend jobs and all those things are there in this one, middleware and ERP team involves. So this way you'll be checking it first. So anytime if you are working on any project and you are finding out that supplier data is not getting updated or something in here, so as a troubleshoot, you will be coming in here, you will be first checking whether the connection is working correct or not. You can also check it for a specific supplier also. You can put any SM vendor ID. I'm not sure, like this is coming by default. Let me search it. So this is one. You can see this is 881. This is the SM vendor ID. So this way you will be sending out, you can check it. This is sent on 1st December. Okay. So this way you can check these all information. You can even download some XMLs. So XMLs and all those things are like generally you need to like lies with the ERP team and middleware team. So they generally help us out to read all these things. So if I show you a XML format here, the data which is being pushed from the Ariba and being reached out to the middleware system. So these are looks like little XML files. Okay, so you have this ID, you have user this interface ID in here, creation date, time. You can see the system like sender system is our here. You can see status is like Ariba, and you can see the receipt system. Receipt system is R3800 is ERP system. Okay, so this is how you will be like. So this is a basic. I'm just briefly showing you, but like it requires a little bit like good exposure, good experience on this one to go through all these things, understanding all those information in these files, in the XML files and all, because these are the fields that you are seeing in here. The same fields are needs to be going there and mapping to the particular fields which are there in the middleware as well as the ERP side. Okay, so this is like a format of XML. You can say like this is how the XML looks when we are sending the data from the Ariba side. Okay, so this is how you will be checking it in here. So you can have the statuses like first you will be checking status, everything is failing, and all. Here you can see status, created, processing, success, failure. So whatever it will be there, it will come in here. And here is the message type, all the 4. So I kept it all. So if I remove this one, so you see this, like I'm checking a 1 week range. Okay. So when for last 1 week, all the inbound, outbound, I'm keeping both, and I'm just simply searching in here. So you can see this, like all the information is coming in here. So these are all the requests. You can see different suppliers are there, and we are pushing the data from Ariba side, but it's like stuck in this and it starts failing all those. Okay, it's not reaching, like it's like stuck kind of, like it's been sent there, but no response are coming from the ERP side. So this way you can check it, like every time you can, like generally we only check the all, like basically if some issues are coming in the system, data is not getting updated, we first of all check here status all. In that one, if we are getting failure, or you will be checking directly here the failure or processing. Okay, so this way you will be checking like anything is failing or not. So if you click on the fail here, you will be checking all the fail. So search. So anything which is failing, so it's not coming failing. So like generally what happens is fail, you will getting an options. You send a request. From there was some issue, there was a miss, the data is not matching and all. So the failure response will come to you. So the response should come from the system. Generally, they give some error message and all, like data is not correct, character length is more, supplier formatting is not correct, or something, anything. It could be anything. So that kind of messages will be coming in here in the XMLs and all, with the response is coming. So you can read that response, and like then you can share with the middleware team and all. You can say like this is the error is happening. So they might check from the middleware perspective, something you need to check it from your side. Some data is not mapped correctly, or the data we are not filling it up with the right data in the SLP side. So all those things you will be like analyzing. Like, so this is like how you do troubleshoot basically. So as you can see, like this is majorly to checking integration status. This is for the integration status only, whether the system is working fine or not. Okay, so these are the some major things, like we can say like these are some most important things I can say from the perspective of SLP here, this side. And you can see like some basic is like inactive suppliers. So you can see the list of all the suppliers which are inactive. So this is another issue you will find most of the time. People by mistakenly inactivate the supplier. So always check the supplier with the SM vendor ID here in this list. If the supplier is deactivated and all, so you need to reactivate it. So users are generally get confused with this one, and they like make a mistake. They're not able to find the suppliers in the system. So simply come in here, check it, and if it is fine and all, so you can use it from here. So the person who's from the like functional support team or technical support team, so they will be coming to you. Like supplier, the users, end users will never be given access to these things. They cannot do it. Or so I'm just saying, like for example, by mistakenly something inactivated by someone, so you can come here and check. Okay, so anyone, like it could be done by anyone, not just by end user. So generally end user does not have an access, but if someone else is doing, or someone new into the implementation team and all people came in here, so end users will be coming with the request that we are not able to find this supplier. End users will not be able to do anything. They will be just simply coming to you like the supplier is inactive. Like, so we are not able to find this supplier. Earlier we are till last week we were able to find it. Now this week we are not able to find this supplier. Yeah, so here in this one, like this is how we will, it's given. So you can see like only one field is there, search by the ID in here. This is given in here. So most of this one looking for the ERP. So here you can search for them by ERP vendor ID or SM vendor ID.
So but this is standard by the SAP Ariba.
Right, this is standard.
So
by
can we modify it by raising the request to them?
Yes, you can ask them, like you can raise an SR to them, and if they agree on this one, like they can put anything else in there, so definitely they can do it. If they say yes, definitely we can use it. But if they say no, then like I'm not sure they will be able to do it, because that's the end point, because SAP Ariba, they can't do it, so obviously no one can do that. And I think here you can see like there are only two options in the database. Here you can see this SM vendor ID, ERP vendor ID. This name is not even reflecting here. So most probably they have not kept that field here in this, you can say that user interface, as well as like defining it here. So most probably that is the reason. But yes, if you want to check this, the same thing here, you can check from the core admin also, right? So in the core admin, you have both the options, like whether a vendor ID and all, or you want to do it for any other thing in here. So you can see this suppliers here. So here you have the name also, you have the ID also. So you want to search any supplier with any ID here, supplier name here, active, yes and no. So you can just simply click no. active no, and you can search it. So all the suppliers which are inactive in the Ariba system currently, these are all suppliers are inactive. You can see all these suppliers are inactive. So you can simply click on actions, activate. So multiple things, like you can do it from the SLP or you can do it from here also. So if you have this core admin also, it's easy. From here you can do it the activation. So it's just simply one click and it will be back in the system for selection. Okay. So that's from majorly from the this side. Okay. So now let me show you the template part in here. So coming back to the templates now. So where we are controlling a lot of things in the system. Okay. So now let me show. So this is a template section. So this is also the the access will be given to the specific team members. Not all team members will be given the access for the templates. Okay, because here a lot of things will be dependent on if you make any changes in here, it's going to impact on your company level, like wide level. Here you can see this is a demo system, right? That's why you are seeing so many templates. In the real world, when you guys already worked in, right? So hardly there are 3-4 templates company keep on active. Otherwise, all the templates are like inactive and all, they are not able to visible in there, right? So, but this is a demo system. That's why you can see like a lot of templates are in here. So you can see this name. These are the name of the templates, owner, who's the owner of the template, and you can see the status. So draft, active, and you can see inactive. So you will find for any template, you will find 3 statuses. Okay. Whenever you create a template, you will find that there are 3 statuses in the system, which for the template. Now here you can see the first is, you can see draft, active, and inactive. So draft means either you are editing the very original version of the template, or you can say like you are editing any existing version of the template. So currently it's in the editing mode. You can select the current version, either whatever the version is, whether it's the original version or it's in any extended version 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you are editing that. That is why it is in draft. Okay. Now here active. Any template, the current version of the template, you want to use it, you need to make that template active. Otherwise, it will not be. So if it is a draft template, very first time you have created, and you are not made it published, like it's not active, then you will not be able to find that template. But if you have added in the template subsequent versions, like for example, you have created 3 versions, and now you want to edit that template, you are creating the 4th version now. Okay, so in that scenario, the older version will be available for selection. I will be showing, like I'll explain these things in there. I'm just showing you basic. And here you have the third is inactive. Inactive means you cannot use that template. You in the sense like no end users. No one can use that template. If they try to search that template will not be visible. That is inactive. Nobody can use that template. Okay, so 3 statuses: draft, active, and inactive. So basically like template creator, these are the 3 roles are there: template user, template creator, template manager. So these are the 3 roles majorly from the template perspective. If you have these 3 roles, so you can made it active. So I'll show you like how you can do all those things. Okay, I'll show you. So here these symbols are for, like, if you see the dollar sign, this is for sourcing. Okay, this pen one, this one you are saying, this is for basically for the contract. So these are the symbols like here. So you will see like generally for this one, and SLP has different. So these are some modular template, and these are basically folders. If you say like the templates are inside or something here, open. So you can see this. This is the template. Okay. So this is how the template looks. This is a sourcing template. You can see like this is a template for sourcing project. Here it is coming. So this is the template for sourcing project. So sourcing will be covering up later. So I'll show you the detail, the sourcing one in here. Let me go there and let me find out first the supplier one. Okay, let me go somewhere. I think it will be somewhere down. Let me check. Sourcing, supplier request and all. Okay, here I go in this one. Here you have here. See, this is the supplier request project template. Okay, so in this is a folder. I'm going to open this one. So in this one, see, like a lot of people are trying to edit this one. So let me see this one, supplier request template. At any given moment of time, you can make it any for supplier request and registration process. You can make only one template active. If you see this, if you see this is a sourcing project template. People keep the names different. They are putting the name here different, but the template is sourcing project template. Okay, so this is how it is. So this is what generally happens. Like people are not aware of it. So what they do is they choose something different. They name it something different. Okay, so do not go for this one. That's what I'm saying. So this is demo system, as I said, right? See, these people here are quite fresher, like not experienced from your perspective, that you guys are quite experienced on these things, Ariba and all. But some students are very new, and all those people are not aware how to even create the template. So they do like this way. They select different template, they name it something different. So it creates confusion and all. Because this is one. You can see this supply request template. If I click in here, you can see first of all, in the supply request template, the owner is Ariba system. So generally, if you find it here, right, Ariba generally what it says is it does not provide you the template to be created, multiple templates for the supplier request and registration. Remember, only for request and registration. Okay, it does not allow you to create multiple templates. The example you can also understand from here is the supply request template is here, and you can see this is owner is Ariba system. Okay, and if I click on this one, you will see this. There's the copy option is grayed out. Like I cannot select it now. Okay, understand this is the logic here. You need to understand here from the implementation side perspective. When you are creating a supply request template, okay, when you are creating a supply request template, it will be a unique. You cannot like have it multiple templates in here. That's why the system copy is grayed out. Also, another aspect of this one is if you click in here, this action. So these are some templates. So basically in Ariba, what you can do is you can copy the template. You can see this copy option is coming for this. Okay. For most of the templates you can copy, like for sourcing, contract, you can create multiple templates. Okay. But for SLP, only for request and registration, you cannot copy and you cannot create another template. You need to ask for some customization if you are looking for this one for supplier request and registration only. Here you can see this action here option. Click on action if you want to create a template from scratch. Okay, this is something which you can create it from here. Like this is copy option is not coming, but in other cases you can see this. If you click on it, copy option coming, so you can copy and use it. But in here, if you see this actions option in here, and you can see this create template. Once you click in here, you will see this. You only have these all options for which you can create the template. So you can see this, a template is used for a specific type of a project. Create a new template. This is from scratch. Project is there, for other SLP is there, for contract workspace is there. But as I said, see, important is supplier request. That's why I said initially also, right? Qualification and disqualification, all these other aspects are not that perspective from, because like having the very weightage into the system, right? The request and the registration is the most important in it. So logic is they are saying, like, for example, if you are onboarding any supplier, right, it should be the same. You can have the certain set of questionnaire, different set of questionnaires for supplier. Might be for like supplier for northern region, there will be a different questionnaire, for southern region different questionnaire, but the process will be the same. The analyzing process, evaluation process should be the same. That is what the logic they give us. Okay, let me show you that one. Let's go to have a look of the supplier request template. I'll showing you here. Right now you see this. First we discuss the supplier request template. Okay, supplier request is which type of process, internal or external? So internal project, right? So let's first discuss this template. Okay, so here you can see this is active. Currently it's in active. Now when any template is active, here if I go click in here, I'll try to open this template. Now you will see this supplier request template here, supplier request project. On the right hand side you can see the status is active. So to use the template, the current version always should be in the active status. Okay, now version, you can see version 190. Okay, so it has been changed almost like 190 times. Okay, Here, if you see in here, this is the first overview tab where he will give you the basic of the supplier like name, description, ID, owner and all. And here you can see the version history. So from the date it has been created, the first till date, all versions will be applicable here and you can see. So for example, if I go to the last page 19, so you can see the first version was created somewhere in on 1/5/2016. Okay, this is version 1 of 190. Currently 190 version is there. So this you can check from here. So these all informations will be available on your overview page of a template. Now here you can see the second is the tab is documentation. This is your form where you are going to configure the questionnaire that you are going to ask internal. So that we are specifically talking about for now is a internal supplier internal request. Okay, so you whatever the questions you are sending it to the your vendor master team or supplier management team for review and approval. This is here. This comes from here. Then third is the tasks. This is the approval flow task, which you have seen, right? I have to approve and also these things are coming from here. Approval for supplier request form. Okay, this is under approval. So these are the tasks where you will be creating. So this is the process. So for example, here you will be finding out like I'll show you this one. I'll explain these everything. Then comes the next step, that is team. You can have a particular team here. You can edit more groups, create more groups, add more people, all those things you can see. Project owner is by default the group which comes by default. Either you are creating in a template, you are creating in a project, you are creating any RFPs and all. Every time when you create these things in here, project owner is something like by default comes, and project owner is the person like who owns that project. He can add multiple people here also. In this one, I'll show you how you do that. Then the next is the conditions. The conditions you can set it up here for any specific region and all. That thing I will be showing you here. Then advanced options are there, which generally not much used if you want to gather some information from the document file, but not much used specifically. And then you have the history, where you have the log of what you have done at what moment of time and who has done it. So you can see timestamp, user, ID of that user, type, title, and details, edited, created, and all. So you can see this, all this information is coming in here. Like all these got logs and nobody can delete them. So this is from the perspective like if someone deletes something in the system, so you can track who has done it. For example, intentionally someone is trying to delete something and all, try to make the system unstable and all. So those things will get recorded here automatically. Nobody can delete these logs. Okay. So this architecture you are seeing here, right? The overview tab, document tab, task, team condition, all these architecture kind of will be similar for all the upstream templates. Remember this. Okay, the basic architecture of the template in Ariba upstream for all the modules is same. Okay, now here if you see this, currently it's active. If I try to click on this document and I try to edit this document, so there's no option coming for edit. Okay, now if you want to edit any template, the option is to create a new version. How you create a new version? Click on this overview in here, coming here in the actions option, and you can see this under the template new version. And you can see this inactive option also coming. For example, you do not want to make this template available for anyone. Okay, simply make it inactivate. If you do it inactivate here, it will not be visible, or nobody can no end users can use this template. That is inactivate. Then here you can see the new version. This is the point where you can edit. Like once you click it new version, what will happen is status will change to here as draft, and the version 190 will become in editing status. Let me click it. Please also like take a look in here. So please be pay attention on the screen. I'm clicking here new version. See this? A new version of the template has been created. So you can see here status is draft, version 190 editing. Now if you see this, documents, action, edit. And you can see the same way, like you see the name there, the supplier sourcing, supplier request. So here you can see supplier request template, even though the basic template is supplier only, right? But if I click on action, I click on edit properties, here I can change the name of this template. I can put even content workspace. Basically, it's a supply request template only, but I can put the name here, anything. Like if you want, I can put anything in here. After this one, I can write for contract, something like that. So you can write anything in here when you are editing. So that is what the students and all those people are doing it. They are not understanding which template are selecting. They are naming the template, considering that they think like with the name it will work that way. No, it will not happen that way. It will work in a manner which template you have chosen. Okay. Whatever the name you are going to put, the basic will remain as per that. So generally try to put the name which template you have chosen here. Okay. So here I'm going to just cancel it here. I'm not going to change the name. Now coming back to the document section. Here, if I click on this document section and click edit. Now you can see this previously edit option was not coming. So edit option only will come in here when you have the status as draft. Okay. Now click on it and you can see this edit. These things I'll explain later. First, let me edit this one. See here, rules. This is also understand. Okay. Here you can see this event. Okay. When we are creating, so event, and you can see this document number. So in Ariba side, whenever you are creating any event, so any event in the sense like this way, okay. So event is nothing but a document. As you can see, this was under the document type. Okay. So under the document, this is all coming is always with the DOC number. Okay. So this number is being defined by SAP Ariba itself. Every time you are creating something, it will be coming here by default. So this way you can refer this number and it's a unique number for every time. Now, here you can see this rules. Okay. This rules section is the section which you need to configure. As an implementation partner, you will be discussing these rules section with your client, and based on that, you will be setting up all these rules. So here you have supplier eligibility criteria rule here, timing rule here, you have bidding rule here, you have project owner actions here, market feedback here, supplier management, message board, all those things in here. So this rule section in here, right, it will define and you can say like it plays an important role when you are publishing your template and making it available for the end users. So for example, I think everyone can see that like the duration. You can set up the duration in here. Okay, whether it's been allowed and all those things you can set up from here. When it will be the start time, when it will be the response date time, bidding rules, when it will be delegated, it's all those things you can do it from here. And remember, this rule section is common. This rule section is common across all templates. Either you are creating SLP, you are creating, for SLP within that supplier request or registration, or you are creating the sourcing template, RFI, RFP's auction, you are creating contract template. All these templates, major these things are similar. Okay, contract is a little different, but yes, for sourcing and you can see SLP, this is the same. This rule section will always come. And this is common across all. So in SLP side, these things are not much relevant perspective. Like see here, you can see the first question here. So here I requested to pay attention, right? Minimum supplier status for event participation. Now we are discussing what we are discussing supplier request. We are not still on the stage where we need to have the supplier event participation means RFI, RFPs and all, right? So we are not going to use this one. So as I said, right, these section and these all rules will always be there. It's your job as an implementation partner to set up which is relevant. Otherwise, you need to leave it. Okay. This thing will always come in all the templates. You need to use it based on the template you are creating. So for example, in this section, this is not relevant, but still it is there. Okay, same here, award eligibility. This is also not relevant, but still it is there. So that is fine. You do not need to touch these things. Leave it as it is. Okay, you will be you.
Options in drop down.
Yeah, I'm showing you that one also. So here the same options. If you see this, the first one, click here, not invited, invited, registered, qualification not started, started, and qualified. Okay. So these things I hope everyone remember, right? When we are doing the SLP, we are registering the suppliers to supplier request, registration, qualification. So statuses keep on changing. Right? So these things are coming from, like, so these are the options that you are going to choose in here. Same for the award eligibility is also there. So these, as I said, see, these things are required at some level. These things are not required. So these things you need to work it out based on the, what you can say, based on the events you are creating, based on the situation it is there, what all things you want to, as well as you need to have a confirmation from your client, what type of setting they want to. Okay, so these things will be set up from there. Timing rules, how much period. So for example, your client says, like, whenever we are sending the request to the internal team for approval, it should be for 1 day or 2 day or 3 day. You can set up the due date duration here. There is also, you can see this delegated, read only, hidden only. I'll explain these things also. Okay, all these things, like major, whatever the most important major things are there, everything I will be going to explain in this one. Okay, but I'll say, like, rule section will keep it for the sourcing side, because it will make more sense there to have this one, to explain it in a better examples. But you can see here, like, all these things are not relevant here, because this is an internal process. We are not doing any awarding and qualification or all these things. Yes, some things are specific, like due date, how much time you are going to give your team, the supplier management team and all, to approve the process and request. So that thing you can set up in here, like 1 day, 2 day, or something like this way. You can set up like 30 minutes and all, hours and days and all. These things you can set up in here. No, so it will only notification will show. It will still, like, it will be there in their queues only. So you can set up some reminder. Hey, can you see this reminder? You can set up some reminder, like if someone is not approving in a particular time period, you can set up the reminder. Start reminder every day, start every day's last reminder, and all these things. Enable reminders for due date. So you can set up the reminder, but it will always be there in their queue. Yeah, you can set up these things on a project level, like notifications goes to the multiple people if you want to set up those things. So that happens in there. I think reminders only you can set up. There's no escalation process as of, so if he's not approving it, so it will go for next level. It will not happen that way, because there's no escalation. You can only set reminders. So here you can see this in the template itself. You will be getting the reminders to set only to that person. It will be there in this pending approval.
Okay.
Okay. Not
the
for,
person
like,
is not available.
Yeah, that is good question. So basically what happens is, the logic is always that never put an individual person in the approval flow. Never. Always try to add a group, even though in that group only one person is there. That's a practice. That is what we suggest to all our clients. For example, you have approver 1, approver 2, and approver 3. 3 approval flows are there, right? Approver 1 should be rather than a person, it should be a group, like procurement group, finance group, or highest business approval group, like that way. In that group, you can add people. Okay, even though there's a one person, try to add it, because what happens is, for example, that person is left of the organization, you need to amend the approval flow continuously. Rather than changing that approval flow, the best way is, if that person left it, remove that person from that group, add some other person in that group. Or if that person is about to leave, still you have that, the, what you can say, like a new person has joined the authority and have that same authority, you add that person in the group, maybe 1 week before. So he will start receiving the emails and he will start approving that thing. The other person do not need to approve it now. He can just watch it, and maybe he can give some kind of a knowledge transfer, and he can guide him, like, this is how I was doing it. Now you are also receiving these emails. You can also do it. And after a week, once he left it, you can remove that person from that group. Like, there's no limitation. See, frankly speaking, there's no limitation in 50, 100, all those people you can edit. So I'll be covering up when we discuss the approval flow, right? I'll be showing you all those things, like how you can add these people in there and how the group works and all. So those things will cover it. So I'll show you all those things in there. Okay, so you can see this then bidding rules and all. So we are not doing bidding currently right now. This is all SLP internal. So these things, it comes from here. So understand here. First, understand the architecture and the basics of the template. So these are the rules section where you will be defining all these things. Then you have the participants. So participants, supplier, vendor, all these people are same, nothing but supplier. Different way we reference represent here or reference give the reference for them, but it's the same thing. It's a simple your supplier or the vendor. Okay, so here you can see invited participants. So at the template level, this option is just for, like you can say, like just for there, just there in that one as an architecture. But we are not going to add anyone in here. You can see itself like there's no option to add any supplier, because on the template level, it's just representing that how the actual scenario will look, actual production when you are creating a project, how it looks. Otherwise, it will be just for there. Content, here you can see the content in here. Now, this is the content. So if you remember, right, this is the content which is going for, which I am filling it up, and you will be receiving this content, like the vendor master team or the supplier management team receiving the response in here, right? So this is the content. Supplier name, legal supplier name, contact first name, right? Last name, email address, domestic vendor. Everyone, I hope, remember this one, right? This is the same questionnaire which we are creating in the supplier request. Remember, not registration, this is request, right? Now, here if you see this, these are all the questions. You want to edit, you want to delete, you want to change, everything you can do it. How? Let's see this. You can, first of all, you can select all. You want nothing here, simply select all and click delete. Everything will go away. That option is also there. Or you simply select, unselect all these things. You want to edit this one, this line. You say like supplier name is not correct. Let's put a vendor name in here. So select this one. Here, if you coming down in here, so multiple options you can do it, like either you can click in here itself and click edit. You can edit this one, or you select this line, this question here, and you click on edit and content. So click on this one, both ways you can do it. So here you can see this supplier name. Here you are going to change it. Instead of supplier, you can put vendor name. Anything you can put it, anything. Here you come down in here, answer type. Why I'm going to write it there is a typing here. Okay, so this get controlled via this answer type option. So click in here, see these options are coming. Okay, this is how I'm going to control any question that I'm going to create in the system. This is how I'm going to control the answer type, what the supplier should respond on it. Okay, so let me do this. Let me just done this one. So I change the name from supplier name to vendor name. Okay, now if you want to add anything new, so for example here 5.4 is the last. Okay, now you want to add something in here. Okay, add, here you can see section, repeatable section, question, requirement, attachment and all. So generally these are all questions. So if I click here question, I'll show you the sections and all later. Let me click on the question first. I'm going to add a question, new question. Okay, click here. Now this is the 6th untitled coming. Here is the name. Any questions that you want to, this is for internal, understand? Any example from an internal perspective, like supplier request, you are sending this internally to your vendor master team for approval. Let me take the GST number. Okay, GST number, right? Coming down in here, answer type. This is the point where you will be deciding what. So now you can see GST number could be
alphanumeric,
right? So you can put something in here like a text single line. Or if it could be only the numeric number, so you can say the decimal number in here or whole number in here. It will, in this case, the supplier will be only able to submit, or you can only able to submit, the end user will be able to submit only the response like as a whole number. Okay, so this is how you can see the date, money, yes, no, attachment, all those things are here. So I'll show you these things like for now. I'll be just showing you like how these things works from an architecture perspective. Now you can see this. I have created that question. Here is this question. The numbering and all works. So if you see this, if I try to select it and drag and drop, I'm trying to put it selecting, and here you can see this dragging. I'm dragging up. I'm trying to put here. So if I put it here, see this GST number came here, automatically the sequencing has been updated. This is something by defined by design. This is something by Ariba design. Yes, so here select this one, here in this one, GST number, edit. So currently we are discussing the internal part, and if you want to make any question mandatory or not, you will be selecting from here. See this response required. If you are putting up here, yes, participant required. Participant like whoever is submitting this one, not required, optional. If you say not required, optional kind of, here you can see optional also there. Participant cannot respond, participant can respond, owner required, participant required. This way you can set it up in this one. So participants mean whoever going to submit this response, who's going to enter. So this is a supplier internal request. So if you are talking about from a supplier perspective, you can always say like participant required. Wherever you are going to set up as yes, participant required, supplier has to answer that. Without that, he will not be able to say, because it will become a mandatory if the participant is required. Okay, so if you say like owner optional, participant cannot respond, or participant optional, owner required, participants optional. So this way you can put it up these things, setting up from this way. Choose it who wants to respond on this one, whether it's a mandatory or not. Okay, so this is how you are going to set up these questionnaires in your system for mandatory, not mandatory, or how you are going to respond it, how the things will be changing. This way it is coming in here. So you can see that this is a section. Fifth is a section. If I close this section, you can see all these line like questions are there coming inside this one. So you can create a section also. And then in that section, you can add line items also. So for example, if I say add section, this is your section. So you can add some other section, like I'll put here like test section. Okay, like this way. And I click OK simply. Automatically it will come down here. So this 6 text section. Now I can add line items in it. So either you can click on this one, add question in this one, or select this and add here question. Multiple ways, same way you can do it. So here I'm going to add a question in here. So I'll say like, have you discussed with the supplier? Discussed with the supplier, like this way. Something, sorry for the spelling. Okay, this way you are putting, and now you can put it answer type as which is most suitable answer type. So if you go in here, you can set up the yes and no. So what will happen is you cannot write something on this one extra. You need to choose yes or no. That is what you want, right? Otherwise, like people can write story. Yeah, I tried to call him, but he didn't pick it. He picked up, he called me and he said he's okay, but he's saying something different, or like they try to explain you the story. You do not want to hear the story. Okay, so you simply want yes or no. So here you can see this. This is a question came in here. Under this section, here is your question, and answer type is either yes or no. So this is the test section in here. Any descriptions you want to put, nothing else in this one. So yeah, it's a basically top, on the top the section, and under that one. So generally like the section you use it for the, when we discuss, you can say sourcing. It's in the sourcing, and you have the sections like commercial section is different, technical section is different, pricing section is different. All those things, based on that you can create some sections as per your requirement. Even in this one, if you have something like that way, you can create it as per your requirement, or if any customer requirement come, they want to have it some questionnaire based on some sections, so you can have it created in this one also. So add inside means it will coming as 6.2. if you say add after, it will be coming after like this way, 7. Sequencing, basically like how you want that question, this question that you are creating, you want that in within that section. If you put it in that section, it will take the numbering as 6.2. If you want this question to be added outside, you do not want in that section, then it will be coming as an add after 7. So these things are there. Okay, now let me show you how it works. So now we created all these things. Okay, now what I'm going to do is, so basically what happens is next here, I'm going to put next in here, exit, return to project. Now in this supplier form and also, right, see here you have some conditions in here. So test condition for region. So you can select any condition and you can create a condition based on the region and all those things. So for example, if I cite this action, edit this condition here, edit details. So this is it. All the true regions is equal to India region. So these conditions I can explain better in the sourcing because we have more content in there. So basically what happens is like if you are pushing something in there for a specific, or maybe like for example, if you want to put a condition here, like you can have this document in here and you can say like supply request form edit in here. Let me go in this one, content. Ariba system is the owner of template. Okay, this is something we are creating inside the form. Basically what happens is, okay, exit. Let me exit here. Let me exit in here. Return to the project in here. This form, which you have here in here, okay, you can always edit this form. But you can see this, what are the tasks you are creating in here. So these tasks you will be setting up for once. So for example, every time this approval flow will be there. Okay, you are going to change these questionnaires and all those things, you can do that. But the template will always remain one. The versions work on this one. The latest version you are published will only be the one which is like available for the end users. So basically what happens is the version logic itself has been created in Ariba based on the basis of this only. For example, if currently this version is in editing status, at the very right moment of time, if an end user trying to create a supplier request project, he will be getting the 190 version, the earlier version, because whatever the changes I have done right now, I have not published them. I have not published them. Actions, even though if you see this actions, I'm getting an option to revert. Whatever the changes I have done, I can revert and the earlier version will become active again. Okay, the earlier version will become active again, and whatever the changes I have done will be gone away. Like it will not get implemented, kind of, it will go away. So that is the option here, revert. So for example, if you have done by mistakenly new version or you have checked something by that way, you can again use this option and you can revert it. So all your changes will be coming back to so earlier version will become effective again. But now if I publish this one, whatever the changes I have made in this template will be applicable, will be available for the new projects. Remember, one more thing, remember here, whatever the projects we have done till now, anything will not get impacted at that level. Okay. For example, like you see, like I have added one more question here in this template and other things in here. That thing will not get automatically update or any impact on the older projects that we have created. Okay. Only the projects that you are going to create now onwards, once I publish this one, only those templates will be having the new updated changes. Let me show you that. Click on publish. See this here, it will change here, status. Now you can see this. First read this line, like it explains it very specific manner. Supplier request template has been published successfully and is available for new projects. Okay, system itself is giving you the idea that it will be only available for new projects. Okay, not going to impact on your older projects or something. And you can see now the status is active and version 190. Now you can see this again, I'm not able to edit and all those things. So for editing, what I need to do is, if I want to edit any template, what I need to do?
Put it in draft mode.
That is fine, but how? What is the thing I need to do in here?
Create a new version. Click on actions.
Right. So we always need to create a new version in here. Okay. So whenever you want to make any changes to a particular template, always come here and create a new version. Now let me show you that whatever the changes we have done, how it's going to reflect at the end user level. So I'm going to create a supplier request project here. This is a related process. So create. So here we have supplier request. Click on it. See this? The first thing you can see the change here, vendor name. Right? It was initially supplier name, right? Now coming down in here, what all things we have added? Have you discussed with the supplier? Yes, no. You need to choose this one, and you can see this participant required. So yes, mandatory. Here you can see GST number we have added in here. You have this one here, right? This is how we have set it up in this one, and it is reflecting in here. Okay, now I'll show you one more thing here. So you can see this, now it is coming vendor name. Let's check the older templates, the one we have created for you, all of you, any template of this one, and let's see any changes in that one or not. So let me open it. Maybe I'll just check for Srinivas, the first one here. And if you go to the supplier profile, okay, it will coming there only, sorry. Supplier request, I'll just click on it. See this supplier name. Okay, and sorry, and you can see this, that questions and all those things are not coming in here. GST number and all those things, question that we asked, nothing is coming. Even the supplier name is coming as it is, not vendor name. Now you understand how these things are working, how you are setting up something on a template level and how it's reflecting on here on the end user level. So it will be applicable to all the end users. Okay. So you will be going, let's go back to our template. Let's discuss more on the template side. Let's go back to that. So this is how these things works. Implementation team or the team which is handling your the configuration part, right? That team will be using your implementation side, and they will be making the changes to the supplier templates and all those things, and they will be checking these configurations. So your company needs to, like the requested person needs to work on it, and you need to take the approval from your client based on their request. So these things are, from a project perspective, you need to discuss with your client. They will be asking you that this is the process we are currently following and you need to map it up. These are the questionnaires that we are generally asking manually, hard copy, via email within the teams for getting the supplier request and all. So these things you will be discussing with your client. Client will be discussing on the same with their management or maybe like key stakeholders. And after that, whatever the final questionnaires will be there, that you need to maintain in here. Remember, template change is not a process which you will be doing on a monthly basis. You set up a template and you generally, like, unless and until very emergency is there or something big change happened, you generally do not change the template. One template can go for like years, 2 years, 3 years, nothing without a change. Only in case if you need a change and all, then you need to do it. Okay, so this is how these things works. But if you need to change anything, you can do it. So now again, let's go back. Again, we need to make the new changes. We need to make some changes. How I'm going to do is, so here you can see version also. So on 12/5, today we have changes at 8:58 a.m. You can always check like who is changing at what moment of time. So all these history, version history keep on recorded here. That's how these changes are recorded in this one. Okay, now actions, new version. Again, I'm going to create a new version in here. So again, it will come in here, all these things in here. See this one. Created, now draft. Now I'm going back to the document section. So if I want to delete something, I'll open that one. I'll go to my content. Remember, the content page is the main page which goes to the your internal team and all. So you will be checking all these things in here. So for example, I just select what has been changed, this one, and I have created this one and this one. I'll delete this one. So simply click on delete, it will go away. 3, I'm deleting. Gone. Okay, and you can see next and exit, return to project, and here you will be coming overview and you need to publish it. Or you can revert also. If I revert, you will see this 191 will come again active. Let me click on the revert. You will see that again it will come. The deleted, that the one I have deleted, it will retain. Okay, I'm going to click on revert. See this, are you about to revert all the changes in the current version? Yes, yes, and okay. See this has been reverted successfully. Again, same 191 got updated. This is a standard process of template editing, template changing and all. And this is the standard, like, so this is, as I said, right, architecture of template is same. The architecture of template is same. There's no change in that one. It is going to impact on a company-wide level. So remember, like, this is for everyone, right? Ariba does not have any, like, these things we are going to make changes in the production environment every time. So be careful what you are going to change when you are working on the live projects. As a customer, as like when we are working on a customer sides and all, right? So sometimes it happens like the customers are little, like you can say hard on us and all, say they do not want everything to be changed or something. So they pick up your small mistakes and all those things. In the Ariba side, everything you are going to do in the production, mostly you will be testing something in the test environment, but then you need to do the same thing in the production. And if you are making something, any like these kind of any error happened by mistake or something like this way, it's going to impact on a wider level. Okay, all the end users, all these things will be impacting. So what happens is you will be getting a lot of data errors, any fields which is there, all the end users will not be able to perform the activities on a like you can say on a wide level. So try to be certain when you are making any changes to the production environment. Be very specific, be tested properly into the test environment, and then you do the same thing in the production environment. So initially what happens is when the very first time are there, you can move some templates via the template import, export and all those things. But later on when you are doing some small changes like this one, right, you will be using this way only. So you will be directly doing into the production. The very first time you are, there's an option when you are doing the cutover and all, and during the go live, you can load the templates in there. But yeah, very first time when you are like after that one, you are using this one. So small changes and all, you generally come in here, edit the template and you make the changes and then publish it. Always try to, like, you need to work it out. You need to find it out. You need to work like little more diligently on that one, that why it is not working. Yeah, you can delete. So for example, okay, like new version, create a new version here. Okay. Now, for example, whatever the changes I have done, okay, I just come back in here. I'll click on this one, edit this one. I'll say, okay, there are some issues. Whatever the things I have added, I added wrongly. Okay. For example, if I say I have added wrongly something in here. So what I'll do is I'll simply delete this. Come in here and select this one, GST number. I'll delete this. That I have added this one. This is the changes I have done in this version. I'll go next. I'll click change this one and I'll publish it. Return to project. And I go back in here. I'll publish this. So, but revert option will only coming to the current editing version. It will not come after publishing. Once you publish it, you will not be finding any revert version, like revert the changes and all. You have done it, you need to edit it. To remove those changes, you need to edit the template again.
Okay. Once we publish it, we cannot revert it.
Yes, we can't revert. We can only revert in the composing status. Okay. Now, so this is one. And here comes the task. Here again, let me. So you can see this task here. You can add multiple tasks. You have this action option here. So you can see like this is grayed out because we are active. Okay. Otherwise, you can create phase. You can create to-do task, external task, notification task, all these things you can create. And here you have this approval, which is already there. So if I click on this one, view task detail. So this is an approval task. So you can see this approvals, procurement agent, and approval flow is custom. Okay. So these things, how you are setting up this approval flow and all, I will be covering up in here. The advanced start details and notifications. You can see this send notification, overdue notification, task completion and all. So these people will receive the notification. So this approval process task and all those things I will show. Okay, let me quickly show you this one. Wait a second. On this part only, I'll try to show you a brief. Later on, I'll explain the in detail also these tasks and all those things. So here you can see the task. Now I'm going to edit this one, edit task. This is the approval task. So you can see this allow auto approval, external, and here this is the approval process. Parallel, serial, and custom. Okay, I'm going to explain this in the detail, like it's a separate topic altogether. So I'll be explaining this one in a detailed manner, that how this approval flow and all those things you can set it up here. But this is the standard approval, like this is again basic standard approval process. This is how you are going to, only this one you are going to edit in the future. Like for example, if I click on this custom symbol, see this, these nodes is coming, approval rule is coming, conditions are coming, actions are coming, these parameters are coming. All these things I'm going to explain when we discuss in the approval process in detail. So it's a separate for the approval topic. Okay, so this is how you can set it up, this thing. Okay, so here this is why the procurement agent is coming in the approval flow and all. So I will be showing you in detail. The action here, and here you can see create phase or to do task here. So same action. So basically, if you see this, the same thing will come there also. That's what I want to show you, right? Because the architecture of the templates are similar. So let me just put it, revert it. Okay. Okay, in here. Now we have done this one, right? Now let me go back to the registration template. Let me show you the registration template also. Here, when we are coming to the supplier registration template here. Okay. So this is the next process that you seen, right? Where we are inviting the supplier to submit their responses and all, right? So from that perspective, the registration template is there, and you can see this again, Ariba system, and I'm going to click in open. So if you see this, like this is also looks like supplier request and registration and all, but these are all sourcing templates. So please do not get confused with this one. These are created wrongly, completely wrong one, because this is a sourcing project. Okay. Now here I'm going to open the registration template, opening in here. Now here you can see this again. If I just remove this, here you can see the same. First of all, you can find it out here, the basic architecture of it. So in the basic architecture, here you will be finding out that everything is similar. Overview, here you can see the overview, and you have the history, version history here. Okay, here you can see under overview name of that registration project template, owner, all these things in here, and here you can see the documentation. So these are some questionnaires, you can find it out in here. Then you have the task in here. These are all the tasks which is coming in here. You can see this. Okay, again you have the team. You can find out the team in here, conditions, and all those same questions in here, right? So these things, as you can see, the architecture is same of the template. These things you are able to change as per your own requirement. Okay, so based on these parameters and all these things, you can set up these questionnaires in here. So for example, you can see this supplier registration questionnaire. Click on it, view details. Currently you can see this edit option is not coming because it's in active status. If I click on view details in here, content, so you can see this, these are the information that all of you has filled it up, right? So this is how you will be setting up the this one, the registration template. So coming back here on the project, let me edit this one. Let me click on the overview in here, actions in here. Again, I need to do the, if I want to edit, I will be doing a new version in here. So click on new version in here. So new version has been created. So similar way you have the documents in here. Now if you click on this one, you can edit this document. Now you can see the rules section again coming here. Same questionnaire, same rules coming in here also. Timing rules here also. Same things you can, and you can see here 30 days. I hope you remember, right? When I send you the supplier registration request, and you are getting a timer of 30 days. So from where it is, yeah. So here you can see this has been already coming from the template because it has been already set here that template label. So you can set up whatever you want. By default, these things will be set up in here. Then you have the bidding rules in here, all these things, project actions and all. So same things you will find here every time. So as I said, right? So specifically the basic informations of the template or the content of the template, not the content, sorry for that, content is different always. The basic architecture, if I say architecture, rules, participant, content, section, 4 tabs you have seen in the request also. Now you are seeing in the registration also, and you will be seeing the same in the sourcing also. Okay, so this architecture is same. It's you need to decide what needs to be set up at what level of time. Okay, now here you can see again the participant section is blank. It will remain as it is, and here is your content section. So remember, the content section is the section which goes to the supplier. Remember this thing. Supplier, as you guys filled it up, right, in the registration, you are not aware whether it's a what kind of process it is, who's going into for the approval, or what type of template or sourcing project, or sorry, SLP project they have created. The supplier is only able to see what you have written in this section, in this content section. Okay, so whatever you are going to set up in here will be going for the supplier. You will be setting up these information to send to the supplier. Okay, so this information, again, you can see this like these are all sections created by someone. First section, top 5 customers and all those things in here. You can find it out, and based on that you can answer these questions. Now if you see this, some questions here, I think edit, ABCD's legacy. So here I think yeah, so you can see this editability condition has been applied by someone. So is legacy. So this is the condition has been applied. This question, I don't think so you have seen this question, right? This question will be coming only when you have this condition met, that is legacy condition. So these things you can set up as the condition level. So let me go back in there. So return to the project. So first I'll show you these things. So here you can see the setup of the conditions in here is legacy. Okay, so these things you can create, you can set it up, these things you can create these conditions in here. I will be explaining these things again. So for example, okay, let me show you here one condition, how you can create a condition. So when you add condition here, you can name any condition like test condition. Okay, in the test you are creating a new condition, here. You are putting some test condition in here. Expression you are going to select in here. And here, this is how you're going to select it. Expression, field match, reference to condition, sub condition. So if you have already created some condition, you can always click on the reference to condition and you will find all the conditions you have selected, or search more. You will find these are the 4 conditions you have already created. But you want to create your own, you want to create something new in your system. So let me click in here and cancel here, click in here, field match. This is, we are going to create a new. So field match in here. Field match is basically nothing but you can click on this one and you will see this more fields. So you can see this type of browse, supplier registration project. So this information is related to the, like these are the fields by which you will be selecting this one. And these are the conditions that is based on the particular scenario it will be coming in the system. Okay. So this is how you will be selecting this one. So for example, if I say like, if I take something, maybe like something like department or something, like if you are choosing something, I think this data is not set correctly, but if I'm just giving you an example, like how it will happen is you select it as a department is equal to, if I select value, let me see this, admin, for example, admin. So what you can do is you can set up some questionnaire in the system. Based on that, if that value has been match, like if you are selecting any department as admin into the in the questions or something in there, right? Then this condition will be applicable. So let me click OK here. Test condition, I'll just keep it in here. So you can see this test condition is coming here. Okay. So any task, for example, any task you want to. So for example, you say like any task. So for example, this procurement process, it should come only in case you are selecting the condition as a like in case the department is selected as a admin. So you can choose here the condition none. Okay, other conditions, and you have all the 4 conditions you want to choose it. So if you, for example, I'm just showing for an example perspective here. If you put it here, so now the test condition. So this condition will be applicable on this one. So these things I can explain a little bit much about, because see, SLP is a process which is like something within just to onboard the supplier. Okay, whereas in the sourcing and all those things will get more implemented or more effective, I can say, in a better manner. Same way, you will be able to create the conditions also in there, but have better examples to present in front of you. Okay, so this is how you can create these things. I will be explaining this in more detail in the sourcing projects. so that you can understand in the better examples are there, and I'll show you that. But this is how you can do this, how to add a task in this one, right? So here, if you simply click in here, actions option. Okay, so for example, you can see this, these are all the tasks are all there, task and phases. Let me create here action. See this, create phase, to do task, actionable task, notification task. So let me create a phase one. Let me create first a phase. So phase is basically nothing but like it's a like multiple tasks can be clubbed in one phase. Okay, multiple tasks can be clubbed in a one phase. So for example, I just put like phase 3. I'm just putting randomly here like phase 3. Okay. Now click OK in this one. I'm just simply clicking this one here, phase 3. So you will see that the phase came here somewhere in the down. Okay. Now either you create a task from here, to do task, or you can directly create the task under this phase. So here, create a to do task. So what is a to do task? What is a to do task? Is nothing but you can say like a activity you need to perform. To do task in a simple manner, if I say is, system is defined something that you need to perform this activity. That is a to do task. So for example, here, click on the to do task in here. Now this to do task, you can give any name, talk to supplier, have a negotiation with the, or something like discussion with the supplier, something, anything you can put it here. Like visited the supplier facility, visited the supplier manufacturing facility, something like anything. You can ask any question, right? Manufacturing facility, something like that. Okay. So from this perspective, you created this task. So have you completed or not? So here you can set it up in here. Okay. And then simply click OK in here. I'll explain other things like owner and all those things later. So you can see now, this is the phase and you have the task inside it. This way you can create different types. So here are different types of tasks. So these tasks, you will see this, you have particular task in here that is to do external notification. Okay, like external is something you have to external notification just for the notification. And on the document section, you can have the approval task. So if you're seeing here, these approval tasks are coming from where? These approval tasks are coming, like you need to create either via the document. So this is a question kind of like, can you create an approval task without a document? Can you create an approval task without a document? No, I'm just asking like, can you have it this one? I'm asking like, can you create an approval task without a document?
Without a document?
Yes, please. So that's a straightforward, like, so I'm just, that is the question, like, can you create the approval task? So if you see this, like I just showed you, right? This is the task which is there in this one. So what I'm asking is, can you see here, if I show here, you can see this approval. So you need an approval task, right, on this one. So how can you create an approval task without document? So you can see here, that is what I'm see here. You are not getting any option to create approval here. See here, approval task. No, you cannot create an approval task here, right? If you create anything here, you are getting any approval task creation? No, you cannot create an approval task from here. You will be able to create the approval task via document. When you click on a document, you will get an option. You simply see here, like see the system itself showing here. Yeah, see this approval. Okay, so these things. So why I'm just ask this one, right? See, these are some tricky things are there in Ariba. Okay, it's not a very rocket science in here, but yes, these things are something tricky, and people generally, when you go for something to the clients and all, they try to test your knowledge and all. From that perspective, these things can be asked. Okay, but these are some simple things on there, and if you get an opportunity, so you can like this way. So remember, always you can create the approval task with a reference to documentation only. Okay, so once you create an approval task with the documentation, then you will be setting up all these informations in here. So for example, if I just let me just show you an example. So for example, I just click on this one and I click an approval task here. So this is how. So you can see this document already is coming in here. You are getting this owner. So project owner is the owner. So whenever you are creating any task, so you will find a project owner. Okay, so owner basically like the person who's taking responsibility to complete this task. Complete this task, like if he needs to get an approval with this person, he will be following up. the owner of the task. You can change it. By default, when you are creating the task in here, the person who creates the task or the project owner becomes the owner of that task also. But you can change that if you want. You want to put someone else, so search more and you can use the name of that person. Okay, any other group from the template. You can use that also, right? Then you can set up these things, allow auto approvals if any auto approvals are there, external approvals are there, and here you have the approver who you want to set it up, who will approve. So now you have seen, right, when I'm going to approve myself and all those things. So there, this is how you are going to decide that in the approval flow, who's going to approve this request. So you can choose from the system, you can see search more, and whoever you have, the person and the groups. So you can see this, you are getting both the option. For example, I'm just giving an example, account payable. Account payable is a project group, you can have it and you can add multiple other people in that group or any other group. Okay, or you can say like audit group, contract group, purchasing group, all those groups you can add it in here. Commodity group, see this, these are some standard groups are coming. If you want to add a group, but if you want to add a person, you can add that person also. So for example, I just search something user like this way. So these are some different users. See here, demo user. So these are demo users and all these people are individual persons. Okay, so here you can add individual person also. But as I suggested earlier also, it is always recommended. The best practice of the industry is to add a group, and then even though there is a one person, add that person in that group. Okay, so that at least you do not need to change something at the template level on a regular basis. For example, if I give you an example, if you add a person here at the template level, okay, UX user 36 or something like that way. Okay, so you add this person here. Now tomorrow this person left organization. What you need to do? You need to come here at the template level, change the template, edit this approver, change it to the different person. Rather than coming on the template level, you can just simply maintain the group. If someone less, add that, remove that person from the group and add someone else in the group. That is more, you can say, suitable and having a more less risky. Because at the template level, if you are making any changes by mistake, you've done something and all, it's going to impact on a whole level, right? Whereas if you are doing something on a like a smaller level, on like just on assigning and deassigning of the group, so then you can better way, like it's little less risky, having less risk to doing that. Basically, if you see this, add more here in this one. So add more, basically like what happens is if you are adding someone else also, right? Here it is. So for example, if I just go here, I'll try to put someone, maybe I can just search a user here. User, enter in here. So I'll just go within this one. Okay. Okay, maybe I'll just put user 4. I don't know, like I'm just trying this one. I'm not sure whose ID it is. Okay, so this is like you can see this, and if I click in this one, you see this? This is how it is coming. This is a parallel approval flow.
So anyone can approve it?
No, both needs to approve, but anyone can approve at any point of time. There's no dependency on each other. That is what parallel approval flow is. Okay. So give me some time. See, that's approval flow. I'm going to explain in detail, like how this is coming, how we can set it up. We want to serial, parallel, custom, how it will be approving, on what condition this should come or this should come, or that both should come and all. So those things I will be covering up when we'll discuss this approval flow. So just give me some time. Like once we discuss this approval flow, I'll let you know on this part. So this is standard. Okay. So from Ariba perspective, as we say, like a very standard question. What are the approval flow type in Ariba? Okay, so the question is parallel, serial, and custom. People generally ask you these questions even from that perspective. So you will be explaining these things like this is parallel, serial, and custom. So we configure this one. So this is an approval flow type design in Ariba. Okay, whenever you are going to put an approval flow on any system, any documents, anywhere you want to set up an approval flow in Ariba system, upstream and downstream, basic, this is what it is. So I'm going to explain this in detail. Approval flow is a separate topic I'm going to cover. Maybe I think when we have in the sourcing side and all, there I can suggest, or I think in the downstream when we start, okay, downstream having a separate approval flow and upstream has a separate approval flow. The architecture is quite same, but still we have different, I think where I have mentioned somewhere here, right? So approval flow here, okay. And downstream also we have approval flow in this one, procure to pay. So I'm going to explain these things, okay? Just give me some time. I'll come on this one. I'll explain this in detail. Okay. So this is how you will be set. Yeah. Thank you. And here you can see some observer. You can also set up an observer on a task. Any task. So these are some basic standard. Like observer, basically nothing much like you can say like someone is the owner. Okay. So maybe a junior resource is the owner, and you can set up the observer as a manager of that person. So observer's job is nothing like he will not be doing anything. He will be just able to view these things. Okay, observer means like he can monitor, he will be part of this project and all. He can see this task. He can say like he has not approved or he's whether working. All those things he can see in this one. So observe is like just to observe those things. So you can set up to you. Like it's not mandatory to set it up, but yes, if you want to, you can set it up in there. Okay. So then you have some is milestone. Milestone is nothing but much used in here, but milestone is like you achieved something. You have confirmed something, you have done something in the project. That is a more on a milestone perspective. Okay. There's another aspect comes as a predecessor task. If you select this one, this is important. Sometimes like the people will ask you the condition that before completing this task, you need to complete some other task. You can choose. Like before completing this task, approval for supplier registration, you need to complete maybe registration update, maybe this or that. So you need to choose it. So this kind of a predecessor, it will become a predecessor. Predecessor like the older one, right? The earlier one. So predecessor task, it will become a predecessor task. So basically the system will be set up a condition with that before you want to do this, you need to first complete this task also. Unless and until you complete this task, supplier, the system will not allow you to complete this task. So whatever you like, you can choose one or maybe two. Like these two tasks should be get completed before you start this task. Okay. So these kind of things like you can set it up in here in the against the questionnaires and approval flows and all when you are setting up here at the RFP level or template levels and all. Sorry, or the template level, not the RFP level, event level and all when you are creating in this one, and this way it will be coming here. So we'll be discussing more on the template side in the sourcing also, as I said, but here I gave you the, I think it's a quite a fair idea. You got idea like how these things are coming in here, how we are changing from the upstream, from the template side, and it's impacting at the downstream side, sorry, at the end user side. Okay. So from here, you can perform all these things in here. So, okay, this is reverted. So if you see here, like these are all the versions, right? So this is 90 versions. Okay, let me open the 88 version, open this one. Okay, so you coming in here, document section in here, you need to open inside, go in here, what was there in this. So this is version V88. So now you can see this only 3 are there. Now you can see from itself here, like currently only 3. Or sorry, earlier in version 88, it was 3 documents in here. Right now, if I go done and if I check my current version, you can see in this current version, this is our 91 version. If I click on the documents, see this 4. Someone changed it. Someone added one more. Right. So this is how like we need to manually kind of like little bit effort, more effort, like system does not have, but like this way you need to check. You can again open other information, other forms also, and then you can go inside it and then can check it. So this is condition we have set up. So someone has set up a condition. So as I said, we created one condition. So like you can see this test condition. Okay, I removed like.
What does that condition mean? Is legacy?
Yeah. So here it is. You can see this action. You can go into the view detail of this condition in here. Is legacy true? So I think legacy they would be having set up a question in here, like done in here. Somewhere would be having a question in here in this system. This legacy, I think this is a legacy supplier. If I click in here, view details. Someone would have been said, okay, here it is, there is approval for internal AP form legacy. So they have set up this form here is legacy, and they have set up this condition in here. So here is the condition they have set up in here. So they have put it something like is legacy yes, then you will be putting up these questions in here, and these questions will be coming in here. So like everyone having set up these conditions on their own, we need to check this one, how they have done it and all. So everyone is practicing on it. So they are doing it on this slide. So whatever the condition we are setting up, so here you can see this is the condition. Okay, I deleted that one, but we created also one condition, right? I just showed you. So similar way, you can create multiple conditions in here, and based on that condition, it will reflect. I'll give you, as I said, right? See, I'll give you better examples when we'll be discussing the sourcing. I'll show you more conditions in there. The one we created here that I removed, I reverted the changes to show you. But yes, we can set up these more conditions. And based on the condition, the questions comes they will be triggering up. Okay, so that is how these things work. Some things are not set up in a aligned manner. Also, these are being created by someone else. I have set it up in a different manner. So people are practicing on the same template because this is the single template that we need to work it on. So that's how it is. Okay. So I'll show you the conditions and all those things in a more detailed manner in the sourcing side when we discuss the sourcing projects. Fair enough. Okay. So this is one part. Okay. And apart from this one, let me show you one more thing in here. Let me go back in here, core admin perspective. Yeah, I want to quickly show you that if you are loading the data into the here, I think that thing I'm not explained in detail. Let me show you that one also. So here, if you have something like loading into the system, so supplier, if you want to load from directly from here also, so that part also you can cover from this side. Like here, you can see this import suppliers. Okay, so I think I showed you briefly in that one, but not in detail. And the web services statuses are coming in here. So here you can see this, generally what happens is when you are loading the suppliers from the import perspective here, so you can use this task in here that we mentioned earlier, right? So you can use these tasks from here. But in case, if you need to have something data that you are coming directly, so no need of SLP in that case, you directly run to pull the data into your Ariba system. Okay, you do not have an SLP in that scenario. So you can use the web services status also. I've just copied the text and I'm just here it is. Okay, now let me explain this one. So basically here it is, use the import supplier web services to receive the data about suppliers from external system. External system from ERP to SAP Ariba solution. So sometimes people connect this one also. Okay, so this is the import supplier. So basically the same perspective, what happens is in the system, you have to set up the web services, middleware integration perspective from that perspective. And once those things are already set up, you will be running the batch jobs. Batch jobs will be pulling up the Ariba data, supplier data from the ERP side and pushing it and extracting that data from the ERP system and putting up in the Ariba system. So this web services kind of task is already been created by Ariba. Okay, and this will be help you out to check this one. Okay, so this perspective, these things also been used. Otherwise, you can also load the data directly, like the initially way I mentioned, right? So you can load this data. So import in this one, import suppliers. You can simply click on the import part and you will be loading the data in this manner. Load, create, update only and deactivate. I think I've not covered this part, right? Or I've covered this one. Right. So I'll explain these things later because when we discuss the data import export part, so for a lot of other things, we'll be covering up this one. But this is how you load the data if you do not have SLP. Again, the same aspect. In case if you are not using an SLP system, right, you can still have the same, you can still use the suppliers and all. It's not mandated to always have the what you can say always have the supply this SLP, and without SLP you cannot use the suppliers and all those things. Yes, the functionalities and the features will be less. The point that you can see that when we are loading via supplier like this or web services and all, we do not have that form facilities or to extract the documentation for getting the information, whatever we are looking, the GST certificate or the corporation certificate and all. So those functionalities and the features will be limited when you are not using SLP. Okay. Otherwise, if you are using that one, that is fine. If you are using like this way, you still have the data of the suppliers, but it will not be from that perspective. So you can use the supplier here and you can load it directly into the Ariba system via the web services, or via manually via this file channel, we can load it into the system. Okay, fair enough. So these are the things that you will be finding out from the supplier perspective here. Any questions, any doubts on this one? So I think from the course content perspective, we have covered the SLP module. Anything you've apart from that one, like the qualification, that one we discussed with Akshay, like, so I will show you. Okay, I'll check for this one approval process and complete that one.
Hello, future SAP Ariba Maestro. Ready to elevate your procurement game? Dive into our SAP Ariba self-paced course on Teachable, where expertise meets flexibility. Unlock the secrets of SAP Ariba at your own pace. From requisition to payment, we've got you covered. Explore our comprehensive course description, follow a structured curriculum, meet your seasoned instructor, and hear what fellow learners say in glowing testimonials. Why us? Because our experts crafted this course with your success in mind. They're here to guide you every step of the way, ensuring you grasp the ins and outs of SAP Ariba effortlessly. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the impact. Plus, our course won't break the bank. It's an affordable opportunity to master SAP Ariba. Ready to boost your procurement prowess? Enroll now on our course page. Visit ZaranTech's website for the full training details. Let's kickstart your SAP Ariba journey together.